So let's understand the learning objective of the first chapter that we have. First chapter is Introduction to Strategic. In this chapter, the learning objective of this chapter, let me simplify this. Major things that you have to understand are 3 to 4. First, definition of SM, and then objectives of SM, advantages and disadvantages of SM, then application of SM. 4 things keep in your mind. So while you're like introductory points, business policy is there, and definition of strategy, that easily you can understand. Strategy is a long range blueprint, strategy is a game plan, strategy have to be designed flexibly. These are general terms with respect to strategy. Business policy generally talks about roles and responsibilities of top management. So there are 2 normal concepts that you can easily go through. Our core content starts from understanding meaning of strategic management. From there, we'll start our concept in the first chapter. Once again, the learning of, for every chapter, first you have to keep in your mind, by reading that chapter, what I am going to get. So by reading the entire first chapter, you are going to get 4 concepts. Like first, definition of SM, objectives of SM, advantages and disadvantages, and application. In this, first we need to start with definition of strategic management. It's very simple to understand the definition. For everything, you have to follow a process to build up the subject, instead of blindly reading it plenty of times. That's why I say, don't read plenty of times to remember. Read few times to understand. It makes a lot of difference. Don't read to remember. Read to understand. Now, if you understand, look how simple this definition is going to be, that you don't need to read it plenty of times. At any point of time, if you have to remember the definition of strategic management, definition, first you have to keep one thing in your mind, that is nothing but, if you have to define the term strategic management, keep one thing in your mind, SM is nothing but a process. Keep this thing in your mind. SM is a process. When we call something as a process, certainly it consists of some steps. Process stands for sequential arrangement of activities, we say. When we say SM is a process, this SM also consists of some steps. Now, when we understand the steps that are involved in the SM, we are done with the definition. And the steps goes like this. The first step in SM process is to develop vision and mission. To develop vision and mission. Now, what is vision and what is mission? You don't worry here itself. Because about vision and mission, very clearly we are going to understand in the 3rd chapter. So, first you have to know that SM process starts with developing vision and mission. Of course, there is a scientific way why vision, mission is the first step. Because in vision you set goals. When you set goal, whatever you do, you will be doing for the achievement of the goal. That's why vision setting have to be the first step in the SM process. Because when you don't know where you want to go, you can't start your journey. That's why in the vision itself, the first thing that we decide is where I want to go, goal. Rest of the activities that have been done is for the purpose of achieving that goal. That's why this is the first step. Every company need to prepare vision and mission. After setting vision and mission, step 2 is of setting objectives. Setting objectives. Now, what are these objectives? In a simple way, targets. About objectives, anyways, we have in the 3rd chapter. But in a simple sense, objectives are targets. Why these targets? Targets to achieve goals. When you have a goal, if you have to achieve that goal effectively, you need to keep some targets. That's about setting of objectives. After that, yes, the next step is have to be crafting a strategy. Crafting a strategy. Strategy need to be crafted, designing. Once you prepare the strategy, will you achieve your goals? Simply by preparation of strategy, you will not achieve your goal. What has to be done? Yes, For that, the step says evaluation and implementation of the strategy. Evaluation and implementation. Now in management we know a term, whatever you implement, implementation should not be the last step in the process of SM. Controls have to be the last step in the process of SM. That's why I say the SM journey: analysis, planning, formation, implementation and control. That is why even our last chapter says implementation and control. The point says implementation is not the last step in the process of SM. What is the last step? Controls. Now in the journey of SM, the last step says, instead of talking it as controls, the step says taking corrective adjustments. This is the key term. Taking corrective adjustments. That's it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 steps done. If you can remember 5 steps, you are done with SM definition. Now don't read it 100 times to remember. Keep a thing in your mind. SM is a process. In the process, we have some steps. Step 1 is vision and mission. Then objectives. Then after crafting, you are not supposed to stop with implementation. Taking. While you are writing this as a definition, one last thing that you have to do. Okay, corrective adjustments have to be taken done. Where corrective adjustments have to be taken? It's a question. For this, the answer is in all the stages. You have to take corrective adjustments in all the stages. Then you know how the definition of SM will goes like this. Strategic management is a managerial process of developing vision and mission, setting objectives, crafting the strategy, evaluation and implementation of strategy, and then over times taking corrective adjustments in vision. Instead of writing all the steps, the definition says that in vision, objectives, strategy and implementation, which are deemed appropriate. Deemed appropriate means wherever needed, you have to go for corrective adjustments. Done. At least at a core level, if you can remember these 5 steps, you can build up a definition. In the exam, a situation has come where you have to write the definition of SM. Instead of writing all these points, you are writing very important management of strategy, strategic management needed for all the organization. Without SM, there is no business. Finally, you wrote 5 to 6 points and feeling satisfied that you wrote definition of SM. You will get 0 marks for that. No ways. Don't expect that your board will be giving sir attentive marks with a neat handwriting. At least will I get a 1 mark? Not at all. You will get 0 marks. Understand this. Key terms are must. For that, you don't try to simply keep on reading the concept for the sake of remembering. A small logic in the concept will serve the purpose. Done with the definition of SM? And then we have objectives of SM. In any organization, when strategic management has been implemented, when this entire process have been implemented, there are 2 major objectives of SM are there. This also can be very easily simplified. Objectives of SM. There are 2 objectives of SM. The first objective, I am writing only key term here. The first objective, strategic management will help the company to gain competitive advantage. This is the first objective. So remember competitive advantage, key term. The very fundamental objective of strategic management is it helps the company to gain competitive. If you remember the term competitive advantage, rest of the terms you can easily write. Can you tell me on whom you will gain competitive advantage? Done. When you gain competitive advantage, can you be number 1 in the market? That is what the term says. Complex strategic management helps the company to gain competitive advantage over the competitors to dominate the market. Which means when you gain competitive advantage, you can become number 1. Connectivity. Objective. The moment objective term comes, okay, it helps to gain competitive advantage. Generally, competitive advantage is gained over the competitors so that the company can become number 1. If you have this connectivity in your mind, you can write the term. This is what the first objective of SM. It helps to gain competitive advantage. Now the second objective, why do companies have to have strategic management? We all have an idea of environmental factors for business. Business deals with a lot of environmental factors. If you go all the way to your foundation in BCK, you might have learned in business environment. Business is surrounded by so many environmental factors, internal and external. External have micro and macro. There you have come to know a point. All these environmental factors are not stagnant. They'll be keep on changing. Whenever there is a change in the environment, business have to change. What happens if a business does not change? It cannot survive. The conclusion is if a business is not responding to the changes in the environment, it cannot survive. Now, how to protect the company against these changes? Who will help? Strategic management will help. That's why the term says it guides the company successfully. It guides the company. Strategic management is guiding the company. Against what? Done. If you can remember guiding the company, automatically the term comes in your mind. It is guiding the company against the changes in the environment. Two objectives. The purpose of having strategic management, the core objective of having strategic management is two objectives. Competitive advantage, guiding the company. If you can remember these two things, rest of the points easily you can write. So definition is over, objective is over. Once again, what is the first objective? Over whom? So that company can. And second objective, guiding against. Done. So definition and objectives are over. If you simplify the content, understand the logic, trust me, no rocket science is involved in either SM or ES, that is for sure. It's all about how we are perceiving the content that matters. After this, we have advantages and disadvantages. For this, we have good list of points are there. And I know that as a student, you will be more happy if any question have side headings. Common psychology. But the problem is that you shouldn't have more side headings also. That happens with EIS. Sir, for few of the topics, there are 13, 14 subheadings are there. It's difficult to remember. And there is one more concept here. Strategy is partly proactive, partly reactive. This thing also you have to understand. As a statement, it will come. Proactive means a planned strategy where you are planning everything well before. Now you can't plan everything well before because the future is uncertain. Then how you should be reactive? It's better to be proactive, but it is not possible to be proactive. That's what the conclusion. Proactive is a planned strategy where you are planning everything well before for the future. The problem is you can't plan everything for future because future is. That's why how you should be reactive. All of a sudden change has come in the environment. Then you have to have a reactive strategy. That's why an organization's strategy should always be partly proactive and partly reactive. The conclusion is it is good to be proactive, but you can't be proactive. That is why you are being reactive. Got the conclusion? That's how you have to write the point. And for this, key terms will always be says proactive is a planned strategy, whereas reactive is a adaptive reactions to changing conditions. Conceptually understanding that matters. Hence, the organization strategy have to be mixture of both proactive and reactive measures. That's what the conclusion that says. And levels, we have 3 strategic levels will be there. What are they? Corporate level, business level, and even this concept is also very simple to understand. Only keep 3 things in your mind. Who will come, what they do, scope of operations. Corporate level, business level, functional level. Who will come, what they do, scope of operations. Corporate level, who will come? Top executives, CEO, board of directors, managing director, CFO, COO, all these people will come. Question 1 is answered. Who will come? Question 2, what they do? Their responsibility is to set the goals, create the policies, procurement of resources, deciding what businesses company have to do. Which means all the major responsibilities will be fulfilled by corporate level. Now the third one is scope of operations. Whatever they do, it will be applicable for the entire organization. Done. Simple concepts. These are very small concepts. Corporate level is over. Business level, same 3 questions. Who will come? General managers will come. Before we go with the roles and responsibilities, we have to understand scope. Whatever they do, it will not be applicable for the entire organization. It is only applicable for a particular business unit. But corporate level is entire organization. Business level general managers only for that particular business unit. Now what they do, what is their roles and responsibility? Whatever the plans and strategies that are prepared by the corporate level, they are making all those plans practically feasible for each and every business unit. Understand this term here. Corporate level for the entire organization, he prepared a plan. Now this plan need to be practically implemented to the particular unit. Now who is unit head here? General manager. That's why the responsibility is to make corporate level strategies practically feasible for each and every business unit. Done. Third level is same three questions. Who will come? Functional managers. The scope of operations only for that particular department. A HR manager, whatever he do, it is applicable only for that department, not for the entire organization. So that's the point says. And then what they do? Same concept that we have said for business level. They will try to practically make feasible corporate and business level strategies to a functional area. Simple logic. Business level guy making corporate level strategies practically feasible for business unit. Functional level guy making corporate and business level strategies practically feasible for each and every functional area. Done. So keep that key in your mind. If you are answering about strategic levels, you should know three things about three strategic levels. Because you can easily remember three strategic levels. Now the problem is, sir, what content I have to write in the three strategic levels? For that, these 3 points. Who will come? What they do? Scope of operations. Done. For SM definition, process is the key term. Then 5 steps. Over. Objectives of SM, 2 terms. Done. So objective like strategic levels and proactive reactive is a very small concept that easily you can go through with it. Now we have advantages. Now if you check with the definition of SM, the same points will come as you can see here. And one more small thing, in your material when you are reading, some of the definitions have been splitted as points. But what I suggest you is that in the exam, while you are writing meaning, definitions, better write it in a paragraph way. But here you can see the definition has been given in the form of points. As you can see, the same definition says it's referred to a managerial process of vision, mission, objective, strategy, evaluating, corrective adjustments. These are in the form of points. But in the exam, while you are defining the term strategic management, better write it in a paragraph. Definitions have to be in paragraph format. Importance, advantages, disadvantages, limitations, characteristics, these things you can write it in a points. Either bullet points or keeping a side heading and answering that particular point. Clear with this? You can follow the same principle for both even EIS and SM. Anywhere in theory, definition have to be as a paragraph. Rest of the things you can, characteristics, advantages, disadvantages can be in bullet points. Nothing wrong in that. So that's about objectives. The 2 key terms in the objectives are creating competitive advantage and then guiding the company. If you can remember these 2 key terms, done with the definition and objectives. Next we have benefits. Even these benefits are also very simple to understand. Key terms. I will only highlight the key term in the entire heading. With that you can build up the entire point. So what is the first advantage of strategic management? It says that it gives a direction to the company to move ahead for future. If company have to move into the future with effective planning, they need to have strong strategic management. Like because strategic management deals with vision and mission. You can't prepare vision for past. You can only prepare vision for future. So vision will help you to move ahead. That's why strategic management will give a direction for the company so that it can move ahead. And then second one, it helps the company to be proactive instead of being reactive. Just now I said, it's good to be proactive. Every company should always have to be proactive. Because in proactive measures, what will happen? You are deciding everything for future. But what is the problem here? You can't every time be proactive. That's why we are asking you to be reactive. But strategic management will always help the company to be proactive rather than being reactive. So proactive and reactive is going to be the key term. Next advantage, strategic management helps for decision making. What is decision making? You have in third chapter. What is decision making? Very simple and easy concept. Decision making stands for choosing an alternative from the defined set of alternatives. That's what I said. Don't look at me with a face that this is the first time that you are going through with the concept. You have already gone through with it. Okay, in the third chapter, I'll let you know about decision making. As of now, the advantage of strategic management is it is helping the company for decision making. That's a key term. And the next one, strategic management will act as a pathfinder to business. Pathfinder. Does environment provide opportunities for business? Does environment provides opportunities for business? Does the company need to utilize that opportunities? And to utilize that opportunity, strategic management will act as a pathfinder. That's another advantage. Strategic management will always help the organization for future. It always helps the company to act as a pathfinder. Next one, the key term is corporate defensive mechanism. You know how the term goes? Strategic management acts as a corporate defensive mechanism against mistakes and pitfalls. This is the term. Mistakes and pitfalls. When you do business, it's not that every time you do your business successfully, do you commit some mistakes? There will be ups and downs in the business, pitfalls. Now, who will protect the company against those pitfalls? Strategic management. That's why defensive mechanism. Defensive means protecting. It will defend the company. Defensive and offensive, these two terms. Defensive means strategic management will always protect the company. Against what? Mistakes and pitfalls. So the entire term goes like this. Strategic management will act as a corporate defensive mechanism against mistakes and pitfalls. That's how the things will be. Corporate defensive mechanism. Next one, longevity is the key term. Strategic management will help the business to enhance longevity. Let's say you are doing business. Will you be thinking of doing business only for a couple of years, or you wish to run your business for a long time? If your business have to survive for a long time, you need to have SM. Strategic management will help the company to survive in the long run. Even though you have uncertainties, even though you have complexities, even though environmental factors are changing, strong strategic management will help you to survive in the long run. That is the advantage of SM. It will help the company to survive in the long run. Finally, strategic management will help the company to achieve two things. What are they? What is competitive advantage? Gaining advantage over the competitors. How it can be gained? By developing some core competencies. What are core competencies? Unique strengths that cannot be shared by others. This is how, when you understand the content carefully, you can play with the subject. Now, competitive advantage and core competencies, these terms exclusively we'll discuss in the second chapter. But here the term has come. And competitive advantage we have already covered as objective of SM. There itself you know what is competitive advantage stands for. An advantage company is trying to gain over the competitor. Now you can't gain the advantage simply like that. For that you have to do something different than your competitor. And doing that different than your competitor is called as core competencies. Unique strengths of a company that cannot be shared by others. Advantages. Now simply 7 key terms you have to keep in your mind. Helps to move ahead. Helps to be proactive than being reactive. Helps in decision making. Act as a pathfinder. Defensive mechanism. Longevity of a business. Core competencies and at least if you can remember 7 terms, you can build up the content. Instead of writing whatever comes in your mind as an advantages of SM, 7 key terms. Easily you can write the entire point. when I say don't over generalize, I am not saying that you have to copy paste the content. So do we need to remember everything and write as it is, it was there? Not possible. We are not photocopy machines. Some people will be there, their photographic memory will be very high. They take the imprints of the things and exactly they will paste it in the exam. I don't think so. For everyone it is possible. Then what you have to do, I can tell you, is that 60-40 principle. 60% key terms, 40% generalize. Don't make it 80-20. 80% general terms, here and there you are giving 1 or 2 key terms. Purpose will not be served. Clear? Done. That's why I am trying to highlight some key terms for you, so that while you are reading, you can remember that these key terms I have to write in the exam. These are advantages. And then we have some limitations of SM. It's not that SM every time will help you to give you all the advantages. It has its own limitations also, hindrances. Even though there are these limitations in the SM will provide benefit to the company. It's not that hence there are limitations, SM is not useful for the business. Strategic management must needed to achieve all the advantages and to gain competitive advantage. But companies have to tactfully deal with these limitations. The first limitation, you have to remember these points as it is because they are small points. Environment is highly complex and turbulent. We are discussing about limitation of SM, but we are talking about environmental factors. Then why? In the organization, when we prepare strategies, our strategies depends on environmental factors. And on the other hand, environmental factors are very complex. Complex means difficult. Turbulent means unstable. Unstable. Environmental factors will never be in a stable way. They'll be keep on changing. Whenever there is a change in the environment, business has to change. Particularly if you take the context of technology. For a business, technology is a major environmental factors. Whenever there is a change in the technology, business has to change. If you don't change, you will become outdated and you can't survive. Biggest challenge for the companies. Keep on observing the new trends in the technology. Whenever changes have come, immediately adapting to those changes. That is why environment is complex and turbulent. This is creating a disadvantage for strategic management because strategies depends on environment. Environment is complex and turbulent. That's why the connection is established like that. Next one we have SM is a very, the point is strong strategies takes time to build. If your strategy is a very big one, if you have a big plan in your mind, implementing, executing and getting success from that plan is time taking process. We say in India, Jio is the revolutionary product which has changed the way how telecommunication operates. It doesn't happen overnight. It took more than 6 years to plan and implement Jio in India. More than 6 years. Launched in 2016. Planning started in 2010 and 11. It took 6 years for Reliance to implement Jio. You know that not a right time to deal along with the examples. That's why for most of the concepts I may not take with the examples. But I'll try to focus on letting you the concept to understand. So that's how most of the strategies are, big strategies are time consuming. Don't apply this very seriously, sir. My CS strategy is also very big strategy, time consuming process. It will take some time to complete it. Not in that scenario. For a business, when they plan a big plan, it takes time. Then, okay, sir, let the time be taken. Why it is disadvantage for business? You are spending 6 years on a one plan. Sometimes this will deviate your regular business. It's not that Reliance only is for the purpose of Jio. They have other businesses also. If they are spending time, resources, money, efforts on one particular plan for such time, this may create disturbance to the other plans. That is why it is disadvantageous. The point also says the same thing. That may disrupt daily operations. As you can see here, you are focusing only on one plan for such time. This will disturb your day-to-day operations. That's why it is disadvantage. Next one, it is a costly process. Strategic planners need to be engaged. Money need to be spent. Resources and efforts have to be put. It will involve a lot of money. That's why small and medium businesses cannot afford to build big strategies. It involves a lot of expenditure. That's why it's costly process. And finally, uncertainty in environmental factors. Environmental factors are purely uncertain. Moreover, strategies prepared for future. Future is, you might have prepared a very big plan and launched the product, but the product has become a failure. Uncertain. You can't say that every time your product have to be a successful one and will give you the needed result for you. That's why uncertainty is also one of the limitation of SM. 4 simple limitations. What is the first limitation says? Yes. Second, time consuming, and then costly, and finally these are advantages and now a bunch of concept is over. SM definition, objectives, advantages, disadvantages. Keep this flow in your mind first. Then you can easily read, and in the brain, if you have that scenario is prepared in your mind, things becomes easy for you. So in the first topic, business policy, meaning of strategy, proactive and reactive, strategic levels, that is one area. Then definition, objectives, advantages and disadvantages, one set of concept. The last set of this chapter is application of SM. Simple topic, generalized topic, no technicalities are there in this. What is this topic stands for? Where you can apply SM. If this question has been asked, generally your answer should be everywhere you can apply SM. Irrespective of a size of a business, irrespective of a type of a business, every business need SM. When I say irrespective of a size of a business, micro, small, medium and large scale enterprises need business. Irrespective of a type of a business, public, private, even a non-profit organization also need SM. That is our topic. Not all the things have given here, 3 to 4 areas have given. In that 1 or 2 you can focus. I will explain only one now. That is nothing but applicability of SM for not-for-profit organizations. We have that concept, applicability of SM for not-for-profit organization. Let's say if this question has been asked either as a case scenario or as a direct question in any of the format, if this question comes, I will give you the pattern to answer, how to answer this question. First, like in 2 paragraphs you have to, like in 2 phases you have to answer this question. In the first phase, explain what is a not-for-profit organization is all about. You write 2 to 3 lines about it. Business is commercial and non-commercial. Commercial is for the purpose of getting profits. Non-commercial is not for the purpose of getting profits, providing services to the society. So 3 points about what is not-for-profit organization is. Then second thing that you write is the applicability of SM for not-for-profit. Whenever a not-for-profit organization operates, they won't manufacture anything. They don't have any productivity. You can't measure their productivity. It's a charitable service. You're not doing anything that can be sold in the market and generate income. Now you don't think in a perspective of, sir, there are some NPOs which manufacture some product and sold in the market. That's another concept. Like if an old age home has been run, there no production happens. They don't have a productivity that they can sell the product and generate income. Which means the point is, not-for-profit organization does not have any source of income. Then what is the source of income? A charitable trust source of income is donations. Now how you will get donations? When you apply strategies. That's what the term says. Not-for-profit organizations does not have any internal sources of funds. Here, strategic management will help them as an excellent platform to generate funds. Result of which, we are witnessing some advertisements in the social media and television. SaveTheChildren.com, even so many other non-profit organizations. What they are doing, now they are airing some advertisements. Now what is the purpose of this? The purpose of this, they want to create awareness so that funds can be generated. And moreover, they don't have any internal sources of funds. They have to purely depend on outsource financing. I can show you that point. As you can see here, they don't have any measurability of performance and they totally depend on outside financing. Hence, they are more dependent on outside financing. What happens here? Strategic management will provide an excellent vehicle for not-for-profit organization for developing financial support. Are you getting the logic of answering this question? So the first segment you will explain what is a not-for-profit. Here you will say business can be commercial and non-commercial. Commercial is for the purpose of getting profits. Non-commercial is for the purpose of yes, to provide services to the society. Then you will write how strategic management is helping for not-for-profit organizations. Understood here? So this is about application of strategic management for not-for-profit organization. And the same thing has been applied for educational institutions. Same thing is applied for government organizations and medical organizations also. This is what application of strategic management. The rest of the points, when you read, you can easily understand. There is nothing conceptual and technicalities are there in that. It will be easy to understand those content. So we are done with the first chapter. Like it's going to be this simple when you follow the principles for all the chapters. Understand the learning objective of the chapter first. What context you are going to understand, you have to know about it. Then automatically subject can be built. Hope you are clear with the first chapter. All the concepts got revised. Key terms have been identified. Great. Any quick doubts at this point of time for chapter 1? Quickly. Any kind of doubt if you have, you can ask. For every chapter, we'll spend 2 to 3 minutes for doubts clarification if you have. Sir, when the classes are happening, then itself we never had a doubt. In quick revision, don't expect us to have a doubt. Is it? Yes, sir. And for some, sir, is this the SM? For some, I'm thinking that, sir, whatever I thought I learned is something different. It was like EAS. Because for many of you, I might have taught EAS here. You might be perceiving me as a guy who taught you EAS. Then you might be thinking, sir, even though you are saying strategic management, we are hearing virtualization, grid computing, cloud computing. Is it happening? Thank God. You consider it as a strategic management as. Right. So shall we start with the second chapter? This one consists of so many concepts. So pay attention. After the break also we need to deal with this chapter. Because after 30 minutes we'll be going for a break for 30 minutes. Then we have 2-hour session. So it will take some time to deal with the concepts of this particular chapter. In the entire SM, if you ask me, this is the only chapter where you have a good amount of concepts have been given. And here also, if you understand the reason of the chapter and the learning objective of the content, becomes simple for you to know. So let's begin from that. And not all the concepts, most of the concepts I will revise from this chapter. Some concepts I'll ignore. Because if we go with everything, time won't permit us to go in detail of all the concepts. So some of the core concepts I will try to cover, which means for this chapter we'll cover around 70 to 80% will cover for the entire chapter. Fine. First, learning objective. So this chapter is titled as Dynamics of. Here this chapter is about how a company is dealing with competitors. Dynamics that a company need to adopt to deal with the competitors, and for that what a company have to do, analyze. So I say dynamics of competitive strategy, the chapter dynamics of competitive strategy. This entire chapter, if you carefully observe, 90% of this chapter deals with a term called analysis. This entire chapter is about analysis. Just before I was telling you this, SM is having a process, analysis, formation, implementation and control. The second chapter is about analysis. Now what is analysis? General scenario. Yeah? Good. SM classes, listen. Analysis, when you study something very elaborately, clearly, in depth, then we call it as analysis. This is very much needed for the companies. Let's say if any company wants to start a new business, then do they need to study their existing business first? First you check with the in and out of your existing business. If your existing business itself is not doing well, you can't think of starting a new business. Now when you can come to know that your existing business is going well or wrong? When you do analysis. Now this chapter recommends that a business need to analyze three things. In this chapter, three things are going to be analyzed. The three things are going to be like this. First, a business need to analyze about competitors. Much needed. You have to study your competitors. A business need to study about industry, and moreover the major part of this chapter is to study about self. A business need to understand about itself. Now this self analysis is a major part of this chapter. Like portfolio analysis is there. From portfolio analysis, everything that we discuss is a part of self analysis. Like we have PLC, SBU, experience curve, BCG, GE, ADL, SWOT, TWAS. All these concepts will come into self. Now the first topic that we have, competitive landscape, competitor analysis. Then we have industry and competitive analysis, that comes under industry analysis. Like this chapter deals with these three types of analysis: competitor, industry and self. Clear? Don't make serious faces, you have been recorded. People should not think that this serious is SM. Oh my god. Because already such content is there in the market. There are two nightmare subjects for you in your then even there also how seriously they are listening, which means there is seriousness in the SM. At least for them you should give a smile. Right. Let's understand with these three areas now. First one is for this we have first concept, competitive landscape. So now you can straight away answer what is competitive landscape. In-depth investigation of competitors. Very much needed. A business need to study about competitors. Moreover, a business need to study everything about competitors, A to Z. Every nook and corner of the competitor need to be studied. So competitive landscape stands for an in-depth investigation of the competitors. Now there are two types of competitors a business need to study, direct and indirect. The direct competitors are the one who are in the same line of business. Indirect competitors are those who are dealing with the substitutes. Simple concept. So what is competitive landscape? Key term, in-depth investigation of the competitors. Second term that you have to keep in your mind, it is a business analysis to study direct and indirect competitors. It is very important to study both the competitors, because even indirect competitors will also have influence on the business. Substitutes are very powerful competitors. Where you have come across with this term, substitutes are powerful competitors. Porter's 5 forces model, threat of substitutes. Remember? Yes. Hence, substitutes are very powerful competitors. You need to analyze your substitutes also. Don't always focus on your direct competitor, because indirect competitor also creating a lot of damage to you. In a very simple way to understand. There is a company which is manufacturing aerated beverages, Coke. Now there are so many indirect competitors are there for Coke. All the natural things that have been provided. Coke is an aerated beverage, which means artificial things are added in that. For this guy, substitute is natural. Moreover, this is summer. So many indirect competitors will be fighting with Coke. Don't we have this indirect competitors? All the natural things, that coconut water, whatever you talk about, the natural sugarcane juice will be there in summer. Now Coke guy will be a little bit worried about indirect competitors. Some of the boys are thinking their own substitutes for Coke. But we are talking about natural. Now if you are thinking that as a natural, we can't do anything. I am talking about glucose water. I don't know what you're thinking of. I'm only responsible for what I say, not for. Look, this they remember. Apart from the definitions that I say. Okay. So look at the key terms here for competitive landscape. It's an analysis where business need to study both direct and you should study everything about your competitor, their vision, mission, core values, what kind of niche market that they are operating, their strengths and weaknesses. About everything you should study your competitor. And the third point, if successfully any company have to run competitive landscape, they need to have an application called, yes, for the successful implementation of competitive landscape, business need to have an application called competitive intelligence. Now, when you have a strong competitive intelligence, you gain competitive advantage. So, which means competitive landscape is helping to gain. When you know about your competitor, when you can gain advantage. In a battle, when you know about your enemy, you can gain advantage about your enemy. Same concept here. Know about your enemy as a business. When you know about your enemy, it will become easy for you to gain advantage over him. For that, you should study about your enemy first. For a business, it should study about your its competitors. This is the meaning of competitive landscape. In-depth investigation of competitors. Two types of competitors need to be studied. Direct and what application is needed? Competitive landscape. Key terms are over. Yeah, sorry. Competitive intelligence. Now you can't do this randomly. Competitive landscape can't run randomly. Follow a process. Study about your competitors in a systematic way. For that we have some steps to understand competitive landscape. These steps also can be connected to one another. There is a chain, like connect one to other, then you are done with these steps. The first step is identify your competitors. Here, the very first thing that a business have to know is identify who are your competitor. That's why what question has been asked here? Who are the competitors? This is the first question. Know your competitors. Okay, you have identified this many. I have 50 competitors in the market. Once you have identified your competitors, you start understanding them. What is understanding means? Know their products and services. In identifying, know who are they. In understanding, know their products and services. That's about identifying and understanding. After this, know about their strengths. Now we have list of strengths here. Look how strong financially they are. What is giving them? Cost price advantage, which means how they are manufacturing for low cost and selling for low price. Then what they are doing? Next, how strong they are. Now can you tell me what distribution channel do? For a business, what does distribution network do? Very good. They make the product available to customers. The stronger the distribution channel, the vivid the availability of a product. If your competitor is having strong distribution channel than you, isn't it a strength for him? That's the point. And their human resource. Human resource means manpower. Your competitor is having skilled manpower than you, which means he is having strength. So first I have identified the competitors, then understood the competitors, then understood their. It is not enough to know only strengths. What we have to know? In weaknesses, what we study? Where are they? Now look, you got some information. Who is the competitor? What are the products, strengths and weaknesses? These 4 points helping the company to gain some information. It is not enough to have the information unless you don't know how to use the information. That's why the last step says, put all the information together. Use it. That's why the term says, what the business do with the information. What are you doing with the business? Is it helping you to make any changes? And with this information, is the company is trying to exploit the a competitor is having some weaknesses. What you should do? Convert those weaknesses as yours. As a strength, let's say, or use it as an opportunity. So that you have to do. You have come to know your competitor is having some weaknesses. Now you try to exploit that weakness so that you can convert that as your opportunity or strength, whatever it is. That's it. Competitive landscape is over. So meaning of competitive landscape, steps. Steps also, remember the chain of activities. Identifying, understanding, strengths, weaknesses, putting all information together. Competitive landscape means the one term that struck in your mind, in-depth investigation of competitors. Study everything about your competitors, their vision, mission, policy, product, services, strengths, weaknesses. Study everything. And to do this, you need a mechanism in your company. What is that mechanism? Competitive intelligence. Done with the first objective of this chapter, which talks about the competitors analysis. After this, the next concept we have industry and competitive analysis. Here, two things have been discussed. Industry need to be studied, competitors need to be studied. Don't get confused for this. Many students will get confusion for industry and competitive analysis. In order to do industry and competitive analysis, we have some factors. And there are 7 factors are there for industry and competitive analysis. Many students don't understand all these factors are for industry and competitive analysis. Rather, they study them independently and they will land in confusion. To do industry and competitive analysis, there are 7 factors. A business need to understand those 7 factors. I will take you through those 7 factors. Here we have these 7 factors. These are the 7 factors which will help the business to do industry and competitive analysis. And the 7 factors are, first, a business need to understand industry traits. Then they should study about the competitor, nature and strength. Next, they should understand about triggers of change. And they have to identify the strongest and weakest competitors. Then they have to study the moves of rivals. Then they should study key success factors. After that, financial attractiveness of the industry. 7 factors. When a business studies these 7 factors, ultimately they can know about their competitor, industry and competitor. If a business have to study their industry and competitors, they should study these 7 factors. In these 7 factors, I will throw light on this one and this one. These two are much needed to be studied. Triggers are nothing but anything that promotes for change. So I'll give a simple briefing of this one also. Hardly 3 concepts we'll discuss in the 7 factors. So triggers of change, identifying strongest and weakest, and key success factors. These 3 are needed. Okay, let's understand the first one, triggers of change. This can be very simply understood. In your life, do change takes place? When we live our life, we also tend to change. Whenever any change happens in your life, will there be any motivational factor behind it? General scenario. All of a sudden you have decided to build a strong body. It is not that you have decided on your own. There will be something motivational factor behind that. Sir, with this body I could not able to gain competitive advantage in the market. I have decided I should have a core competency of at least 6-pack. Something motivated you to do so or not? This is called, when we undergo certain change, there will be a motivational factor behind. That motivational factor is called as triggers. A trigger stands for something that has motivated you to undergo a change. Same thing for a business. Do business change? Whenever business change, will there be anything that push the business for change? If I have to give a simple term, trigger stands for factors that are responsible for the occurrence of change. General term, any factor due to which a change has happened in the business stands for trigger. Factors that are responsible for occurrence of change, they are called as triggers. Now, will all the industries will have same kind of triggers? Probably no. Look, the key term says, what is trigger stands for? These are the dominant forces that have biggest influence on the changes that takes place in the industry. Now when I say triggers are the factors that are responsible for the change, all the industries will not have same kind of triggers, isn't it? There are some triggers which will applicable for all the industries. There are some triggers which are different for different industries. In the present condition, if I say new technological developments, this trigger commonly applicable for all the industries because every business need technology. If I say changes in customer taste and preferences, this thing will also applicable for all the industries. Rather, if I say after COVID a big issue has come, immunity in people. Now immunity in people is nowhere related to IT industry. Immunity in people is nowhere related to education industry, insurance and banking. Immunity in people will show impact on healthcare industry, let's say pharma, to some extent insurance we can say, because immunity will lead to insurance. If you are getting more diseases, you will prefer to take a health insurance. Now look at these two triggers that I have said. Technology and taste, customer taste and preferences are the triggers which are commonly applicable for all the industries. But whereas immunity changes in the people will not applicable for all the industries, only for few industries. The conclusion is there are some triggers which are commonly applicable for, there are some triggers which are industry specific. Look at the term. Some are specific to a particular industry, while others will show impact simultaneously to all the industries. Now what a company have to do? Identify the driving forces. Either it can be industry specific or commonly applicable. Understand how many driving forces are in the market because of which I have to undergo a certain change. After identifying the driving forces, understand the impact. First one is identifying, then understanding the impact. Because when you have identified a driving force, definitely this driving force will have impact or not on your business. So understand the driving force and understand the impact also. That's about steps involved. So clear with the triggers? In a common term, trigger stands for factors that are responsible for occurrence of change. Will all the industries have same factors? No. Some factors are industry specific, some factors are applicable for all the industries. So this is about triggers of change. When we go with the next factor that we have, identify the companies that are strongest and weakest in its position. That is the next factor that we have, next factor for industry and competitive analysis, identifying strongest and weakest competitors. Now can you tell me, will this come into competitor analysis or industry analysis? Competitor analysis, because what are you studying here? Your strongest and weakest competitors, which means this particular thing is directly related to competitor analysis. Now there is a problem in this factor. For most of the companies, competitors will be very huge in number, isn't it? Let's say you may have competitors in hundreds. Is it possible for you to study all the competitors in detail? When you have hundreds and hundreds of competitors out there in the market, you can't study about each and every competitor, because huge number of products are there in the market. Let's say particularly if you talk about electronics. Last night I randomly got this thought. I was searching for truly wireless earphones, TWS. I was doing some research because I need one. So I was doing some research. So then I went to e-commerce platform. After doing some research, I went to e-commerce platform. I just wanted to check if I search for TWS, how many products will come. And to my amaze, list of products are coming. Popularly, we might be knowing some brands, but there are hundreds of brands that we don't know in the e-commerce. Let's say if any company wants to manufacture TWS, they have competitors in hundreds. Now they can't study about each and every competitor. It will take a lot of time for them. Let's say if they have to run competitive landscape for all the competitors, identifying, understanding strengths, weaknesses, very time taking process. But if they have to get success, they need to study about the competitors. So there is a problem in that factor. The factor says identify strongest and weakest, but practically not possible to study about all the competitors. For this, there is a technique that is available. What is the technique? Yes, the concept is strategic group mapping. Strategic group mapping. So many of the cases, many of the students have no idea why this technique is. Actually, strategic group mapping is a technique. Why this technique? To identify strongest and weakest competitors. What is the purpose of understanding this technique? Because directly you can't study all the competitors. Practically it is not possible. But if you have to get success, it's important for you to understand the strongest and weakest. For that, a technique need to be used called as strategic group mapping. And this technique also can be very easily identified. The 4 steps in strategic group mapping technique, there are only 4 steps are there. Step 1, I'll write the key terms. While doing strategic group mapping, step 1 is to identify the characteristics. Identify the characteristics depending upon which you create a group mapping. Characteristics. Let's say, same example that I have said, a company is manufacturing TWS earbuds. Now it want to study about its competitor. Now first identify the characteristics depending upon which you will create a strategic group. Before that, before we understand about strategic group mapping, we should understand what is a strategic group. Yeah, I forgot about it. Strategic group we need to know. What is strategic group? Yes, strategic group stands for group of companies which follow similar strategies and have similar market positions. To call it as a strategic group should have 2 requirements. First one, all the group members should follow similar strategies, or else they should have similar market positions. Similar market position. So all the competitors who are following same strategies and all the competitors who are having similar market position, if you group them as a group, then that group is called as, let's say if you have 100 competitors, in 100 competitors 25 competitors are following same strategies, then these 25 competitors are one group. Other 25 competitors are having same market share, because not only strategies will create a group, their market position also will create a group. Now 25 competitors are having same market share, then this 25 is also one group. Now other 25 competitors have same sales, one strategic group. Other 25 competitors have a same distribution channel, one group. Which means you have created 4 strategic groups now of 100 competitors. Clear the point? So what is the strategic group stands for? Group of companies which follow same strategies and have similar market positions. Now can you tell me under what conditions a industry have only one strategic group? When all the competitors follow similar strategies. Practically it is not possible, but conceptually a line will come there. When all the companies follow similar strategy, industry have only one strategy group. Simultaneously, if all the companies follow different strategies, industry will have different strategic groups. Clear? Understood the meaning of strategy group? Now first know the strategy group, then start doing strategy group mapping. In strategy group mapping, first thing that has to be done is identify the characteristics depending upon which you want to create strategic groups. If a TWS guy, electronics, first he identify characteristics, price of a product, features of a product. Let's say in TWS we'll be having a concept called ANC concept, active noise cancellation. If you know the technology and technical aspects, when you buy a TWS, sir, we don't know, we just buy and use. There is something called ANC, active noise cancellation, which means when you're making any call, outside noise will not be reaching to the receiver. This device will cut the noise. We call it as ANC technology, active noise cancellation. Now, if I am dividing all my competitors, I will choose characteristics. for which price he is selling the product, what are the features he is offering, ANC is there or not, touch sensitivity is there or not, how many mics have been used in that, whether sensor is there or not, is it water resistant or not. Now for the competitors, can I divide all these characteristics? So first identify the characteristics depending on which you want to create strategic groups. Once you identify the characteristics, second step, plot them on a two variable map. Plot them on two variable map. Two variable map. So for strategic group mapping, you have to draw a two variable map. Same TWS example if I take. On one axis, I have taken price. On the other axis, let's say, I have taken as features, okay, ANC, active noise cancellation. First, I have identified characteristics. Just before I have tell you list of characteristics like price, ANC, water resistant, drivers, mic, all these things. In that I have chosen ANC, active noise cancellation. Now I have plot all the characteristics on two variable map. Price, how many of them are having high premium price? Some of them are having moderate price and some of them are offering for low price. In every industry, do we have these three categories in price? Premium products will be there, mid-range product and low-range entry product. Then ANC, there is no active cancellation, no active noise cancellation, which means when you buy the TWS earbud, active noise cancellation is not there. Some companies will provide only 10 decibels of active noise cancellation. 10 decibels voice it can cut. Some are having very high active noise cancellation, which means it will cut the entire noise. Clear with the point? Like that I have divided into these parameters. This is the second step. Plot them on two variable map. After the third step, divide strategic groups. Divide strategic groups. I have to draw strategic groups on this map. Now I have 100 competitors in the market for me. I am manufacturing a small TWS earbud. 100 competitors. Now I will map all these competitors in this map. Let's say here I have 20 competitors are there. Now can I consider these 20 competitors as a strategic group? Because they are following high price and active noise cancellation is also there. Can we say they are following same strategy? Then can we call this 20 competitors as a group? Like this, I have kept all the competitors here. I am drawing all the competitors in this area. Randomly I am writing the numbers. Okay. Like this. Create strategic groups. All these are strategic groups. And the last step in the strategic group mapping is to draw circles. Draw circles for each and every group. Let's say, and moreover, when you draw the circle, the point says draw circles for each and every group, making the size of the circle proportionate to the sales. Which means I have drawn a very bigger circle for this, let's say, very big circle. And I have drawn a very small circle here. Size of the circle is differing. Right? Now, if I have drawn a very big circle here, what does this mean? They have high sales. High sales. I have drawn a very small circle here. They have very low sales. Now, I don't need to study all the competitors. I can already know who is strongest and weakest here. By looking at this map very clearly, I say there are 20 players who are stronger than me. There are 7 players, those who are weaker than me. Have we studied about every competitor here? No. We have divided a group and the group have been kept on map and the circles have been drawn for a group. Easily identify strongest and weakest. Done. This concept is called as strategic group mapping. Let us quickly sum up once again. Strategic group mapping topic is for the purpose of identifying. This will come into as a factor of competitor analysis. Now to create strategic group mapping, first we need to understand what is a strategic. So what is the meaning of strategic group? Group of firms which follow similar strategies and have similar market positions. And then to draw strategic group mapping, 4 steps are there. Step 1 is to Step 2 is to step through create the and finally draw. Size of the circle should proportionate to the. That's about strategy group mapping. As you can see here, the same 4 steps will begin identifying the characteristics, plot them on a 2 variable map, creating into strategy groups, and finally drawing circles. Done. This technique will help to identify the strongest and weakest competitors in the market. After this, we have key success factors as a one topic we'll discuss. With that, industry and competitive analysis can be concluded. Then we can go with the portfolio analysis. There we have good amount of concepts are there for portfolio analysis. So we'll go for a break now. We'll be meeting at 11 o'clock again. And we have 2-hour session. Prepare your mind. If you're hungry, grab a snack. Because in the next session, we have some important topics to cover. So we have to cover this entire second chapter. And then we have to cover with even our third chapter also. That will be the target for morning session. Then rest of the things we can cover in the afternoon is going to be a long day with multiple breaks. We have 3 sessions with multiple breaks. So clear? Any quick doubts until now? Are you getting the things? You have to be accurate. There is no other choice. You have to be as fast as I am delivering the content to you. Quickly revise and recollect the things. I am glad you are making a note of points. Keep on doing that. And keep on highlighting the key terms also. This will definitely end the session with a productivity that there should be a thought in your mind when we are done with the session. Yes, things have been revised. Key factors for competitive success. Rather, we can consider this term as key success factors also. So 2 terms you have to keep in your mind. KSFs, the short form is KSF, stands for key success factors. Or else you can understand this term as key factors for competitive success. Either of the terms convey the same concept. If you carefully observe key success factors, there the answer lies. There are some factors for a business which helps them to get success. We can understand with this some simple examples. Let's say if you take a bank. For a bank, process gives them the success. Rest of the things might not help them to get success. Process. How they are processing loan, how they are taking deposits, how they are opening any kind of account. Process is a key success factor for a bank. Let's say for insurance company. For insurance, what gives them success is the kind of premium that they're charging and how the process of entire insurance goes on. Rest of the things are secondary. For banking and insurance, there are certain factors which gives them success. Like this, every industry have some key success factors. Let's say if you take a restaurant. If a restaurant guy have to get success, taste, price as a secondary, ambience is primary. Because when you go to restaurant, obviously you prefer to sit in a good ambience. Now for a restaurant guy, what is key success factor? Ambience followed by taste and service. Now these are called as key success factors. Now for triggers, I have said a point. There are some triggers which are commonly applicable for all the industries, some triggers industry specific. But key success factors will differ from industry to industry. All the industries cannot have same key success factors. Let's say if any company have key success factors so effectively that they are completely different from the key success factors of the competitor, then can they gain competitive advantage? Now we can say key success factors help the company to gain competitive advantage. One more thing, a particular business cannot have same kind of key success factors every time. Key success factors will change from time to time, from industry to industry. In clothing industry, 20-30 years back, bell bottom is a key success factor, but now it is not the key success factor. It have changed. Now narrow fit and slim fit has come. This point proves that key success factor will change from time to time, and they will change from industry to industry also. Now key success factors are any factor that will help the company to get success. You can see here, these are the things that more affects the industry members' ability to prosper. Prosper is nothing but to develop and grow. If any company in that particular industry, if they have to grow, they need to have key success factors. Now, key success factors will help the company to gain competitive advantage. Now, key success factors will vary from industry to industry and even from time to time within the same industry. Let's say for your company there are 5 key success factors. Now, you don't need to focus on these 5 key success factors. It is enough to focus on 1 or 2. That will help you to outperform your competitors. Now, tell me, will these key success factors help you to understand about industry success? So that is why these things will be considered something into industry analysis, key success factors of the industry, because these key success factors will differ from industry to industry. Overall, we have 7 factors. In this, these are the factors that you have to understand carefully. Triggers of change, identifying the strongest and weakest competitors and key success factors. Along with this, we have financial attractiveness industry and traits. Trait stands for characteristics of the industry. And rest of the 2 points are about competitors. Moves of rivals. We have one concept called understanding the moves of rivals is also there. Yes. That is with respect to competitors. So these are 7 factors that will help you to study industry or competitive analysis. So self-analysis is completed. So we have understood about self-analysis. And then we have understood about industry analysis. Now the major part of this chapter is to understand, competitor analysis and industry analysis is completed. Now the major part is to deal with, from here, 5 to 6 concepts that we discuss will come under self-analysis. Like to begin with portfolio analysis. And then understanding about SBU, PLC, experience curve. And then BCG, GE, ADL, SWOT and TOS. All these concepts will come into self-analysis. That's why the topic is considered as portfolio analysis. I think before portfolio analysis, we have competitive advantage and core competencies. These are simple terms to understand. What is competitive advantage? Gaining advantage over the competitor, which means you are having a good position in the market when compared with your competitors. Can you tell me what is one of the objective of SM? First objective. Which means if your strategies are good, will you gain competitive advantage? Now look at this term. It is the result of a successful strategy. Which means if your strategies are good, you will gain competitive advantage. Everything is interconnected. There we have studied as an objective of SM. Here we are studying that good strategic management result is to gain competitive advantage. And then competitive advantage is nothing but you are trying to maintain a favorable market position when compared with whom? Because competitive advantage is gained over. Along with this, in competitive advantage, there is one more point you have to study. There are 2 certain ways of gaining competitive advantage. Okay, if any company have to gain competitive advantage, there are 2 ways. One, either to be a low cost provider in the industry or try to be unique in the industry. Which means as a company, you should offer the product for low price. Or else you have to be unique in the industry. These 2 strategies will help the gain competitive advantage. Look at this point. Competitive advantage may be in the form of low cost leadership, or you can be unique in the industry. The conclusion is competitive advantage can be gained in 2 ways. Low cost, being at low cost, and the second one is to be unique, done with competitive advantage. After that, to gain competitive advantage, a company need to develop core competencies. Now, what are core competencies? Unique strengths of a company that cannot be shared by others. Here this point says, a unique quality that your product has developed that is not available with any of the other products. Now that unique quality is called as core competencies. That's why we say core competencies will help the company to gain competitive advantage. So many companies have attained so much of success by considering this small concept of gaining core competencies. In electronics companies like Apple, the reason why Apple stood still the highest valued company in the market, they take this concept of core competencies very seriously. Every time when they launch a product, they always add something new into it that is not offered by anyone else. So the success or the secret of their success is always they want to add core competencies. As you can see the meaning, the very first line says unique strengths of an organization which may not be shared by. Now core competencies will help the company to gain. That's why it says they act as a source of competitive advantage. Not needed. Every time core competencies have to be in a tangible format. Sometimes core competencies can be in the form of intangible also. Like your company is having a strong goodwill like no other company have in the market. Competitive core competency, goodwill. Level of customer satisfaction. Loyal customers. Customer loyalty will also act as a core competency. No other competitor in the market have loyal customer like you have. This will help you to gain advantage over the competitor. So customer loyalty, goodwill, all these are intangible things. So core competencies need not to be every time tangible. They say that tangible like invisible, intangible, invisible, intellectual assets and cultural capabilities can also act as core competencies for a business. Understood with core competencies and competitive advantages? Done. So after this, and simple thing, if you have to consider it as a core competency, it should meet with 4 characteristics. Let's say you are calling something as a core competency, then it should have 4 characteristics. First one, the core competency should be, yes, it have to be valuable. It should create value for your firm. At the same time, it should create value for your customers also. Then only you can call it as a core competency, something which is creating value for your business. Next one, it has to be, that is what we are saying, unique strength of a company. If you are offering something which has already been offered by your competitor, it is no more a core competency. If something have to be recognized as a core competency, the first test that it should pass is it has to be rare. It should has to be completely different from others that no other competitor have offered in the market. And you know what? A core competency will act as a core competency until it is not copied by others. Yes or no? That's why the next characteristics is costly too. Don't create your core competency in a so easy way that competitor can easily imitate. Once a competitor has imitated it, it is no more a core competency. It's quite common. No matter whatever the core competency that you bring, your competitor will copy it. But your target is here, make sure to create a core competency that is a bit costly to imitate. Then your core competency will long for a long time. It will last for a long time. Then you can gain some good profits meanwhile. That's why it has to be costly to imitate. And finally, it should help you to substitutable capabilities, which means that should help you to gain competitive advantage for your firm, and it should help you to create capabilities also. 4-point requirement. If you have to call it as a core competency, 4 qualities has to be there. It has to be valuable. It has to be costly to. It should help you to create capabilities. That's about core competencies and competitive advantages. Then we have a small concept called value chain analysis. So clearly let's understand this. This is also an important area to study, value chain analysis. Created by? Yeah. Who created value chain analysis? Don't say I don't. Michael Porter's value chain analysis. Not straight away related to self-analysis, but important concept to study, where a business can understand about different activities. So let's simplify this concept. Value chain analysis, VCA we call it as, value chain analysis, stated by Michael Porter. Michael Porter. So the reason why Michael Porter created this concept, meaning, 2 points you have to remember in meaning. What do we need to start a business? What do we need to start a business? Can you give a single term for that? Yeah, that's true. Resources are needed to start a business. What are resources? 4 M's. What are they? Men, machine, material, money. Actually 5 M's we call them as. Men, machine, material, money and methods. But actually 4 M's. As resources you need to start a business. Men, machine, material, money. In order to start a business, you have procured all the resources and kept in a place. Now can we call it as a business? Simply procurement of resources will not call it as a business unless you are capable enough to arrange these resources in a systematic way. That is what Michael Porter have said in value chain analysis. Organizations are much more than random collection of resources. These resources are of no use unless they don't create value for your business. This is meaning of value chain analysis. The reason why Michael Porter created this value chain analysis is to prove a point. Organizations, it is not enough to have the resources. Resources will not give you any value unless you won't arrange them in a systematic way. Then only these resources will provide value for your business. For that reason, in value chain analysis, Michael Porter have explained the activities that happen in and around of an organization. In meaning, you have to remember 2 points. One, organizations are much more than random collection of resources. There is no use of resources unless they are not arranged in a systematic way. In value chain analysis, Michael Porter have explained about the activities that happen in and around of an organization. These 2 points you have to understand as a meaning. Now he says, activities have been discussed in and around. All the activities of a business, Michael Porter have created into 2 types. Yes, some are called as primary activities and support activities. Now if you can understand primary and support activities, the concept is over. Primary activities, one are connected to other. All the primary activities are again connected activities. Let me write all the primary activities, then I'll explain. The primary activities we have is yes, inbound logistics, and then we have operations. Yes, outbound logistics, then we have marketing and sales, after that services. All these are primary activities. All these activities are connected to one another. Inbound logistics stands for collecting, storing and distributing the inputs, because in order to do business you need inputs. Collect the inputs, store the inputs and distribute the inputs. What is inbound logistics stands for? Collecting, storing and distributing the inputs. Once these inputs have come into the company, these inputs need to be converted into outputs. It stands for operations. Operations is considered as conversion of inputs into output. Now a finished product is ready. You can't keep this finished product in your godown to create value for your company. This product need to be sent out into the market. That is what we call it as outbound logistics. Inbound and outbound logistics, key term is same. Collecting, storing and distributing the inputs. Outbound logistics, collecting, storing and distributing the output, finished product. Now the finished product went into the market. It is available in a retail shop. How a customer will know that such kind of product is there in the shop? So marketing stands for creating awareness. You have created awareness. Consumer came to shop and purchased the product. Sale have happened. After sales, now you don't relax. What you have to do? Provide services. What services? Post-sales services. Post-sale services are nothing but installation, repairs, training, guarantee, warranty. All these things will come into post-sales services. These are primary activities. All these activities are connected or not? Bring the inputs, convert them into output, send this output into the market, do marketing, then sale will happen. After that, provide services. That's why services are called as post-sales services. These are primary activities. Clear with all the things? If all these primary activities have to happen successfully, we need some support activities, and the support activities are first we have procurement, then we have tech development, technological developments. Then we need to have HRM, human resource management, and then firm infrastructure. Firm infrastructure. If all these primary activities have to happen successfully, there need to be some support activities. What is the first primary activity? What is inbound logistics means? Collecting, storing and distributing the. Is it okay to have any kind of inputs or best inputs? You need quality raw material, updated machinery, skilled manpower, good amount of capital structure. If you have to get the best, then search for the best. And the searching for the best is called as collecting all the resources for input activities is called as procurement. A general scenario of procurement is searching for the best. What are you procuring here? Inputs. Men, machine, material, money you are procuring. That's about procurement. And to do all these primary activities, do you need technology? Tech development, technological know-how is important for all the primary activities. Without technology, you can't do all these things. Not only technology, what do you need for primary activities? HRM, manpower, recruiting skilled employees, training them, compensation. All these things will come into HRM. Observe this. Without any of these support activities, you can't do primary activity. The last one that we have is here infrastructure does not mean physical infrastructure. You think for all these primary activities, does planning is needed? Budgeting is needed? Controlling is needed? All those things will come into infrastructure. Planning, information, controlling, budgeting. Because to do successfully all these primary activities, planning is needed, information is needed, controlling is needed, budget also needed. All those things will come into form infrastructure. These are primary and support. Now you think, if we remove any of these activities in primary and support, if we remove any one activity, can we create value for our business? Definitely not. You may think, sir, let us remove services. You can't survive in the long term. Once you sell the product, you have to provide services. Without HRM, can you create value? Not possible. Without operations, all these activities are so carefully designed. Every activity has its own value. If all these activities happens effectively, then only a value for business can be created. That's why it is called as value chain analysis. Chain, all these are connected to one another. A business need to analyze all these activities and then it will create a value. Understood with the concept? Yes. So if you want a quick key terms to be understood, as you can see here, what the Michael Porter says, organizations are much more than random collection of resources. These are no value if they cannot create value to the final customer. Then the activities, inbound logistics. What is the key term here? Receiving, storing and distributing the, what is operation stands for? Done. Outbound logistics stands for collect, store and distribute the product to the. Marketing and sales is nothing but creating. Services includes installation, repair, training and space. All these things will come into post sales services. One more small input. Don't try to draw every diagrammatical representation that is there in SM. Only few you can draw. Like BCG, GE, like experience curve, PLC, this you can draw. Rest of the diagrams don't keep on drawing everything. Once I have seen in one of the paper, someone have drawn this thing, network structure. You know, organization structures, network structure will be there. Cobweb network will be given. And that fellow have seriously drawn the cobweb in the exam. Spider's web. In the material, spider web has been given. Just to symbolically represent that organization structure represents cobweb network. He draw that and expecting good marks by drawing a spider. Now in BCG, don't draw dogs and cows there. You don't need to draw any diagrams. Enough to write the names. Outline you have to draw. Name you have to write enough. This thing not needed to draw for VLC. Don't draw anything. And then support activities. Procurement is all about acquiring various resources for inputs. Tech development is about technology, know-how. HR, recruiting, managing, training and developing, rewarding the people. Infrastructure involves planning, financing, quality control and information management. Before we move to portfolio analysis, these three concepts will come: core competencies, competitive advantage and value chain analysis. Then we have portfolio analysis. What is a portfolio for a company? Simply, I am simplifying this concept. If any business is operating into multiple industries, each and every diversified unit of a company is called as portfolio. Does Reliance is operating into multiple industries? Hence it has multiple portfolios. Does Tatas are operating into multiple industries? So as ITC. Yes, all these companies are operating in multiple industries. Each and every diversified industry is called as portfolio. Like Tata's have, Reliance have that, ITC is having, L&T is having, all these big companies are operating into multiple industries. Now for these companies, the guy who's in at the top level, he will not study about every product, rather he study the complete portfolio. Tata Group of Companies chairman sitting at the top level, he will not study every product, rather he study the complete portfolio. Such kind of concept is called as portfolio analysis. Now you might be thinking, sir, only the companies which are into multiple industries will have portfolios, rest of the companies will not have any portfolios. I will give you the clarity for that in a while. As of now, portfolio stands for diversified. If any company is into multiple industries, each and every diversified industry is called as portfolio. Instead of calling it as a portfolio, we have a technical name for that. Stands for strategic business unit. Even though the concept is portfolio analysis, a portfolio can be called as SBU. Meaning remains the same. Now what is a strategic business unit? A diversified unit of a company. When Tata Group of Companies in multiple industries, can they have a same plan for all the industries? Can they have a same goal for all the industries? Can they have a same manager for all the industries? Hence we call it as SBU. Strategic business unit is a diversified unit of a company which need to be planned separately from other businesses. If you check the scenario of Tata Group of Companies, they are into multiple industries. They cannot have same plan for all the industries. They can't have same goal for all the industries, and they will be having separate manager for all the industries. Instead of calling it as a portfolio, you better remember technical term as strategic business unit. Look at the meaning. SBU is a unit of a company. Now this unit has a separate vision and objectives, and this unit need to be planned separately from other company businesses. Now let me address your doubt. I said Tata, Reliance, ITC, all these big companies will have SBUs. Does it mean that only the company which is into multiple industries have SBU? No. I'll give you 3 points here. SBU means a separate unit of a company. With an example. SBU can be a separate unit of a company. When I say Tata Group of Companies is into multiple industries, they are operating in so many industries. Like they are into FMCG, they are into automobile, they are into IT, they are into lifestyle, they are into jewelry, I can go on, they are into electronics, so many they are into. Hence each and every diversified unit is called as a SBU. Done? This is point 1. Every unit, diversified unit. Let's say, is Coke is into diversified units? You know a company called Coca-Cola. Is Coke is into diversified industries? Yes or no? Now don't tell me, sir, what is Coke? You know a company called Coca-Cola. Is Coca-Cola is into diversified industries? No, they are only into one industry, aerated beverages, soft drinks. But Coke have SBUs. How? If you take Coke, they have a product line. Coke is having Coca-Cola. No, Pepsi is a competitor of Coke. Thumbs Up they have. Sprite they have. Maaza they have. Limca they have. Recently they have acquired Bindus, Zero Water. They have acquired it. Now Coke is not into diversified industries, but they have a product line. Now a product line in a division is also called as a SBU. Got the point? If any company is into diversified industries, every diversified unit is an industry SBU. Product line in a division is an SBU. Let's say for a company there is not even a product line, they are only into one product. Even a single product is also called as. Are you clear with the three things? Look at the term here. An SBU can be a company division, product line within a division, or even a single product or brand. Understood with the meaning? Now, to call it as an SBU, it should meet with three characteristics. As we have understood the meaning, characteristics are simple to understand. Can we call a single business as an SBU? Someone is saying like this, how come? Just now I said, even a single business is also SBU. Collection of related business is also SBU. That's why the first character, it can be a single business or collection of. Only requirement is everything need to be done. For all the SBUs, there will be separate competitors. For Tata group of companies, for automobile, separate competitor. IT competitors, lifestyle competitors. Yes or no? SBU is the one which has separate competitors. You may get a doubt here, sir. You said SBU will have a separate competitor. Now, can you tell me for Coke, do we have separate competitors? Yes. On the other hand, we have Pepsi. In Pepsi, they have simultaneous competitors. Here, they have Coke and Thumbs Up. For these two things, they have Pepsi. For Sprite, they have 7-Up. Like this. For Maaza, they have Slice. For Limca, they have. For Orange, in one hand, they have Mirinda and Fanta. One is having Mirinda, other one is having Fanta. I'm not sure of which company was that. Now, can you observe here, even a product line is also having competitors or not? That is where every SBU is the one who has a own set of competitors. Now, all the SBUs cannot be led by a single one manager. That's why every SBU will have a separate manager. That's why SBU has a separate manager. He will be taking care of planning and profit. Now, to call it as an SBU, three characteristics have to be there. What is the first one? It has to be a, or it can be a, but what is the requirement? Second one, every SBU will have separate, and every SBU will have a separate. We are done with strategic business unit. In portfolio analysis, to study the portfolios, first SBUs need to be identified. That's why the concept of SBU need to be studied. All of you are clear with this concept? To know about like portfolio, when you study, portfolio in other words can be called as a SBU. Meaning and characteristics. After this, I will explain you a concept called PLC. PLC is a very simple yet interesting concept. Stands for Product Life Cycle. This is also portfolio analysis. Because just now I have said even a single product can also be called as SBU. Now a company need to study that particular product. The chapter title, the concept title says Product Life Cycle. Life cycle. As we humans from birth to death passes through different stages, in the same way product also from birth to death passes through different stages. That is why it is called as product life cycle. Like we have human life cycle. Don't we have? Our life cycle starts from infantry, childhood, teenage, adulthood, middle age, old age. Age limits are also there for every stage. Yes or no? Teenage starts and ends 13 to 19. From there, young age will come, adulthood, and then middle age and old age. Senior citizen, super senior citizen, after that God's will. After super senior citizen. Which means, as we humans have birth and death, in the same way product is also having birth and death in the market. In this journey, the product will pass us through different stages. Let us simplify this concept. The stages of PLC can be understood with a two variable map. On one axis, sales have been taken. On the other axis, time have been taken. On time being depending on the sales. So I think, yeah, yes. Here we have time. On this axis, we need to take sales. On time being depending upon the sales, product will passes through 4 different stages in its entire lifespan. 4 stages. These are called as product life cycle stages. They are, yes, introduction, growth, maturity, decline. These are called as stages in PLC. Introduction, growth, maturity, and now we need to know the position of a product in the 4 stages. Very simply we can understand. First stage is intro, and moreover sales curve. This is how generally sales curve can be represented in PLC. For PLC you can draw a simple diagram and explain the concept. Okay, because it's a simple and easy diagram to draw. If PLC concept come, you draw this outline and write the points. About each and every stage you have to remember certain things. Let's say first introduction stage. In introduction stage we need to know 4 things about the product. First one, sales. In introduction stage, how the sales of a product. Check with the diagram. When compared with the other stages, how the sales are here? Sales are low. In an introduction stage, the sales for a product are low. Why? Lack of consumer awareness. Just now the product has been launched. Many of the people aren't aware of this product. So introduction stage, sales are low due to lack of consumer awareness. Next, price. Yes, prices will be high. Just now the product is launched, new product in the market. Usually when product takes time in the market, it becomes outdated. When it become outdated, prices will come down. When the product is new in the market, prices will be high. Got it? So in the introduction stage, the price will be high. And then competition. Yes, competition, nil, negligible, because just now the product is launched. Yet competitors haven't copied it. In time being, what will happen? Competitors will copy. Then automatically your competition will increase. But in the introduction stage, competition is almost negligible. Then markets. Markets are limited. Just now you have launched your product. You may not geographically expand your product to different markets. Only in limited markets you will sell your product. In time being, if your product will get successful, you will expand to the other markets. Done with introduction. Only 4 things. In introduction, prices are, sales are, why sales are low? Lack of consumer awareness. Competition is almost negligible. Markets are limited. When you are born, it is not that you will stay in infantry stage forever. The life will push you to childhood. When you are launched a product, it is not that your product always remains in introduction. In time being, from introduction, your product goes to growth stage. This time will differ from industry to industry. We can't define same time for all the industries. Let's say, if you talk about mobile markets, every new year a new product is launched, which means that the products have become outdating very quickly. That's how. So in growth, things will become opposite. Sales will increase. Sales will increase. Why? Consumer have got awareness, showing interest to purchase the product. So sales have increased. The prices will decrease, not low, decrease. Because competitor might have launched other product in introduction, your product have become a bit outdated. That's why the prices will decrease. Competition will starts. Competition starts. Competitors also trying to launch the same kind of products, and markets will expand. Now you are trying to take the product into other markets. That's it. Introduction and growth is simple to understand. Things will become opposite. From growth, in time being, you will reach to maturity. Now only 2 things you have to understand in maturity. One is intense competition. When the product reaches to the maturity stage, the product deals with intense competition, due to which profit margins will come down. Okay, remember this point 1. What happens in maturity? Intense competition, profit margin will come down. Then what company have to do? When the product reaches to maturity stage, company will follow stability strategy. What is stability strategy? We discussed in the 4th chapter. As of now, you just remember, when the product reaches to maturity stage, company follow stability strategy. Done? 2 things in maturity. First one, intense competition, profit margins will come down. Company prefers to follow stability strategy. After some time, the product will reaches to, you check with the diagram, the sales curve. What is happening with the sales curve in decline? Here also 2 points. Point 1, there will be a sharp fall of sales when your product goes to decline stage. Reason is, your product have become outdated, or else a new product has been introduced in the market. It's quite a long time that your product have launched in the market and it has become outdated. So many new products have come in decline. Point 1, sharp fall of sales due to introduction of new products in the market. Here company prefers to follow, let's say, retrenchment and diversification strategies. In maturity, stability strategy. In decline, retrenchment and diversification strategies. Understood with PLC? Great. Experience curve I'm skipping. It doesn't talk a very big concept. Experience curve only talk about as the production volume increases, per unit cost will come down. Simple concept. Experience curve talks about as the volume of production increases, per unit cost will come down. Yeah. Now let's start with portfolio analysis method. Just remember this for the sake of concepts. There are 3 portfolio analysis methods are there. As per our subject, there are 3 methods which will help the companies to analyze the portfolio. What is portfolio? SBU, diversified unit of a company. Now Tata group of companies are into multiple SBUs. The chairman who is sitting in the top level, does he need to analyze all the portfolios? Now to analyze, he needs some tools. There are 3 methods to do portfolio analysis. They are BCG, GE, ADL. These 3 are called as portfolio analysis methods. Let us understand them in a very simple and easy way that you don't need to put lot of efforts to remember it. Okay? In that, we will start with the first one. The concept is called as BCG, growth share matrix. BCG growth share matrix. The reason why it is called as BCG growth share matrix, because this concept has been developed by Boston Consulting Group. Okay. Now the BCG matrix have been created depending upon 2 parameters. The entire BCG has developed depending upon 2 things. One is market share. Market share. The other one is, very good, market growth rate. Market growth rate. These are the 2 parameters depending on which BCG is created, market share and market growth rate. You have to know the meaning of these 2 terms. At present, the sale of your product will define your market share. The future of your product will define growth rate. As of now, your product is having highest sales, which means you are enjoying high market share. There will be some products which will have a good future, and there are some products which will not have a good future. They are called as market growth rate. Tata group of companies, there are some businesses which will be enjoying high market share as of now, and the same business may not have a future. Chances might be there. There are some businesses which may become outdated, may not have future. Now that is defined by market growth rate. There are some products which will be having wonderful sales at present. That defines market share. Now the company which wants to study the portfolios by using BCG, they need to consider market share and market growth rate. So carefully understand. The concept of BCG has been developed depending upon market share and market growth rate. Depending upon these two parameters, all the portfolios of a company has been divided into 4 metaphors. Now understanding the 4 metaphors, concept is over. If you understand the 4 metaphors, you are done with the concept. If you know how to answer these 4 metaphors, concept is over. Now what are the 2 parameters for BCG? On one axis, market share have to be taken. On the other axis, market growth rate have to be taken. Now the market share can be high or low, and the market growth rate can be high or low. Now listen to this point carefully. Depending upon market share and market growth rate, in BCG, all the portfolios of a company have been divided under 4 metaphors. What are the 4 metaphors? You know this. Stars, question marks, cash cows, dogs. Fine, sir, we know these 4 metaphors. But the problem is how to answer these 4 metaphors in the exam. Sir, we remember the 4 metaphors, but what points we have to write in the metaphor is a question. Now, while you are answering this question, don't draw anything. Draw this outline. Stars, dogs, don't draw. Write the introduction, developed by BCG in so and so year. 2 parameters have been taken, and then you draw this outline. After this outline, keep a heading called stars. Then you will write the points about stars. A small input here. In your material, just for your easy understanding, a matrix has created here. Let's say a box is created, here stars and then explanation. You don't need to do the same in the exam. This is for your easy understanding. Rather what you do, draw this outline. Don't draw these diagrams. Draw this outline, write star, question marks, cash cows and dogs. Under that keep a heading called stars. And then points, enough. You don't need to draw this outline and explain in the same way. This is for your easy understanding. In the exam, keeping the heading and points, enough. Now, how to find out the answer for this 4 metaphors? Simple technique. About these 4 metaphors, you have to remember 2 things. Then easily you can write answer for the 4 metaphors. What are the 2 things? First, you should know the position of the metaphor. Position. In which position it is in. Now tell me, BCG is what method? BCG is what method? Portfolio analysis method. Why do you do analysis? To take decision. Generally the purpose of analysis is, when you do analysis, you will know the position. After knowing the position, you take a decision. When you analyze, you will understand what is the position of the product in the market. Once you understand the position of product in the market, you will take a decision. Analysis will help to know the position. Depending on the position, decision is taken. When you take the help of BCG matrix, you will come to know the position of a business. So hence, first you know the position. After the position, you have to know strategic decision. That's it. If you can remember these 2 techniques, by understanding these 2 techniques, you can answer these 4 metaphors. Let us see with this technique how to answer this. First metaphor is about stars. What is the first thing that we have to know? By looking at the diagram, can you tell me what is the position of stars? You are done with 1 point. You will keep stars as heading. Point 1. These are the SBUs with high market share and high growth rate. Look, diagram itself will give you half of the answer. Position understood? If any SBU is in stars, then second point, what? Strategic decision have to be taken. You observe the position of stars. Market share is high, which means they have high sales. Market growth rate is high, which means they have good future. Will you close these businesses? Common sense. What you do? You will invest more money. Will you expand this business? Because they have good growth rate. Decision is over. They need lot of investment. They represent best opportunity for expansion. Stars are over. Simplify the content. You don't need to write the 10 points. Valid 3 points enough. And I always say this. Don't expect miracles in EAS and SM. Accept reality in EAS and SM. If you can put your efforts to get good marks, it is enough. You don't need to say, I will get 80 marks in EAS and SM. Look, I will create history. Not possible. Let us accept the fact. Now, about stars, you don't need to write 10 points there. Write valid 3 points. You are safe side. I always say this, even though I deal with this SM for such a long time, I can't create a false creation in your mind. Just listen to the classes, you will get good marks. I always say this, even in the sessions also I have said this. Accept the reality. Try to be in a safe side in this subject rather than don't be in a danger side. For that, at least this minimum things that you keep in your mind, you will be on a safe side. Write 3 points about stars. Point 1, these are the SBUs with high market share and high growth rate. Point 2, they represent best opportunity for growth and expansion. Point 3, company invest lot of money in stars. Over. Even if you write these points, there is nothing wrong. Stars is over. We will follow the same principle for rest of the 3. Question marks. About question mark, first we have to know the, what is the position? Low market share, which means as of now that SBU does not have sales, but it has a future. For such kind of businesses, will the company invest money? Yes, because of future. As of now, the product might not have sales, but it has good future. Such SBUs need to be called as question marks. What is the strategic decision for question mark? They also require investment. Why they require investment? By considering as the market growth rate is high, company prefer to take investment in the question marks. Along with that, you can add one more point. Question marks have some other names. Sometimes question marks can be called as wildcats or problem children. Enough. Problem children, because it creates a lot of problem for the business. Wildcat, like we can't sure how they respond. That's why those names have given. So now 4 points for question mark. Point 1, position. What is the position? These are the SBUs with low market share and high growth rate. Point 2, you can write, sometimes they are called as wildcats or problem children. Point 3, lot of investment is needed as the growth rate is high. That will be enough. Point 4, you can write. This is nothing but, if you are not being serious about question marks, they become cash traps. Which means their sales are already low. If you are not trying to capture the market, your growth rate will also come down. Then it will ultimately become into losses. That's why if the question marks are left unattended, they become cash traps. 4 points. Done. Position, decision, other name. If they are left unattended, they become cash traps. Same principle for cash cows. Position. Market share is high. Market growth rate is low. These are the SBUs with high market share, low growth rate. Which means as of now, good sales are there for the product, but there is no. That's why cash cows are called as financial base for the company, because they generate lot of cash. Position is clear. Will you invest money in cash cows? Why? Because growth rate is low. They does not require any investment. I will tell you a technical point here. When a company do portfolio analysis, the one reason that they do portfolio analysis is for the purpose of channelization of resources. Do you remember this point? Channelization of resources. This is what channelization of resources. Cash cows are giving lot of cash. Take all the cash from cash cows and invest that in question marks and stars, because they have growth. This is called channelization of resources. Taking all the money from cash rich businesses and diversifying this money into the businesses which has growth. You can add that point also if you want. Cash cows is over. Position, decision, that's it. Dogs, what is the position? Once again, for cash cows, you remember the points. Position is over and they are financial base for the company and they does not require any investment. These 3 points are enough. Dogs, position. Low market share. Will you invest money in dogs? Can you tell me what strategic decision you will take for dogs? Divestment or liquidation, because they does not have future and they don't even have sales. If your company have multiple portfolios, one of the portfolio is into dogs. Now what you do with the docs, you will see whether it can survive or not. If it doesn't survive, you will close it down. Divestment or liquidation. That's what BCG is all about. So look how wonderfully you can answer this question in the exam. First, introduction about BCG. Like as you can see here, introduction is given. Who developed it and what are the parameters. After the introduction, draw this outline. Under the outline, keep the first heading as stars. So you will write first position. These are the SBUs with high market share and high growth rate. And they have a wonderful opportunity for expansion. And they require a lot of investment. Like that, rest of the points also you can write. Let's say question marks you will keep. Write down point 1. They are the SBUs with low market share and high growth rate. Point 2, sometimes they are called as problem children or wildcats. They require investment as the growth rate is high. If the question marks are left unattended, they become, even though technically plenty of points might be there, you get the concept from there and you prepare in that context, then concept will become easy. But rather what you do, so many points are there, I have to remember each and every point and I have to project in the way. No, this will end you in confusion and fear that there is a lot to study in the subject, there is a lot to write in the subject. No need to do that. And from the diagram itself, you can answer some points. I see firms have to take the actions to convert question marks into stars. Yes, you can convert a question mark into star. How? If you try to increase your market share. Automatically after a couple of years, the stars will become cash cows because growth rate will slow down. You can write even that point also. That is what the point says here. Question marks into stars and then cash cows automatically it will become. BCG is over. Understood with the things of BCG? There are 4 strategies in BCG. Build strategy you use for stars. Hold you use for question marks. Harvesting. You know what is harvesting stands for? Plucking, taking. In cash cows, what you have to do? Take all the cash. All the short-term cash you take because long-term the business will not survive. That's why harvest. And for dogs, liquidating is the best solution that is left for dogs. That's about BCG. Simultaneously to BCG, we have another concept called G. It stands for General Electric. G model. General Electric model. This matrix has been created by G, General Electric's company, with the help of another consulting firm called McKinsey & Co. With the help of McKinsey & Co, G have created this matrix. This is also in a very, it is more easier than BCG. And moreover, when you know BCG, half of the concept is adopted from BCG, not a new concept. But to understand it technically, one thing that you have to know, some other names for G model. Sometimes G model is called as stop light strategy model, and it is called as G 9 cell matrix, and it can be called as business planning matrix. Business planning matrix. Just for the sake, I'm adding a small point here. BCG is called as 2x2 matrix. Just for the information sake, nowhere it has been said. It is 2x2 matrix. As you can see, the diagram is 2x2. Okay. It is 3x3. That's true. G is 3x3. So other names of G is stoplight strategy model, 9 cell matrix, and business planning. The reason why G is called as stoplight strategy model, because the concept of G has been adopted from traffic control lights. This concept is adopted from traffic control lights. That's why it is called as stoplight strategy model. Why it is adopted from traffic control lights? What are the 3 colors that you see at a traffic control signal? First we will see green, and we will see yellow, and then we will have red. So understand the concept now. G has been adopted from the concept of G is inspired from traffic control lights. In BCG, all the SBUs of a company is categorized under 4 metaphors. In the same way, in GE, all the SBUs of a company is categorized under 3 zones. What are the 3 zones? Green zone, yellow zone, red zone. You know the basic meaning of these colors. Which one is danger? Which one is safe? Which one is about to enter into danger zone? Now you will do the same for your SBUs. Any SBU which is in a safe zone, like you have multiple SBUs, all the SBUs which are at advantageous position, all the SBUs which are at advantageous position, keep the SBUs into green zone. Now can you compare this zone with anything in BCG? Yes, absolutely, stars, because high market share, high growth rate. Here the business is at advantageous position. Hence, the SBU which is into green zone is in advantageous position. What strategic choices you can make? Yes, invest, expand and grow. Invest, expand and grow. You can invest these SBUs, you can expand these SBUs, and there will opportunity for growth also exists. That comes into green zone. Only one point is enough. All the SBUs which are into advantageous position will come into green zone. To reap the benefits, right strategic decision is to invest, expand and grow. Done. After that we have yellow, which needs caution. Which needs caution. Cautious. In traffic signal also, well, yellow blinks, you have to be cautious. Slow down, red is coming. That's why the yellow blinks in a traffic control light. For SBUs also, any SBU which needs caution, if you are not being careful, it may go into red zone. Compare this with something in BCG. Question marks, because if question marks are left unattended, they may become. Same thing for yellow zone also here. Any SBU which needs cautious strategic choices, keep that SBU in which zone? Yellow zone. And be very careful with the SBUs in yellow zone. If you don't take proper strategies, it may go into red zone. Now can you tell me what SBU will come into red zone? Any business which will eventually lead to losses. Any SBU which is giving you continuous losses, keep that into. Now compare this with BCG. Great. What strategic choices that you take for red zone? Yes. Divestment, liquidation. Divestment or liquidation. Retrenchment also will come here. 3 zones. But the point is, in BCG, I have drawn a matrix and I said, stars market share is high, market growth rate is high. That's why it is a star. But in GE, when you will say it is in green, market position I haven't said. For that market position, we have to draw a matrix. And the matrix will help you to identify when it is green, yellow and red. What are the 2 parameters of BCG? Market share and market growth rate. Here also same parameters we will take. So there we have taken market share. It stands for, yes, business strength. Business strength. There market growth rate. Here market attractiveness. Market attractiveness. Same parameters. There market share. Here business strength. There market growth rate. Here market attractiveness. But there we have taken only 2 parameters, high and low. But here it is into 3. Let's say business strength. It can be, it can be strong, average or weak. Market attractiveness also can be divided into 3. Market attractiveness can be high, medium and low. Now you can check why it is called as 9 cell matrix. Because all the SBUs are here dropped into 9 cells. That is why this is called as 3 by 3 matrix. 3 by 3 matrix. Got the point? Now the only thing is that 3 zones into 9 cells. There 4 metaphors into 4 cells. Here 3 zones into 9 cells. You don't need to logically explain why that zone have come into that cell. It is enough to draw this diagram. That's it. Here, these 3 will come into green zone. Vertical and horizontal axis. If the business strength is strong and average and the market attractiveness is high and medium, then that SBU will come into green zone. These 3 will come into yellow zone and the remaining will come into red zone. Got the logic here? Their market share is high and low. Here business strength is either strong or average, or market attractiveness is either high or medium. Business strength for yellow zone, it can be weak or average, or else market attractiveness can be low or medium. Hence it is in the middle. It will be applicable for both. Are you getting the context here? Same thing for red. You don't need to logically explain why it is in that particular column. Rather draw this diagram, write down the zones and explain. Enough. That's how. G is considered as the same content has been given for you as a concept also. If you check with the G introduction, you will write, and then you write about these 3 zones first: green zone, yellow zone and red zone. Green zone, what will come into it? Any business which is in advantageous position. What is the strategy? Expand, invest and grow. Yellow zone, what? Needs caution. Red zone, which leads to losses. So first write the introduction, draw this outline. You don't need to draw like this. Just writing business strength and market attractiveness, strong, average and weak, high, medium, low. Don't draw any colors here. You just write here green zone, and then you will write here yellow zone and then red zone. Writing is enough. After you draw that, keep the heading green, yellow, red and write. After writing that, if you can remember, then write these approaches. Let's say for business strength, it can be measured by the factors. These are the factors to consider business strength. These are the factors to consider attractiveness. Not all the factors. If you can write 3 or 4 factors, enough. Anyways, the question is for 5 marks. You don't need to write the entire things, and our goal is to be at a safe side for the subject, that we don't need to project everything. Basic points if you write, purpose is fulfilled. Done. G is over. So BCG and G completed. Simultaneously, once you understand the BCG, G is easy to know. After this we have ADL matrix. This stands for author, D little. We have ADL matrix. ADL matrix has been developed by a consulting firm called Author D Little. This is a consulting firm. I will just show you the outline for the purpose of understanding what the outline is conveying. You have to draw this in the exam. If you can remember, then only draw. If not, write down the points. That is the best thing that you can do. What are the 2 parameters of BCG? What are the 2 parameters of G? Like that, there are 2 parameters for ADL. They are on one axis, stages of industry maturity. Stages of industry maturity. Just now we have discussed about PLC. 4 stages are there. What are they? Introduction, growth, maturity and decline. There, they are the stages of product life cycle. The same stages we discuss here, but stages of, which means same 4 stages will come here. Stands for embryonic, nothing but startup. Then we have growth, and then maturity, aging. Aging is nothing but decline. Same 4 stages. There the stages are with respect to product life cycle. Here the stages are with respect to, which means industry is in beginning, industry is in growth, industry is in maturity, industry is in aging. Simple example. In India, EV cars industry is in which stage? Embryonic. Just now slowly cars are manufactured by the companies. EV industry. Got the context now? In India, EV industry is in embryonic. Like that, industry stages have been drawn on one stage, on one axis. On the other axis, competitive position. Competitive position. Now here we have 5 competitive positions are there. 5 competitive positions. They are, first is dominant. Yeah. Dominant, strong, favorable, tenable, weak. Okay. This is how ADL matrix looks like. On one axis, stages of industry maturity. On the other axis, competitive positions. Actually, this is called as 4x5 matrix. Because 4 industry maturity stages, 5 competitive positions. Once this matrix has been created, companies will start creating strategies in this. The purpose of this matrix is what strategic choices have to be followed in these positions. Let's say your company is in dominant position, industry has just now started. What strategy you will follow here? Getting the context? I am telling you how the matrix is created. Your company is in weak position and industry is already aging. What strategy will follow here? Like this, the entire matrix can be drawn. Are you clear with the purpose of the matrix? Yes. Now, industry maturity stages you already know. PLC, same concept. When industry is in embryonic, sales will be low, prices will be high, competition will be nil, markets will be limited. Same thing. When industry is in maturity, high competition, profits will come down, stability need to be followed. When industry is in aging, companies will leave the market because the industry does not have any sales. Now what we have to learn in this now? Competitive positions. For every position, 3 points I will tell you. Carefully listen. When we can say the company is in that position, 3 points. If any company is in dominant position, 3 things have to be kept in mind there. First one, it is a rarest position. Second thing, the company is almost enjoying monopoly. Third thing, the technology is very strong. Then you call the company as dominant. If your company's competitive position has to be dominant, then 3 requirements have to be met for your company. First, yours is a rarest position because you are almost enjoying monopoly and you have strong technology. If these 3 requirements are met, you can call your position as dominant. Like in internet search engine, Google is enjoying this dominant. Almost monopoly, even though competitors are there, 99% of the people use search engine of Google. Because rarest position, almost enjoying monopoly because Google have strong technology. It's called as dominant. Strong, 3 points. By the nature of the company, it is very strong. By virtue, these companies are really strong. And they have strong established market position. By nature, they are very strong, less threatened by the competitors. By nature, they are very strong. They don't have any threat from the competitors. Hence, they enjoy strategic freedom. 3 points. By nature, they are strong, less threatened by the competitor, strategic freedom. Look, when you are strong in the market, you don't need to worry about the strategies of your competitor. You can prepare a strategy which will show impact on the competitor. Generally, what happens? Our strategies will be depend on the strategy of the competitor because we are very much scared about the strategies of the competitor. But in strong, you prepare the strategy and this strategy will show influence to the competitor. Then your position is strong. 3 points are clear? Next one, favorable. This position happens only when industry gets fragmented. Point here also 3 points. Favorable position comes when industry gets fragmented. Fragmenting is nothing but dividing into parts. Splitted. Industry got splitted. Point 2. Hence industry got fragmented. Point 2. No clear competitor for your business. Because industry got fragmented, no competitor for you. Point 3. Hence there is no competitor. You are enjoying strategic freedom. In strong also company enjoys strategic freedom because the position is strong. In favorable, company enjoys strategic freedom because industry got fragmented. So 3 points in favorable. This position occurs when industry got fragmented. no competitor, hence you are the leader and enjoying strategic freedom. Next, tenable. When you can say your company is in tenable, again 3 points. Your performance is satisfactory. You are not exceptionally doing good business in the market. Your performance is satisfactory. You are justifying your stay in the market. You are in the market, you are getting good profits. You are justifying your stay in the market. But the problem is highly vulnerable with increased competition. Which means when competition increases, you are the one who will get affected. If you are in that position, your position is called as tenable. Once again, 3 points. Performance is satisfactory, justifying the stay in the market, highly vulnerable when competition increases. In these 3 scenarios, your position is tenable. Weak, only 1 point. Performance is unsatisfactory, even though chance of growth exists. Performance is unsatisfactory, even though opportunity for growth exists. Which means these companies' performance is so bad, even though market give them opportunity to grow. If your company is in that position, then you have to consider as weak. After understanding, are you clear with the 5 competitive positions? After these 5 positions have been studied, then matrix will be drawn. Look, depending upon the matrix, strategies are created. Your company is in dominant and industry has just now started. Now you have 3 options. You can grow fast, you can build barriers, and you can act offensively. Why we are saying grow fast? Because industry has just now started. Are you understood the purpose of this matrix now? One more thing. Your company is already in a weak position. Industry is aging. You can't grow now. Your position is unsatisfactory. Industry is already. Then what is the option left? Understood the purpose of the matrix? Then, if you can remember, try to remember 1 or 2 strategies. You can't go with the entire matrix. Probably not possible for you to remember all the strategies. 1 or 2 strategies. Try to memorize. And then write this positions. Simple to write. Rare position, attributable to monopoly, strong leadership. Like this, you can highlight the key terms that I have said, 3 points, and you can write the ADL matrix. Introduction, drawing that matrix, 5 positions, enough. You don't need to write the industry maturity stages. It is enough to explain about the 5 positions. 3 portfolio analysis methods have completed. BCG, G and ADL. After this, we have SWOT and TOS, and then I will talk about ANSOF. Once we are done with the SWOT and TOS, then ANSOF can be discussed. SWOT, very simple concept, not overcomplicating it. In SWOT, you just have to know the definitions of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. Let me highlight. What is the strength stands for? Inherent capability of the firm. This help to gain what? Advantage over the competitors. The more strengths companies have, the more advantage it can gain. Weakness, opposite to it. Inherent, limitation, constraint, drawback. If strength create competitive advantage, strategic advantage, weakness create strategic disadvantage. If any company is having more strengths, it creates advantage. More weaknesses, disadvantage. Strengths and weaknesses are internal. You know this point. That's why it says inherent capability, inherent limitation. Whereas opportunities and threats are external. It comes from external factors. Now, what is opportunity? It is a favorable condition. Understand a point here. An opportunity is a favorable condition provided by your company should be in a position to grab that opportunity. If you don't utilize that opportunity, ultimately that opportunity will become as a threat because that opportunity is utilized by, and you have to understand this contextually. That's what opportunity is a favorable. If you utilize every opportunity that environment has given to you, it will help to strengthen the position. So opportunity is a favorable condition helping to strengthen the position. Opposite to this is threat. Threat is an, and it causes risk or damage. In a 4 key terms, SWOT you can answer. If you have to answer meaning of SWOT, 4 key terms are have to keep in your mind. Once again, strength, inherent, creates, weakness is an, create, opportunity is a, helps to threaten, creates, done. Meaning of SWOT. And then you can easily check the significance of SWOT. It will help to create a logical framework, because depending upon the SWOT, you create strategic alternatives and you select a strategic alternative and you will implement it. And then comparative account. What are you comparing? Internal strengths and weaknesses have been compared with external opportunities and threats. SWOT is helping you to create comparisons, and SWOT is helping you to guide the, SWOT is helping the strategist in what? Strategy. Who is the strategist? The one who prepares. So SWOT helping in three cases. One, logical framework can be created by which strategic alternatives are created. One alternative is selected. And then what has been compared here? Internal strengths and weaknesses are compared with external opportunities and threats. And SWOT is helping whom? Strategist. For what purpose? There is a problem in SWOT. SWOT analysis is helping the company to only know the capabilities and limitations. But SWOT analysis nowhere explain what to do. Are you getting the point here? SWOT is just letting know the position, but SWOT is not telling what to do with that. That is why we call SWOT as a planning tool. SWOT as a planning tool. There is a drawback in SWOT. SWOT is only helping to identify the position. What is strengths, what is weakness, what is opportunity. But SWOT is never explaining what to do with that. If you look at the meaning, you can understand that it says inherent capability, creates advantage. Now what should I do with the strength? Is it talking there? No. Weakness is limitation, disadvantage. What should I do with this limitation, weakness? Nothing has been mentioned. That's why SWOT is called as limitation is it will not create any action. Now solving this problem, Haynes-Varich have created another matrix called TOS matrix. That's why TOS matrix is called as action tool. Action tool. SWOT analysis, TOS matrix. Name itself is different. Don't call SWOT as matrix. SWOT is analysis, but TOS is matrix. Understanding the deficiencies of SWOT, Haynes-Varich have created a matrix called TOS. In TOS matrix, he created some actions. What are the actions? Only for TOS, you can draw this diagram actually, and you can explain. Like I'll just write in a short form: internal strengths and internal weaknesses, and then external opportunities, external threats. Now, four options have been given by TOS. In the first matrix, two things are compared: strengths and opportunities. The position is called as SO. Now he says that for SO, he says maxi stands for maximize the strengths and maximize the opportunities. The moment I say maximize and maximize, is it related to action? You are increasing. Action has been performed, but no such thing has been mentioned for addressing the deficiencies of SWOT. TOS has been created. Like that, other three alternatives we can discuss: weaknesses and opportunities. Mini maxi stands for minimizing the weaknesses and maximizing the opportunities. ST, yes, maxi mini, maximize the strengths and minimize the threats. Last one is WT. What has to be done with this? Minimize the threats and minimize the weaknesses. The moment we say maximizing and minimizing, that deals with that's why TOS matrix is an action tool. Now among SWOT and TOS, can you tell me whose scope is broader? That's it. For TOS, do the same thing, provide the explanation, and then you can draw this one, or you can draw this simple matrix also. Nothing wrong in that. Any of the thing you can draw. After that, you explain. And one last conclusion. In these four things, SO is the ideal position that every company should be in, because for every company there should be more strengths and more opportunities, and every time companies should try to avoid WT. It is not good to have more weaknesses and threats. Understood? Done. That's about TOS. And then probably global environment we will not discuss, not needed. I will go with the Ansof's matrix. Okay. Now, until now we are done with analysis. Actually, starting from portfolio analysis until this concept, everything is related to self-analysis. SBU, PLC, experience curve. These three will come into self-analysis. Then portfolio analysis methods, three methods: BCG, GE, ADL. SWOT and TOS will also come into portfolio analysis. But the concept that we are going to discuss now is not analysis, but somehow they have given in this chapter. That's why we are discussing. Actually, the concept that I am going to tell you now will come into planning. This concept is planning. It would have been great if this concept has been given in the third chapter, but they have given here. We'll understand. The name of the concept is Ansof's product market growth share matrix. This concept itself explain you the content. This concept is developed by Igor H. Ansoff. Okay, developed by Igor H. Ansoff. Now, what Ansoff says is that in order to get a growth for the company, because every company wants to get growth, in this matrix, Ansoff have provided 4 strategies. 4 strategies. That's why these 4 strategies should be called as growth strategies. Okay, growth strategies. And to prepare these 4 growth strategies, Ansoff have taken 2 issues: product and market. That's why it is called as Ansoff's product market growth share matrix. In this matrix, Ansoff have stated 4 strategies. If any company follow these 4 strategies, then the company will get growth. And to follow the 4 strategies, the issues that they have to keep in mind is product and market. That's why the concept is called as Ansoff's product market growth share matrix. Let us understand the 4 strategies. We will try to follow the same kind of principle that I have stated for BCG to understand these 4 strategies. What are the 2 parameters? Product and market here. Now he says like this. On one axis, existing, on this axis product, existing product and new product, existing product and new product. This axis is about product. Then here, yes, existing market and new market. New market, right? Remember BCG, 4 metaphors. In Ansoff, 4 strategies. Okay, I will write the 4 strategies and then I will tell you how to answer the 4 strategies in the exam. The 4 strategies are, yes, market penetration. This one is product, product development. And here we have market development, and we have diversification. Sir, we know the names of these 4 strategies, but the difficulty is what points to write. Heading we are keeping, sir, but inside points we are getting difficulty. I will give you 2 tips here. Remember the BCG tips? Position, strategic decision. Here also 2 tips. First, know the position of that strategy. Position. You have to understand these 4 are strategies. Okay, 4 are strategies. First, you know the position of a strategy. Hence, it is a strategy. You should know how to implement it. How to implement. These 2 points will help you to find the answer for 4 strategies. First, know the position, how to implement. In BCG, position, it is analysis, that's why decision. In this, hence it is a planning kind of matrix. 4 strategies are there, how to implement. Now concept is simple. What is the first strategy? First strategy is about this, what you have to know. By looking at the diagram, tell me what is the position. Now you know what you will do. If this question has been asked, you will write introduction. You will draw this diagram. Under that you will keep a heading called market penetration. First you write the position. Market penetration, it is a growth strategy where the firm introduces existing product into existing market. Diagram is already saying that. Position is clear. What is the next thing that you have to know? How to implement. Which means already companies existed and the product is also existed. Now what is existing product has been introduced in the existing market. This means how to implement. This can be implemented by means of increasing the sales of existing product. Your product is already there in the market. What you should do? Increase the sales. How to increase the sales? Asking the customer to use the product repetitively. If any toothpaste company asking its customers to brush the teeth twice a day. What does this means? Company wants to increase the sales. It is not that company is taking care of your teeth. Repetitively, if you use your product, sales will increase. Market penetration. So asking the customer to repetitively use the product, asking the customer to increase the quantity of a product. Don't use one toothpaste for 3 years. Use more toothpaste on the brush. Quantity. When quantity increased, product sales will increase. Like this is what market penetration. Point 1 is introducing existing product into existing. It's a growth strategy. How to implement? Increasing the sales of existing product. How it can be done? By means of increasing the quantity, increasing the repetitiveness, finding new applications for the product. Now you have to connect to the learning objective. What are these 4 strategies? These 4 strategies will help the company to achieve. Now tell me, will market penetration help the company to achieve growth? Because sales are increasing. Done. Second one, product development. What is the position? New product has been introduced in the position is understood. How to develop? 2 ways. Either launch a new product or make the modifications in the existing product. Done. Change the old product or launch a new product. You know, for market penetration, lot of money need to be invested in marketing. Because you should ask your customer to use it repetitively. Spend more money on marketing. But for product development, you have to spend money on R&D, technology. Because either to develop a new product or to modify the product, you need a lot of R&D. But will product development helps to achieve growth? Yes, because you are making modifications in the product and you are launching the new product. That's about product development. Making modifications or launching a new product. What is the third strategy? Position, market development. What is the position? Existing product have been taken to new markets. One simple thing, how to implement in this new market means new geographical area. In market development, new market means new geographical area, which means an existing product has been taken to new geographical area. Previously, your product is available only in India. Now, this product you are selling in America or any other market. This is called as market development. Finding new geographical markets for existing product. That's what market development stands for. You can add one more point here. When you are taking the product into new geographical markets, certain things need to be changed. Pricing policy need to be new. Distribution channel need to be new. Packing need to be changed. Enough. 3 points. First, write the position. It's a growth strategy where existing product have been taken into new market. Point 2, how to implement, finding new geographical markets for existing product. Point 3, you will write, it requires new pricing policy, new distribution channel, new packing. Done. Understood? That is the last one. What is the position? New product into? In market development, new market means new geographical area. In diversification, new market means new industry. As a company, you are taking new product into new industry. Recently, Apple have said that they are coming up with electric cars. Diversification. Product is new, industry is also new. Apple is an electronics company, but now they are entering into automobile. Now this is called diversification. Clear with the concept? Done with hands off. Systematically, that's how you are going to explain as a concept also. Write the introduction, draw this matrix, don't draw Mr. Hands off. Then you can, and I have said that don't draw this kind of thing. For BCG also I have said. After drawing this outline, keep a heading called market penetration. Point 1, you will write its position. And then point 2, what happens there? Making more sales to existing customers, increasing market share, frequency, quantity, like that. Heading and points. Heading and points. That will give a good representation. We are done with the second chapter. Even though the concepts are plenty, keep the divisions in your mind. First is competitive analysis. About competitive landscape. Over. Industry and competitive analysis, 7 factors. Done. Self-analysis. Self-analysis divide into 2 parts. One part is about portfolio analysis. Here, SBU, PLC, experience curve. Then portfolio analysis methods, BCG, GE, ADL. ANSOF is a separate concept. Globalization is a separate concept. So globalization is nothing but integration of world into a huge market, it says. Actually, this is not related to analysis, globalization. It's a macro component environment, which you have studied in your intermediate, and then you have studied in your foundation, and then again it came in the intermediate also. The concept of globalization. We are done with the second chapter, dynamics of competitive strategy. And then we have our third chapter. What is that? SM process. Simple, small, effective chapter. Comparatively, second chapter, it's very small and simple to understand. First, we'll understand the learning objective of this chapter. SM process. If you ask me, this chapter is an extension of first chapter. Because in the first chapter, we have studied about definition of SM. In definition of SM, what are the steps that we have? Developing vision and mission, setting objectives, right? The first 2 steps we are going to discuss here. That's why it is titled as SM process. The major learning objective of this chapter, if you ask me, first we have decision making, about decision making. Then we have again SM process. Then we have SM model. Then we have strategic intent. This is one part. Rest of the part is the 3 terms. Yes, vision, mission and objectives. So in this, I'll be covering decision making, vision, mission and objectives. These 4 areas are enough. Because SM process, SM model conveys the same thing. Vision, mission, objectives, crafting, implementation, same thing will come. Intent also conveys the simple concept called what the company wants to be in the future is intent. But much focus we need to pay on decision making, vision, mission and objectives. Intent, I'll give you a quick briefing. So this is what the learning objective of this chapter. Let's start with the first concept. Strategic decision making. Plenty of times about this simple and general concept, case studies have been asked. Such a simple concept it is. If this kind of concepts will come, I bet you can get good marks. Because technically you don't need to remember plenty of things to answer such simple questions. What is decision making? First, to find out the answer for decision making, create a scenario in your mind. Scenario based learning will help you to connect to the subject. You went to shopping. Usually, very rare I take examples. In this rapid revision, we can't deal with examples here. I can only put efforts. But to understand decision making, you went to shopping to buy jeans. Recollect the scenario that happens there, you will get the definition of decision making. When you go to shop, is it that shop guy will give you a jeans and say that pay money and get out from my shop? A process will happen there. You go to shop, you say that I need to buy jeans. Then the shop guy will ask you what is your waist size, Once you give him your waist size, what he will do? Nothing. He will give you lot of options, different brands, different colors, different designs. Will he do that? Now what you will do? Among them you will select. You have taken decision. Decision making is over. When you have different options in front of you, among which choosing the best option is called as, you went to restaurant to have food. Same thing will happen. Will you be getting list of alternatives? Then what you will do from the list of alternative? You will select something what the waiter like. Because that's what you do when you go to restaurant. You will ask that guy, what is good in your restaurant? Then he will say, this is good, sir. Then you will order. This will happen or not? The waiter have taken decision for you there. After completion of your +2, do you have different options in front of you? Career options. What have you did? Among them you have selected one alternative. This means you have taken a, I am not talking about consequences of decision making. I am only talking about what is decision making. That's what. Everywhere decision making meaning remains the same. Now you have to write it technically. You can't write in the exam when to do shopping. 3-4 brands have been shown. What is the key term for decision making? Choosing a particular course of action out of several alternative courses for the purpose of achieving a goal. In order to achieve a goal, you will be having different alternatives in front of you. Among them, you should select one alternative, which means you have taken a done. Remember the scenario, key term will come. Understood with the point? What is decision making? Choosing a particular course of action. From where? For what purpose? Achieving a. Look at the key term here for decision making. Choosing a particular course of action out of several alternative courses. For what? For the purpose of accomplishment of the organizational goals. Now decisions are of two types. Operational, strategic. Any decisions that have been taken care by top management, those decisions are strategic decisions. Generally, these decisions will be long range in nature. Any decisions that have been taken by middle and lower level people are coming to operational. These are with respect to day-to-day operations. Strategic decisions are long-term in nature. Operational decisions are short-range in nature. Operational decisions deals with day-to-day operational. Strategic decisions deals with long-range. Meaning is understood? Good. Scenario-based. Options are there. Choosing an option. Now you can convert that into technical terms. Choosing a particular course of action out of several alternative courses. Let's say if you can't remember this, at least you can write choosing an option from the available options. At least you may get some marks. You are not deviating from the content. You are conveying the same thing. Rather writing decision making is very important. Everyone should take decision. I am like this because of my decision. Don't write all these things. You don't need to write the same term, but you can convey the meaning. Choosing an option from the available alternatives is called as decision making. That also you can write. At least when you remember the scenario and concept. Understood with the meaning? Now after this, there are different features of decision making. Key terms. In these features, we can understand the key terms. First one, who will take decisions? That's why decisions requires, because most of the decisions that have been taken in the organization need to be applicable for the entire organization. Any decision that has to be applicable for the entire organization has to come from. That's why decision making involves involvement of top management. This is the first feature of decision making. Most of the decisions have to be taken by top management. Next, decision making involves allocation of resources. Top management, the head of a business, have taken a decision to start a new business. Is it a decision making first of all? Starting a new business? If a new business need to be started, does the resources need to be allocated? That's why decision making involves allocation of, yes, when you take decision, you need to allocate resources. Next, while taking decision, what need to be kept in mind? External environment. Decisions can be taken by keeping in mind of external environmental forces. That's why decision making considering factors of external environment. Next one, when we take a decision, can we enjoy the impact immediately? Most of the cases, no. You have launched a new product. Now you can't say that whether your product have become successful or not immediately. You have to wait for some time in the market. Then you can decide whether your decision is successful or not. That's why decision making will have impact on long-term prosperity of the firm. Decision making will not give you quick response. The decision making impact can be enjoyed only in long term but not immediate. We take decisions for past or for future. Oh, what are you thinking? You can take decisions for past. You're thinking, then I've got confused. You know what? If you can take decisions for past, you know how it sounds like? You have to say that I am thinking what to eat yesterday. You say like this. Once it is okay. Twice and thrice if you talk like this, you will be sent to the place where you belong to. Or else people will ask you, have you stopped taking medicine? Decisions cannot be taken for past. Decisions are only for. Decisions are future oriented, because you have to consider the future conditions and take decisions. Top management have taken a decision for future that is applicable for the organization consists of different departments. What top level thought is that this decision will provide benefit for one department, but all of a sudden, unfortunately, the same decision have shown negative impact on the other department. Chances are there. Because decision is for entire organization. For some department, it created benefit. For the other department, negative consequences. That is why we say decision will have multi-business consequences, which means the impact of decision making will be on different sections of organization in different ways. On one section, it may give profit. For the other, it may not. That's it. Decision making is over. Once again, what is the meaning of decision making? Choosing a out of several for the purpose of features, key term. Decisions will be taken by. Decision making involves allocation of. Decision making need to consider. Decisions impact will be on. Decisions will be for. The consequences will be multi-business consequences. Meaning of decision making and dimensions of decision making. So many times this concept have been asked as a case scenario. Then very wonderfully you can write answer if this kind of questions will come. Simple to study, simple to understand, and you will get some good marks also if this kind of questions will come. That's about decision making. Then SM process, obviously the same content will be there. If any question will come with respect to SM model, don't panic. SM model consists of three phases: formation, implementation, evaluation. These three phases consist of the steps that you already know in SM definition: vision, mission, objectives. This is nothing but external analysis, and this one is internal analysis, which means external environmental analysis, internal environmental analysis. Then generate some strategies and select a strategy and then implement. Implementation is the last step. What is the last step? Same concept. Definition of SM is SM model. If this question come in the exam SM model, you draw this simple outline because it is easy to draw. After drawing this, you just write down these points, and these points are not new points. These points have been taken again from this diagram, and you provide a conclusion. This SM process is dynamic and continuous, because SM process is not a one-time process, it's a continuous process. Done. SM model is over. Same thing for stages in SM also. Same stages: vision, you can see vision, mission and objectives. Obviously we will understand the meaning in the next concept. And then you have to do environmental analysis, then forming the strategies, and then implement, and finally take controls. These two concepts conveys about the same thing. That's about modal and stages. And then intent. Intention. Intent stands for intention. What is this intent stands for? The purpose what organization strives for. What is the purpose that the company wants to achieve in the future? That stands for intent. Now generally intent will flow from top management. Top management will be having an intent in their mind with respect to where they wish to take the company for future. That stands for strategic intent. That's why the term says intent stands for what the organization wants to achieve in future. Top management has created an intent which talks about where the company and what the top management wish to take the company for future. And it provides a framework also. Depending upon the framework, every action will be taken. What does this intent consist of? Again, the same thing. Intent have vision, mission, business definition, business model and object. In this vision, mission, objectives we'll come to know. But let us understand business definition and business model. I'll explain you this too. When top management creates a strategic intent, it should include business model and business definition, two things. Now, what is business definition stands for? Your business definition includes your customer needs. What customer needs you are fulfilling? What are your target markets? And what technologies you are using? Let's say if someone asks you, define your business. Then you should answer what customer needs you satisfy, what products and service you manufacture, what is your target market and which technologies you are using. If you are saying all these things, which means you are defining your business definition. Rather, I have asked you, can you please tell me the secret for your success? Then you say that it is the business model that I have created because of which I got success. Business model is secret. You can't reveal your business model to other, then others will follow the same model. Business definition you can tell to anyone. That's why what is business model stands for? Operations. How you are effectively conducting your operations. And what are your sources of income and about your financial details. Business model talks about your operation, source of income and financial details. Whereas definition talks about your target customers, technologies and what needs you satisfy. This is definition and model. Clear with these two? These two are also part of intent. Now intent have vision, mission, definition, model and objectives. Put together these 5 elements refer to intent. Half part is over. Rest of the half is to understand about vision, mission, objectives. When we know the meaning of those 3 things, we are done with this chapter. Simple and easy chapter. While you are revising, you follow this pattern. Like first chapter and third chapter quickly revise, connected. From the definition itself, you can understand half of the third chapter. And then go for the second chapter. Or else you can start from the second chapter. As it's a big chapter, you can cover all the concepts. You should have your own revision strategy for the subjects. Accordingly, you have to divide. Let's say first, second chapter you have covered. So many content is there. First and third, put together revise. And then go for fourth, fifth and sixth. Corporate, business and functional level. And then seventh and eighth you can cover accordingly. Like that. Hungry? No? Then let's continue if not hungry. So post lunch, we will discuss about vision, mission and objectives. And then rest of the things also. When compared with the morning session, afternoon is going to be a bit lengthier one. Stay focused. Don't have heavy lunch. Otherwise, you will feel sleepy and drowsy post lunch. Moreover, air conditions will also be pretty much supportive. That's why for today, don't justify your lunch like how you do every day. But in fact, we have small breaks in between. So technically we are done with the 3 chapters. So rest of the chapters, in that only business level strategies are very simple topic. With one framework we can understand the complete strategy. And then functional level strategies, some of the functional strategies I will highlight. With that, in the parts that we have, we can cover the rest of the chapters. So any quick doubts for now about everything that we have discussed so far? So far clear? Getting the things? Are your basics have been revised? That is our purpose. It is not that you will learn the concept again. The purpose of these sessions is that should help you to revise your basics that you have learned. Don't say we don't have basics to revise. So in the second chapter, we have covered half of the things. Sorry, third chapter, SM process. Half the part of the chapter has been covered. Now we need to discuss with the rest of the half. In that, we have three concepts to discuss: vision, mission, and objectives. Decision making completed, SM model, SM process, strategic intent. These concepts are the first part. The reason why it is considered as SM process, because we are going to discuss some of the steps of SM process now. In that, the first two steps. Step 1 is developing vision and mission. Step 2 is in that first we are going to understand about vision, strategic vision. Like technically the concepts that we have to understand about strategic vision are to know meaning of the term strategic vision and the elements of strategic vision, guidelines that have to be followed while creating strategic vision. Three things. So first we'll start with definition. But to understand the concept, we can say vision always deals with goals. Vision stands for goals. Like this is applicable even for people also. If someone asks you what is your vision, which means that they are asking what you ultimately wants to be. What is your ultimate goal? In the same way, vision for the company is nothing but ultimately what the company wants to be. Where the company wants to see itself in the future is called as vision for the company. Now, what are this vision and mission? Simply, they are statements, vision statement and mission statement. When you visit the websites of a company or when company publish anything on the prospectus also, sometimes they mention vision and mission statements. In the vision statement, they will mention about their goals, where they want to see the company in the future. But if you have to define this term vision, how you are going to define it? So the definition of vision goes like this. The key term is vision stands for roadmap of company's future. Roadmap of company's future. This is what the key term, vision. So in general terms, vision stands for where the company wants to see itself in the future. For that, they have prepared a roadmap. While fulfilling this roadmap, they need to consider certain specifics. Like what is the specific stands for? If your vision is to be CA, in the journey to achieve CA, do you need to develop certain capabilities? Do you need to have some qualities? Certain specifics you need to have. In the same way, when the company have set a goal, in the journey of achieving that goal, they need to develop certain specifics. So the meaning continues. Vision is roadmap of company's future, providing specifics about what specifics have to be part of vision. And the specifics list goes like this. First one is technology. While reaching the goals, what technology company needs to adopt? And after technology, customer focus. What should be the customer focus of that particular company? Then geography and product markets to be pursued. Geography and product markets to be pursued. What is this geography? In which geographical area you wish to do your business? Either you want to be your business as a number one business in local, national or globally. Geography. Which products and services you wish to pursue? So that's why geography, products and services it wants to pursue. And then capabilities. Capabilities it plans to develop. Capabilities it plans to develop. And finally, what kind of company? Kind of company management is trying to create. Management is trying to create. This is what vision stands for. This is the definition that you have to write whenever you have to define about vision. Key term, vision stands for roadmap of company's future. While preparing the roadmap, certain specifics have to be there. Let's say 5 specifics. Technology, customer focus, geography and product markets to be pursued, capabilities it plans to develop, what kind of company management is trying to create. By considering all these specifics, the roadmap prepared by the company is called as vision. Now the company prepares a vision statement. Now who will prepare vision in the company? Top management. In their vision statement, what they talk about? Their goals. Any of the vision statement of a company you check, this kind of requirement is definitely be fulfilled. Just to understand as an example, ICAI is having a vision. Let's say in this also they are talking about their geography. To be the world's leading accounting body, that is what their goal, geography. And they are talking about capabilities. They want the customer focus. They want to develop some independent professionals in the areas of accounting, assurance, taxation, finance and business advisory services. Goal. This is what your ICAI want to be. No matter n number of vision statements that you check, in this format they will be conveyed. In every vision statement, definitely you found geographical area. Geographical coverage is a one thing definitely you found. That's about vision. Clear with the definition? When vision has been created, there are 3 elements. When visions are created, there should be 3 elements that should be part of vision. First thing, who we are and where we are now. Probably where we are now might not be there. Yeah, 2 are there. Who we are and where we are now. You have a goal for your company for future. While pursuing the goal, the first thing that you should be clear is what is your present position. Who we are and where we are now. Now, can you tell me how the company can know, like this is a question, can you tell me when they do what, they will get the answer for this question? Someone says. Analysis. When they do self-analysis, this question will be answered. Like before you plan something for future, what important is to know the present. After knowing that, the second thing is where we are going. Where we are going. This is nothing but goal. Here goal has been set. And then third element, communicate the vision. To whom? I'm just writing the key term here. Communicate the vision. Can you tell me to whom vision need to be communicated? Employees. That's it. These 3 elements have to be part of vision. Definition of vision, 3 elements of vision. And the 3 elements are, first element to decide who we are and where we are now. Then to decide where we are going. Then communicate your vision to your employees. Because employees are the one who are working to fulfill the vision. After this, sometimes a question may come, what are the guidelines that have to be kept in mind while preparing vision statement? Like, well, as a strategic manager of a company, if you have to give advice with respect to preparation of vision statement, what guidelines? Vision have to be creative. Vision have to be short and precise. Intelligently, entrepreneur need to create vision. They have to be unique. Because vision statement should not be same copied by the other companies. Vision should always be unique, precise. These are some guidelines that need to be followed. I will take you through the question in the material when I highlight the things. But after mission, we will go with that. Vision, mission, at a stretch, we'll read the key terms in the material. That's about vision. Meaning of vision, elements of vision, and guidelines to develop vision. After vision, what is the next thing that we have? Mission. So for this also, we need to understand the meaning. Vision talks about roadmap of company's future. That is goal. Mission is nothing but existence. Existence or purpose. Existence or purpose. Like, to understand this in a simple way, there is a guy who started a school, let's say primary school. If he has been asked what is your vision, then he say that I wanted to see my school as #1 school in India. This is goal, where he wished to see his school for the future. Now if someone asks them, why have you started this school? Purpose, tell me your purpose. Then he might be saying this, I have started this school to provide better quality education at affordable price. Now this is purpose. Understood the difference now? Vision is about goal, where he wished to see his school in future. Mission talks about his purpose, the reason why he have established that particular school. The key term goes like this. Mission represent present business scope. Present business scope. And this involves two things. Mission statement deal with two questions. Any idea what are they? Excellent. Who we are and what we do. Now you check who we are and what we do. Answer for this two question is nothing but existence and purpose. So present business scope, which includes who we are and what we do. So clear with the key term? Vision key term is roadmap of company's future. Mission key term is present business scope, which involves who we are and what we do. Not only that, in vision we have understood certain specifics. In the same way, it also describes. It also describes, which means there are certain specifics which have to be part of mission. It describes about capabilities, which means to fulfill the purpose, company needs some capabilities. Then customer focus. Customer focus has been discussed in both vision and mission. And it talks about activities. What activities business do? And then business makeup. Nothing but what ultimately business is all about. This is the definition of mission. Mission talks about present business scope, involves two things, who we are and what we do. And it also describes, look at the specifics of mission, capabilities, because you need some capabilities to fulfill your existence and purpose. And customer focus, which type of customers you are focusing to fulfill your purpose. The capability, activities that you do, and finally business makeup. Mission statement describes about that. As an example, same example of your ICAI, if we check. Yes, look at this term, imparting world class education. Imparting is nothing but providing. Why your ICAI exists? ICAI exists to provide better quality education to the students, and to provide some, and to create some global professionals. Understand the difference now? In vision they say wanted to be world class leading accounting body. In mission they are saying that want to create global professionals. That is goal. This one is purpose. So meaning understood? Definitions are clear? Yes. So the same definitions will be given here. But you know that while you are writing this definition, what you have to do? Paragraph. Look, it says that the position that a firm would like to achieve in the future. So this is a key term, roadmap of company's future, providing all these specifics, the definition, this entire definition that I have stated just now. And then elements, three elements. What are they? Who we are and where we are now. and then where we are going, and the vision must be clear, inspiring, and stated in exciting terms. For whom? To obtain commitment of all employees. That simply I said vision need to be communicated to employees. And one example is enough to write. Even if you don't write the example, no need to worry. Introduction, meaning, and elements you have to write. Sometimes a practical question will be asked. Let's say like this. You being a strategic manager of a company, provide some tips to develop good vision statement for the company. If you are acting as a strategic manager for a company, you should provide some tips so that they can create a good vision statement. Then these tips you have to write. What are the tips? Entrepreneur have to think creatively and he need to think intelligently. The vision should create enthusiasm among whom? Employees. And vision should clearly tell which direction you are going. You can add few more points to this. Vision should be short and precise. Even you can say that. Vision have to be clear, short and precise. That's it. These are guidelines. If anyone who is preparing vision, these guidelines need to be kept in mind while preparing vision. 3 concepts of vision completed: definition, elements, and guidelines. Mission. The key term. The first point is a definition of mission. It talks about present, business, scope. Involves 2 things. What are they? Who we are and what we do. It talks about capabilities, customer focus, activities, and business makeup. The other key term we can understand, as you can see here, mission serves as a justification for the firm's presence and existence. That's what I said. Mission talks about existence and purpose. And then rest of the points you can come to know about mission, and example I have already dealt. You don't need to write the examples. Why organization need to have mission? And I like one point that we have to understand about mission is nothing but mission talks about purpose. Generally, when we do business, what is the purpose of business? Usually profits. Now, can you mention the same as your mission? That's why a point will be there. Profit making should not be the purpose of mission. Somewhere that point will be mentioned. Question number in 10 it is there. Yeah, look at this. What are the points that have to be considered while creating a mission? It should create special identity. It should be unique. Look at this point. The mission of a company should not to be make profits. You need profits to do your business, but don't consider only profit making as your mission. That's it. That's about mission. And then let's deal with the last one. What is the third thing that we have to understand? Objectives. Vision stands for goals. Mission stands for existence and purpose. Objectives are targets. Yes, targets to achieve goals. If your goal is to become a CA, do you have targets in front of you to fulfill? Don't you have? Yes, target 1 is foundation. Target 2, group 1 and group 2. No? At a stretch? Then fine. Then target 3, articles. Target 4, group 1 and. So when you fulfill each and every target, ultimately you reach your. That's how, this is the second step. First you set a vision, and to fulfill the vision you will be setting some targets. That is what? Objectives. Key term. Performance targets. Performance targets. That is, which means why these performance targets are with respect to results. Results and outcomes that company wants to achieve. That company wants to achieve. Targets are all about results and outcomes. These targets you have set to achieve some results and outcomes. Not only that, even objectives, they act as yardstick. They act as yardstick. to measure performance and progress. Performance and progress. How objectives are acting as? Stick means? Yes, measuring tool. Measuring tool. So nothing but scale. Stick is nothing but scale. Measuring tool. Of course, for a commerce guy, scale is for date, particulars, debit, credit. But the actual purpose of scale is to measure. So objectives are acting as a measuring tool. Why? To measure what? To measure your performance and progress. Because when there are no objectives, you can't measure your performance. This is the definition for objectives. Once again, what are objectives stands for? Performance targets. What are these targets are for with respect to results and they will act as what? To measure what? This is a definition of objectives. When any company sets some objectives, objectives need to have certain characteristics. Let us understand these characteristics. This is a definition. First point definition, as I have stated for you. Performance targets, results and outcomes, wants to achieve, stick for tracking performance and progress. They provide meaning and direction for the company. Look at this point. Setting of objective is an unending process. Why? Targets are for the purpose of achieving, and goal setting in the organization is a continuous process. Hence, objective setting is also a continuous process. That's why it says objective setting is a continuous, never-ending process. Characteristics, understand them. Simple topic, but a good topic to understand and easy to answer also. When any company sets some objectives, the objectives need to have certain characteristics. They goes like this. First one, whatever the objectives that you set, the objectives should create relationship with the environment, which means the target that you are setting, these targets should be in line with the environmental factors, because ultimately you are setting these targets to achieve your goal. Your targets are saying something, environmental factors are demanding something. You can't achieve what you want to achieve. So targets and environmental factors should go hand in hand. Next one, the target should help to achieve what? Done. They should be for the purpose of achieving vision and mission. And this target should help you to take decision making. Look, after completion of CA Inter, can you tell me what is the next target? After CA Inter, what is your next target? Why are you benefit of doubt telling me? Strongly you can say what you do. After plus 2, plus 2. After intermediate, what you do? Now, depending upon that target, can you tell me what decision you are going to take? Whether to do or not. Then, in which place you will do your article. After articles, what is your target? Depending on that, what is the decision that you take? So, behind decision making, what is the base? Now you have taken 2 decisions. What is the criteria for taking your decision? Target. Target is articles. That's why you have taken a decision. Target is CA final. Depending on that, you have taken a decision. That's why the point says targets will provide basis for. Next, targets will help for. Generally, performance appraisal is assigned for employees. Depending upon the targets they have been set, if employees are fulfilling the targets, they will get good performance appraisals. Next, look at the next 3 points. Targets should be concrete and specific, related to a time frame, measurable and controllable. These 3 characters must for a target. Now, how to understand this? A particular company is having a target like this. Want to attain some % of growth rate in some time in some area. Is it a right target? Because nothing is mentioned there. Rather, if the same target have been said like this, want to achieve 10% of growth in 5 years in market share. Now, whatever the 3 things that I have highlighted were there. First one, concrete, and they want growth in market share. Next thing, time frame, 5 years. Measurable and controllable, 10%. This is called perfect target. Someone asks you, when you will become CA? Slowly but surely. You said like this. Slowly but surely. Is it a right target? There is no time frame. Now you can't say when you will complete your CA inter. I will complete CA inter in May. Which May? There is a May in every year. Be specific. So that's why your target have to be concrete and specific. Have a time frame for your target. Goals can be achieved only when you have time frame. That's why these three requirements are must to achieve targets. Next one, objective should be to whom? Obviously employees, because employees are the one who should work to achieve those targets. So keep your targets as challenging to your employees. Next one, they should be correlate with each other. Set your targets in a way which are connected to one another. Ultimately, they should help to achieve your goal. You can't say that I want to become a CA. First thing I will do is I will do articles. Board will not agree for that. There is a way to do that. Like foundation, inter, articles and final connected to one another. You can't say that my first target is to clear final in CA. Later on I will do foundation. Possible? The targets have to be connected to one another. Ultimately, objects should be set within. Every company is having some limitations. Set a target depending under that limitation. You can't think beyond that limitation. Just now, let's say a company have started manufacturing mobiles in India. New mobile manufacturing company in India. Just now they have launched a first mobile. They are saying that my target within 1 month I will beat Apple. You can't do that. Understand your constraints, limitations. Apple haven't become Apple in 1 month. It took decades for them to be like that. Now you know your limitations, your capabilities. Set your targets abiding by those limitations. That's what the term says. Objective should be set within constraints. Now this character is simple to understand. First, environmental factors, decision making, performance appraisal. Then three things: concrete and specific, time frame, measurable and controllable. Then challenging, connected to one another, constraints. By remembering these key terms, you can write all the characteristics. As it has been given smart kind of thing, don't write in the exam that objective should be smart. This is just to get the thing, that's it. But you have to write all these characteristics. We are done with our third chapter SM process, vision, mission and objectives. Clear? Examples are for the purpose of understanding how they create. You don't need to remember all the examples that are given over there conceptually. From vision and mission, only one way of asking practical question is that you being acting as a strategic manager of a company provide guidelines to create vision and mission. Two separate questions are there. From there you need to pick the answer and write. If definitions have been asked, only one definition you have to write. Then you can provide about the suggestions. Done with the third chapter, SM process. Now after this, we have creation of strategies. Next 3 chapters talks about creation of strategies at 3 levels: corporate level, business level and functional level strategies. That's why chapter 4 is about corporate level strategies. So first let's understand the learning objective of the chapter. Corporate level strategies. Who will come at corporate level? All the top executives will come at corporate level. What is their scope of operation? Whatever they do, it will be applicable for the entire organization. The learning objective of this chapter is to study 4 corporate level strategies. There are 4 strategies. They are, yes, stability, expansion, retrenchment, combination. These are the 4 strategies: stability, expansion, retrenchment and combination. Now our target is to discuss this 4 strategies. Expansion and retrenchment are broader to understand. Stability and combination are simple strategies. In fact, technically we have to understand stability, expansion, retrenchment. Combination, there is nothing to discuss. because combination is the combination of stability, expansion and retrenchment. But these three strategies we have to understand. Prior to this, in the exam, so that you won't get confused, there are some other names for corporate level strategies. First, let's understand that. Fine. Sometimes corporate level strategies are called as grand strategies. Other names. Grand strategies, then master strategies or directional strategies. Yes, I'll come to that. These strategies have been stated by William F. Gluck and Lawrence R. George. Okay, these names, these four strategies have been stated by those two people. That is why sometimes these strategies are called as Gluck and George generic strategies. Gluck and George generic strategies. Now, why they are termed as generic strategies? Good. Even business level strategies also we will be using the term generic strategies, which means these strategies can be applicable for all type of organizations, irrespective of a type of a company, irrespective of a size of a company. Any company can adopt these four strategies. That's why they are called as generic strategies, developed by Gluck and George. That's why they are called as Gluck and George generic strategies. This is introduction. Now let's get with the first. The reason why I have tell you the other names, because in the exam, if you have been explained about grand strategies, master strategies, just remember that particular thing is referring about corporate level strategies, right? Let's start with the first strategy that we have, stability strategy. Understand the key terms. If you go back to PLC, we have used the term first time. When the product reaches to a maturity stage, company prefers to follow stability strategy. When you are reading stability strategy, at one point it says that stability strategy is pursued by the firm when the product reaches to maturity stage. But it's not the one point that you will write about stability, you have to write the entire concept. First, under what conditions we say company is following stability strategy? I'll give you the conditions. The first key term is stability is pursued by the firm when, okay, you can write like stability is pursued by the firm when two conditions. When the firm wants to stay in the current markets, dealing with current products and services, under what condition you can say company is following stability? This is the first condition. Let's say any company which wants to stay in the current markets, which means they are not thinking of going into new businesses. They are dealing with current markets and they are dealing with current products and services. They don't want to get into new products and services. They don't want to enter into new markets. They want to stay in the current markets, dealing with current products and services. Then we can say company is following stability. So the term goes like this. Stability strategy is pursued by the firm when they want to stay in the current markets, dealing with same products and services, which means they don't want to enter into new products and markets. If they enter so, then it becomes expansion. Clear? Before I go with the second term, there are some requirements that we have to understand about this stability. And it goes like this. Before I write the second point, here we need to understand the second point. So before we write the second point here, I will provide some requirements of this stability. That is nothing but when any company follows stability strategy, first thing that we have to understand, no redefinition of business. There is no redefinition of business. Nothing but they don't need to redefine their business. Redefining is nothing but study your entire business before you start anything new. Here, you are not starting anything new, hence you don't need to redefine your business. Next, instability. No need of fresh investments. Fresh investments, because company is not starting anything new. They are staying in the current markets, dealing with current products and services. No need of fresh investments. Next, risk is less, because no need of fresh investments, risk is very less. Hence, risk is less. Safety oriented strategy. Safety oriented strategy. Safety strategy. Risk is not involved. Why risk is not involved? Company is not going into anything new. No need of redefinition. No need of fresh investments. Risk is less. Safety oriented strategy. One more thing that we can say about stability strategy is that status quo oriented strategy. Status quo oriented. Status quo means maintaining the same position. In stability, status quo is maintained. In expansion, status quo is challenged. Because in expansion, you go with the new businesses. In stability, the company will stick to the current businesses. These requirements have to be followed for stability. No need of redefinition, no need of fresh investments, risk is less, safety oriented strategy, status quo oriented strategy. By considering all these things, sometime people will consider stability as do nothing strategy. What do you say? But actually, stability is not a do nothing strategy. By considering these things, you are not supposed to call stability is a do nothing strategy, because even in stability strategy, company need to take some strategic decisions. Let's say you are not entering into new business, but you are doing a business. In that business, you need to take decisions. Even in that business also, you need to respond to environmental changes. Then how you can call stability as a do nothing strategy? That's why stability is not a do nothing strategy. Even the companies which follow stability strategy, they also take strategic decisions. That's why the second point we are going to write as strategic decisions will focus on, yes, strategic decisions will focus on incremental improvement of functional performance. Strategic decisions will focus on incremental improvement of functional performance. Pay attention here. Even the companies which follow stability strategy, they also take. That is why we are calling stability as a not a do nothing strategy. But whatever the strategic decisions that they take, those decisions will help the company to only get incremental improvement. Stands for modest growth. You will get growth, but what kind of growth? Instead, if you want rapid growth, then that's it. That's why the point says stability will give you incremental growth. Hence, the companies which want incremental growth will follow. That's it. Got the point? If any company pursues stability strategy, they will get incremental growth. Conversely, the companies which are happy with incremental growth will follow stability. We are done with stability strategy. Whatever the content that I have provided now are the key terms. When you read the entire content about stability strategy, all the points will be revolving towards the things that I have said now. The major key term stands for stability is pursued by the firm when they want to stay in the current markets dealing with current products and services. And the second key term, they take strategic decisions, but to get incremental improvement in the functional performance. So all this stuff is not needed. Stability. Yes, look at this point. Stability is preferred to continue to serve in the same or similar market, deals with same or similar products and services. When stability is pursued, when the product reaches to, that's the second point. It is pursued or suitable when the products have reached to the maturity stage. It is usually followed by small organizations. When they have reached to a market position, they want to consolidate their market position. They will try to consolidate from that place. Can we call it as a do nothing strategy? Not a do nothing strategy, because even stability there will be some functional changes are made. That's why you are not supposed to call it as a do nothing strategy. Then you can understand the characteristics. They maintain the same level of efforts. No need of redefinition of business. Status quo is maintained. No need of fresh investments. Only minor improvements. Risk is very less. What is the growth objective? Modest growth objective. That's why I said whatever the points that I have explained, you will find all these points in the concept. So that's about stability. Clear? Why the reasons? Like usually when the product reaches to maturity stage and the risk is very less. And they are scared of expansion. Expansion may be pursued as being threatening. And environmental factors are stable. That's why they want to follow stability strategy. Now, after stability strategy, what is the second strategy that we have? So, I will give you the complete framework of expansion strategy, because expansion is a quite broader strategy when compared with stability. Are you clear with stability? Done. Expansion. About expansion strategy, the very first thing I would like to tell you is that opposite for everything that we have discussed in stability. They're like dealing with the same products and services, dealing in the same markets. But in expansion, company prefers to go to the new markets, manufacturing new products and services. And whatever the requirements that I have said here, every requirement will become opposite in expansion. Business need to be redefined, investments are needed, risk will be less, status quo is challenged. Here status quo is maintained, there status quo is challenged, and risk will also be high. But in stability, how the growth is? But in expansion, rapid growth. You know that the greater the risk, the greater the returns in business. When you go with the expansion, you will have risk, but at the same time, you will be having the same returns also. That's why stability provides modest growth, expansion provides rapid growth. These are the points that we have to know. But the major thing, for a business, expansion could be possible by three ways. Expansion can be done by three ways. What are the ways that I am going to tell you now? All these ways will help the company to achieve rapid growth. Understand that. And the three ways of achieving expansion strategy are: one is through, yes, intensification. After this we have diversification. Yes. And the third way is mergers and acquisitions. You know about merger and acquisition. That also part of expansion. Mergers and acquisition I will explain separately. As of now, let's understand about intensification and diversification. The aim of intensification and diversification is they will help the company to achieve a rapid growth. In fact, even for mergers and acquisition also, we can say that point. Intensification and diversification will help the company to achieve rapid growth. Now, how the growth can be achieved? When we know the meanings, we will understand. First, let's check with intensification. The meaning of intensification stands for the firm wants to pursue growth. How? By working with its current businesses. This is the meaning. Intensification stands for firm wants to pursue growth by working with its current businesses. Now, intensification can be achieved by three ways. One is, yes, market penetration, and the second one is through, yes, market development, and the third one is product development. Once again, what is intensification stands for? Through intensification, firm wants to pursue growth by working with its current businesses. It can be achieved by three ways: market penetration, market development, and product development. Can you tell me where have we discussed these three Ansof's growth strategies we have discussed? Then we have diversification. The same flow of meaning we will understand. Through diversification, firm wants to pursue growth by working with businesses that are, yes, that are outside to current products and markets. Current products and markets. Understand the difference between the both. What is happening in intensification? Dealing with, but whereas in diversification, outside to the current products and markets. In intensification, company is dealing with its current products but achieving growth. But in diversification, they are going out of the current products and trying to achieve growth. That is where we call it as diversification. Now you should get it out. In Ansoff, we have discussed 4 strategies. If you carefully observe, we have the 4 strategies here. Now, if I ask you why we haven't discussed diversification as a part of intensification, don't tell because you have written here. Technically tell me. Because intensification meaning says, but whereas what? Diversification. Tell me the position of diversification in Ansoff. New product, new market, which is nothing but you are going. That's why it is separately discussed. Got the logic now? These 3 are related to current business. How? Market penetration, existing product in existing market, which is related to existing. Market development, existing product into new markets. Yeah, because product is existed. Product development, new product into existing market. Market is existed here. In these 3 strategies, either product or market is related to current product. That's why it is intensification. But whereas in diversification, what will happen here? You have to move out of the current products and markets. Now, how this will happen? Diversification can be achieved by 4 ways. There are 4 types of diversifications are there. They goes like this. Vertically integrated diversification. Vertically integrated diversification. Second one, horizontal integrated diversification. Third one, concentric diversification. And the last one is conglomerate. conglomerate, diversification. These are four. These four diversifications are part of, these four are part of diversification. Before, now our target is, we don't need to discuss these three because we have covered already in hands off. Now we have to understand this four: vertical, horizontal, concentric, conglomerate. These four comes under diversification, but going out of the current businesses. One more twist is here: vertical, horizontal, and concentric. These three are related diversifications. Related diversification. But whereas only conglomerate can be studied as unrelated. Unrelated diversification. Why it is related and unrelated, we will come to know when we discuss the content. Vertical, horizontal, and concentric are related diversification. Conglomerate is unrelated diversification. Let us understand this four. Straight away from the material, I will highlight the key terms for this four strategies. Clear? So far, the entire picture is clear. Expansion could be possible by three ways: intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisitions. Now, what is intensification stands for? Pursuing growth by working with its current businesses. Diversification stands for pursuing growth by working with the businesses that are outside to the current products and markets. There are three ways of intensification: market penetration, market development, and product development. There are four ways of diversification: vertical, horizontal, concentric, conglomerate. Three are related diversification. Conglomerate is unrelated diversification. Once we discuss these four, we will go with mergers and acquisitions. Then we are done with expansion also. With the key terms, we'll understand. Here you can see intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisitions, and alliance. After mergers and acquisitions, we'll be having alliance. That we'll separately understand. What is diversification? Entry into new product or product lines and new services or new markets, for which you need to have different skills, technology and knowledge. Types we have: vertical, horizontal, concentric, and conglomerate. Let's start with the vertically integrated diversification. Meaning, vertically integrated diversification, what will happen here? The firm engages in businesses that are related to existing businesses, which means company is going into new business, but the new business is connected to, because remember, vertical, I said related diversification. Company is diversifying, but somewhere it is related to existing business, which means the firm vertically remains in the same product or process chain vertically. To understand vertically term, you should know that resources, manufacturing, distribution, marketing and sales, and services, vertical. Now take production as center. Now vertically go backwards or vertically forwards. I'll show a diagram. As you can see this will help you to clear. Raw material, intermediate goods, manufacturing, marketing and sales, distribution, after sales services. Now let us take manufacturing at center. Manufacturing as a center stage. Whatever happens before manufacturing is backwards, and whatever happen after manufacturing is forward. That's why this particular term says vertically remains in the same product or process chain. You are going into new business, but vertically remaining in the same product or process. That's why there are two types of vertically integrated diversification. What are they? Yes, backward integration, or let me simplify these terms. In backward integration, what was backward integration stands for? If the firm enters into businesses of input providers, which means a company is trying to enter into suppliers business, then it is called as backward integration. Raw material. Simple example. A bread manufacturer owns a wheat farm. Simple and classic example. Bread manufacturer owns a wheat farm. What is the major raw material to manufacture bread? Now he owns a wheat farm. Now tell me, owning a wheat farm is a new business? Why? You are manufacturing bread. You owns a wheat farm now. Isn't it a new business for you? But is that new business is related to the existing business? That is why it is related diversification. You have diversified into new business, but that new business is related to. Got the point? Now what is backward integration? Entering into the businesses of input providers. You have your own raw material. You are manufacturing your own product. What is the benefit of this? Cost will be saved. You have the raw material and you are developing the product. If you check how Patanjali, FMCG company, how Patanjali is rapidly growing, backward integration. For most of the products manufactured by Patanjali, they are growing their own inputs. Patanjali is having aloe vera gel. In UP, Patanjali is having 48 acres food park. In this food park, they grow most of the inputs that needed for their products. Now, what is a major raw material for aloe vera gel? They grow aloe vera plants. Patanjali is having cow ghee. Do you know this? Cow ghee. What is a major source that is needed to get cow ghee? Cow milk. For that you need to have buffaloes. Cows. Patanjali is having their own goshalas. So many goshalas Patanjali run. From there they can take the inputs. This is what? Whatever the raw material needed to develop the product, they have that. I can go minute level. Patanjali manufactures phenol. In the phenol, they use cow urine. Because you know that mythologically, it has a power of antibiotic. Mythologically, when any new housewarming ceremony happens, they will sprinkle. Mythologically, it says that purifies. Now, Patanjali guy don't need to go to other place to get it. He is having own raw material and using in the. I tell you, in BCG, that is the reason why they are called cash cow. Trust me. Because when you have a cow, it will give you income from different sources. Even the waste of cow will not goes for waste if you know how to use it productively. That is what Patanjali doing. They are using, hence they have raw material. The input that is needed to develop the product they have. Backward integration helps to save your cost. So many examples we can discuss for backward integration. Straight point, backward integration, business enters into the businesses of input providers backward. Now in forward, backward is raw material, production happens. After production what you do? Distribution, forward integration. When a business enters into the business of distribution channel, which means you are manufacturing the product and you are distributing the product on your own. Bata is a footwear company. When they manufacture footwear, they don't need to go to the shop guys and ask, please sell my footwear. Because they have their own stores. For a foot manufacturing guy, starting a store is a new business. You are into production of manufacturing footwear. You have started a store, maintaining a store. New business, but related to? That is why related diversification. Same thing Patanjali do. Patanjali have backward and forward, both. How come Patanjali is having forward integration? They have their own stores. Like this guy covers all the distribution efficiency. They are into retail, they are into online, they have their exclusive stores. That's how they are growing very rapidly in FMCG. This is called as forward integration. Straight key term, backward integration, integrating with forward integration, integrating with. Look at the point here. Backward integration involves entering into the businesses of input providers for effective supply. What will happen with this? Your supply capacity will improve and the cost of production will come down. Forward integration, moving forward in value chain. What is happening here? Entering into businesses of distribution channel. That's it. So this is called as vertical integration. Clear with the concept? Once again, vertical integration. Firm engages in the businesses that are related to Forward and backward, if you have to understand this point. Vertically remains in the same product or process chain. Vertically either go backwards or vertically go forward. When you go backwards vertically, integrating with input providers. When you go forward vertically, integrating with done. Second one, horizontal integrated diversity. Is it related or unrelated? Related. That's why adding or acquiring one or more similar businesses. Here also a similar business has been added, but the condition operating at the same stage of production and marketing chain, which means whatever the new business that has been acquired, the new business is operating at the same level of production and marketing chain. This is not the end. There are 4 types of things that will define to horizontal integration. This can be achieved by 4 ways. First one, take over. While you are taking over a competitor product, the requirement is your competitor production capacity and the marketing chain has to be same. Then that goes into horizontal. Second one, production of. Now what are complementary products? The 2 products used together to achieve the desired outcome. It's called as complementary product. When any company manufacture mobile, not charger, they need telecom. A SIM is needed. What Reliance do? They have their own mobiles and they are into telecommunication, complementary. Same, mobile need an operating system. Mobile need a chipset. Chipset stands for what is this? And simple term to understand about chipset. Processor. Mobile need operating system. Mobile need processor. What some companies do? For operating system they are going for mobile companies. For operating system they are going for Android. For processor they are going for mobile. So, we use smartphones, sir, but we don't know anything about it. Snapdragon is the name of a product company. Qualcomm. In your smartphone, the processor that is there is Snapdragon, and the process is manufactured by a company called Qualcomm. Sir, we only want whether our mobile have Instagram or not. Beauty mode selfie will come or not. Snapchat is there or not. Beauty mode, taking selfies. So that we can make interesting reels. We don't know any technicalities. Buying and using, that's it. This is the pathetic situation. Now what Apple did? They have their own operating system. They have their own processor. This is where we call production of complementary products. Hence it is horizontal. Sale of, you know about byproducts. Intermediary products. When a production process happens, whatever the intermediary products that we get are called as byproducts. The age-old classic example from your school days. What is that? When sugar cane happens, what do you get? Let us understand the same example. But another example, when petrol manufacturing happens, so many byproducts will come. Like talc will come, grease will come, kerosene will come, byproducts. What is this? If any company sells these byproducts, then that comes into horizontal. Production of complementary product, sale of. Next, entering into repairs and services. Let's say company is manufacturing the product, at the same time they are providing repairs also. Then that comes into horizontal. That's it. Horizontal clear? Horizontal integrated diversification can be achieved by 4 ways. What are they? Taking over competitors' product, manufacturing complementary products, sale of byproducts, entering into repairs and services. Next we have 2 more, concentric and conglomerate. With one simple term I can explain you this, both the concepts. Generally, if any company have to develop a new product, general scenario, when any company develops a new product, they need new technology, Let's say if any company is developing a new product, definitely they will require a new technology and they need new process, and the new product might be sold in the new market also sometimes. In common scenario, when any new product has been manufactured, they need new process, new technology, and the new product is sold in the new market. But in concentric diversification, a new product came out by using existing process, existing technology. This is called synergy benefit. You are using existing process and technology but developing a new product. That's called as concentric. Now you check why it is called as related. Because technology and process is same, but the product is new. In other words, a new product came out. A new product is spin-off from the existing facilities. By using existing facilities, new product is developed. Such kind of concept is called as concentric. Opposite to this is conglomerate. Tell me. A new product came out by using new process, new technology, and the product is sold in new market. That is why we call it as unrelated diverse. There is no connection between the existing product and new product. Hence it is called as conglomerate. Unrelated, we can say. Got the difference between the both? That's what, as you can see here, in concentric diversification, the new business is linked to the existing business through process, technology, and marketing. Nothing but a product is spin-off from the existing facilities. Synergy benefit can be attained. Whereas what is happening in conglomerate? Taking up of activities that are unrelated to the existing businesses. There is no connection between existing product and new product. That's why it is called as unrelated diversification. That's about diversification. Vertical, horizontal, concentric, conglomerate. Intensification completed. Diversification is over. There is a one more way of achieving expansion. What is that? Mergers and acquisitions. Simple and known concept. What is merger stands for? Merger is nothing but when two or more organizations join together to expand their, in friendly terms. Sometimes in merger, new entity can also be created. Mergers are the quickest way of achieving growth. Because already you are merging with an established company. So ultimately you can achieve your growth. Even acquisition also the same. Now what happens in acquisition? Takeover. What is acquisition says? One organization takeovers the other organization and controls the entire business. One more thing in acquisition. Generally acquisitions happens where one financially stronger company acquires the financially weaker. Most of the cases acquisitions happens during economic recessions. What happened when economic recessions takes place? Poor performing companies cannot survive. Then big companies will try to acquire them. As you can see, in the process, financially stronger organization take over the weaker one. Usually they happen during recession in the economy. Merger and acquisition, meaning is clear. Merger means two or more organizations are joining together. Acquisition means one company takeovers a. There are no different types of acquisitions. Acquisition happens in only one way. If you hold more than 50% of stake of the company, which means you have acquired. More than 51% is also enough to call it as acquisition. There are no types in that, but there are types in merger. So let's understand types of mergers. We can simplify this. Instead of the big content that is given over there, I will write simple key terms. Types of mergers. There are four types of mergers are there. First one is horizontal merger. Next one is vertical merger. And then co-generic merger, and the last one is conglomerate merger. Let's understand them with simple key terms. Horizontal merger. Any merger that happens between two companies which are operating in same industry. Nothing but merging with a direct competitor. That kind of merger is called as horizontal merger. Horizontal merger happens between two companies which are operating in nothing but merging with a Idea and Vodafone is the classic example. Previously, they both are competitors, but they both have come together because they both are operating in the same industry. Next, vertical merger. Here also, companies are operating in the same industry, but there is a condition. Two merging companies belongs to same industries, but yes, operating at different levels of, the two conditions are production and distribution. Yeah, operating at different levels of production and distribution. Production and distribution. What this means? The two merging companies belongs to same industry, but what is the condition? The two companies' production levels have to be different. High production capacity companies merging with the low production capacity. High distribution effectiveness capacity companies merging with a low distribution efficiency. Such kind of merger is called as vertical. But here companies belong to same industries. Clear with the condition? Next one is co-generic. Here companies belongs to different industries. Two merging companies belongs to two different industries. Condition is very interesting here. But condition is they both are connected to one another in one or other way. You have to understand the condition here. Two merging companies belongs to two different industries, but they both are connected in one or other way, which means the place where they have been used, or else in the process, utilization, customer benefit, like this, somewhere they both are connected. If a detergent manufacturer is merging with a washing machine manufacturer, detergent powder company is merging with washing machine manufacturer. Understand the condition. These two companies belongs to different industries. Washing machine will come into electronics. Detergent come into FMCG. But connected to one another. How? To wash the clothes in washing machine you need detergent powder. That's why some advertisement says that in this washing machine, if you have to get good result, use this detergent powder. As if that if you pour other detergent powder, machine will reject. It will wash. But they say like that. Connected to one another. If a kitchen appliances guy is merging with a refrigerator manufacturer, condition same. Kitchen appliances is different. Refrigerator industry is different. What is connection? They both use in same place. Obviously, refrigerator is meant to use in Kada. Don't give me a doubt. Refrigerators are meant to be used in. Are you using in any other place? If any relative comes to your home, you are going into bathroom to get water. Cool water, we keep our refrigerator in the bathroom. Do so. When there is no place, you may keep in hall. That's other side of a coin. But you can't keep that in bedroom and balcony or in other place. Refrigerators are meant to be used in. Now a kitchen appliances guy is merging with. Now this stands for connected to one and other. Such kind of merger is called as. Clear with the point? Next one we have conglomerate. Here also two different companies are operating in different industries, but the condition is not connected. There is no connection. Two companies are completely different. There is no connection at all. Now such two companies merge, then we call it as conglomerate. As of now, a old example comes in my mind, I will share. Tata have merged with Sky Technologies. Now it is Tata Play, but previously it is Tata Sky. Tata company have merged with Sky Technologies. That's why previously Tata logo, two different things. Tata used to be different, Sky used to be different. In between there used to be a line. Two different companies operating in two different industries have merged. Now such kind of merger is called as conglomerate. Now no connection at all, but they have merged. That's all. Four types of mergers. Understood? Done? We are done with expansion, intensification, diversification, mergers and acquisitions. Now I think there is one more concept called alliance. We'll simplify this concept also. Alliance is also like a merger. But this merger happened between the companies which are operating in two different countries. There is a car manufacturing guy, which is a German company, German car manufacturing company. They want to sell their cars in India. Now the problem is, straight away if they come to India, they know that they will not have high value. Then what they did, they have approached an Indian company and say that we will try to associate with you and we both will sell our cars. This is like a merger, but here two companies are operating in two different countries. Indian company also thought that, okay, it is also a benefit for me. A German company is merging with me. I can learn new technologies. I can learn new strategies. And I can educate new strategies to the German company. It's a win-win situation. Independently, both the companies cannot achieve that thing. That's why they both have come together. Alliance is also like a merger. But this merger happens between the companies which are operating in two different countries. Then only we call it as alliance. It have advantages and disadvantages. Look at the key term. Relationship between two or more businesses in order to achieve a certain objective which neither would be able to achieve on its own. Independently, they can't achieve that objective. They know that. That's why they have entered into that alliance. Particularly, you have to term it as alliance only when it has been formed between the companies which are operating in different global marketplace, where business are based on different regions of the world. Then only you should call it as alliance. Alliance is also like a merger, but here two companies should belongs to that. So many advantages are there. Organizational benefits. German company will learn everything from Indian company. An Indian company capacity will be increased. Organizational advantage. Economic, they both will be sharing profits and losses. That's why the cost and risk will be distributed across the members. Strategic advantage. If the German company without alliance, if they would have entered into India, now these two will become competitors. Hence there is an alliance, both are working together. Strategic advantage, rivals can join together to cooperate instead of competing. Political benefit, for the German company there are some political hindrances which are stopping to enter into Indian market. But Indian company is having good political influence. So Indian company helped the German company to enter into Indian market. Political benefit. So in alliance, organizational benefits are there, economic, strategic and political benefits. Not only that, alliance comes with some, you have to share all your trade secrets with your partner. German company, no guarantee, no trustworthiness, but you have to share all your trade secrets. This is okay. Another disadvantage, if you both have decided to separate out, then the Indian company with his own hands created a wonderful competitor for himself. Until they are in alliance, it's okay. Now alliance got splitted. Once the alliance got separate, they both will become competitors. Now German company learned everything from Indian company and they have breaked alliance. Then Indian company potentially created a competitor. Look at this point. Strategic alliances may also create a potential competitor, and LA may become a competitor in future when they decide to separate out. That's a major disadvantage. And sharing of knowledge, skills and trade secrets will be a problematic thing. With this, we are done with mergers, acquisitions and alliances. Stability is completed. Expansion is also over. What is the third strategy that we have? Good. Retrenchment. Retrenchment. First, understand the explanation, then I will tell you two types of retrenchment. In recent times, you might have heard that so many IT companies are laying off their employees. In news, you might be hearing this. What is the reason that they are doing these layoffs during? That is the one reason that I have said. Apart from that, common reason, let's say that they want to protect themselves from losses. Of course, during COVID time, overhiring. Now, if they maintain the same overhiring, they will go into losses. That's why they are removing the employees. Removing the employees is one of the part of retrenchment. Generally, for the company, retrenchment is nothing but cutting off. Different cut-off activities companies will do. Why are they performing these cut-off activities? Because they are in losses. So, retrenchment strategy is all about the key term, reducing the scope of organization's activities. Intentionally, companies reducing the scope. Why are they reducing the scope? Because they are in losses. So many activities companies do as a part of retrenchment. First, they will try to reduce capital and revenue expenditure. After that, they will reduce the investment on R&D. And then they will stop doing marketing. They will stop new recruitment. They will remove employees. If needed, they will stop marketing. They will stop R&D. Sometimes they will stop production also. Even after stopping all these things, still they are in losses. Then they will ask for takeover. If no one came for takeover, the last option left is liquidation. Retrenchment happens in a very systematic way. It's not that straight away they will close the firm. So that is why I am saying what is retrenchment stands for reducing the scope of business activities. Why are they reducing the scope? Because they are in uncertain conditions. Environmental factors are adversely showing impact on the health of a business. If they have to survive, they have to perform cut-off activities. And this retrenchment, at what time, what level of retrenchment should happen is purely depends on top management. They will decide how many employees have to be removed, how much production need to be stopped, how many slow moving products need to be stopped, when they have to go for takeover, like this. So that's what retrenchment stands for. Reducing the scope of business operations. When the business deals with uncertain conditions, when environmental factors are adversely showing impact on the business, they will go for retrenchment. It's a systematic activity of performing cut-off activities. But in a company, retrenchment will happen in two ways. That is nothing but internal retrenchment and external retrenchment. External retrenchment is of two types. One is divestment and liquidation. Whereas internal retrenchment is nothing but turnaround. Okay, now we have three strategies with us. Retrenchment consists of three strategies: turnaround, divestment, liquidation. Turnaround is considered as internal retrenchment. Divestment and liquidation are external retrenchment. Ultimately, what is retrenchment stands for? Reducing the scope of business activities. First, let's start with turnaround. If any question that you have to answer about turnaround, first you have to know turnaround is a form of internal retrenchment. Retrenchment could be of two types, internal and external. What happens in internal retrenchment is that companies are trying to reduce some of its activities. what is the purpose of reducing the sum of activities are to go for turnaround. Now, what is simple meaning of turnaround stands for converting a loss making unit into a profit making unit. Simple meaning. You can write this, but there is a technical meaning also. Turnaround means converting a loss making unit into a profit making unit. How you will do this? By improving internal efficiencies. These 2 points you have to keep in your mind for turnaround. Turnaround stands for improving internal efficiencies. Why company is improving internal efficiencies? To convert a loss making unit into a profit making unit. But when we read in the material, this term will not come. The technical term is to convert a financially distressed company into its normacy. There is a company which is into financial depression. Nothing but financially they are lagging. This financially distressed company, they want to convert it into normacy, normal situation. Now, this strategy is called as turnaround. Got the point? Let me highlight some key terms to understand about turnaround. Okay, retrenchment. What is a key term? Reducing the scope of business activities because company is taking up lot of problems. There are different retrenchment strategies are there. You see this cutting off loss making units, divisions, product line, reducing the functions, adopting divestment strategy like that. If everything work it out, if everything doesn't work out, resulting in last step is liquidation strategy they will follow. If none of this work, after performing all the cut off activities, still they are in losses, then the last option left for them is to go for liquidation. Okay, what is turnaround? Understand these points. Retrenchment can be done internally or externally. For internal retrenchment to takes place, what the company have to do? Improving internal efficiencies. Now, improving that internal efficiencies is called as turnaround. Why company is improving internal efficiencies? They want to convert financially distressed company into normacy. The term will be given. Look at the point E. The overall goal of turnaround strategy is to return an underperforming or distressed company into its normacy. Normacy means acceptable level of profits, solvency, liquidity and cash flow. Rather, I can say converting the company from negative cash flow to positive cash flow. You know about negative cash flow. Cash burning is very high. Like inflow is very less, outflow is very high. That's called as negative cash flow. When the company witnesses negative cash flow, that means that they have to go for turnarounds. Meaning of turnaround understood? There are some indicators when do companies have to go for turnaround. First one, when they are continuously witnessing negative cash flow, which means that they have to adopt turnaround. Actually, in turnaround, simply a term has been used, improving internal, which means anything you do, change top management, adopt new strategies, build new technology, launch new product, invest money in R&D, hire experts. No matter whatever you do, your goal is from financial depression, your company should see signs of profitability. Through retrenchment, don't expect that company will become top position. From negative cash flow, you will go into positive cash flow. That's it. Don't expect that, sir, on that case, every loss-making unit can follow turnaround and become number one. No. Turnaround will only help you to get some positive cash flow. That's why the term has been used, improving internal efficiencies. Okay, indicators. When there is a negative cash flow and when the market share is reducing, when the company is selling all its physical facilities, employee turnover is high, morale is low. Turnover high means company have hired more employees than required. Morale means level of confidence and courage. Among employees, level of confidence and courage is less, then they will go into losses. Number of employees are high, level of confidence is low, then company will have to go for turnaround. Their products have become uncompetitive and there is no proper management. Now what all these are? Indicators. Whenever these indicators are identified, immediately company have to go for yes. And turnaround doesn't happen overnight. Action plan is there. There are some steps need to be followed while implementing turnaround. There is a 5-step action plan. First one, assessment of current problems. Go to the root cause of the problem. Identify why the problem has arisen. Go to the root cause of the problem and try to find solution to the problem from the root cause. And once you identify the problem, then analyze the situation and develop a strategic plan. So once you have identified for what problem has led to go into losses, then you start analyzing the problem and try to prepare a plan. And along with that, get ready with an emergency action plan. In a critical situation, get ready with an emergency action plan because you don't know what kind of adverse situations come. Then get ready with an emergency action plan. Nothing but to stop the bleeding and to enable the company to survive. A simple thing. In our home, we maintain first aid kit. Why? Let's say if any cut has happened to your hand, now you can't stitch yourself. To stop the bleed, what you do? First maintain a first aid kit. This will stop you from heavy loss. Same thing in the company. All of a sudden damage have happened. Now get ready with an emergency action plan to deal with that loss. Next, restructuring the business. Whatever the businesses that you are doing, particularly core businesses. Whatever the core businesses are there, health of the core business is very important. Make sure all the cash forecasts of that core business need to be properly maintained. Once you do this, finally you can return to normal. That's why it says that slowly it will begin to see the signs of profitability. From negative cash flow, they will get some positive cash flow. Meaning of turnaround, indicators of turnaround, action plan for turnaround. Retrenchment is over. I don't need to talk about divestment and liquidation. I hope you know about it. Divestment stands for closing down a portion of business. Liquidation stands for closing down the entire business. That is a major context. Different situations, these two strategies have been adopted. With this, stability is over. Stability, expansion and retrenchment. What is the last one that we have? Now, combination simply talks about a mixture of different strategies. When you are talking about turnaround, a point will come. Sometimes the option of turnaround can be ignored if the divestment is the only answer. You have to understand that point. What the company is thinking here, even after going for turnaround, they know that they can't survive. Then straight away they are ignoring turnaround and going for divestment. Got it? It is something like, even when you go to exam, you know that you are not going to pass. Then better not to go to exam. You are quite sure, even if I go, no ways that I can pass. Then rather you skip it. The option of turnaround can be ignored when you know the straight solution is to go for divestment. That point will come. If you read that, this is the meaning of that particular point. What is combination stands for? Refers to mix of different strategies like stability, expansion and diversification. Which means if any company simultaneously follow all these strategies, then we call it as a combination. Now this strategy cannot be followed by a company which deals with only one business. Which type of businesses can follow this strategy? Which are operating in multiple industries. Like morning we have discussed Tata, Reliance. Now what they can do in one business, stability. In one business, expansion. In other business, turnaround. In other business, divestment. Look at this. Which kind of companies can follow this? Organization that is composed of different businesses. And moreover, organization is large. These companies can adopt a combination strategy. So we are done with corporate level strategies. Understood with all the concepts? Any conceptual clarity that you need about corporate level strategies? If is there any, let me know. Yes, please. Repairs and services, you are saying into forward integration. That's true. But horizontal integration, the point says that you are selling a car. along with the car, you are trying to provide services that are needed to that car. Two businesses. One is sales, the other one is completely service. But actually in forward integration, marketing and sales will come, distribution will come, services will come. In our context, you know what it has been said? In forward integration, only enter into the businesses of distribution channel. Only to that extent forward integration has been said. It haven't said that forward integration stands for entering into marketing, entering into services. All these points haven't said. The meaning very clearly says forward integration stands for entering into the businesses of distribution channel. There it stops. But after distribution channel, we have marketing and sales. After that, services. Those 2 points haven't added in forward integration. In horizontal, what says? You sell the product. Along with the product, you yourself provide services and spares also. Then that comes into horizontal. So, sales business is different. Services business is different. Now, you have acquired services business that are related to your product. That is why it is called as horizontal integrated diversification. Clear? Done. So now let's get into our 5th chapter, which is of simple, small, effective chapter. Only outline that I am going to give you now, if you are very careful about the outline, the entire chapter is over. Rest of the things, even if you read, you can understand. Conceptually, one single outline will give you clarity of the entire chapter. The rest of the things is just material reading, advantages, disadvantages, how to achieve, those things will be there. Let's understand the learning objective of this chapter. Business level strategies. Who will come at business level? What is the scope of operation? To that particular business unit. There are no plenty of other names for business level strategies. This is generally called as Michael Porter generic strategies. Michael Porter generic strategies. Even we have used the term generic here, which means these strategies can be applied for all the businesses. Yes. Same generic term we have used for corporate level strategies also. Now here there are three business level strategies we have. They are cost leadership, and then differentiation, and then focus. Three strategies: cost leadership, differentiation, and focus. To understand these three strategies, you should know some terminologies. They are nothing but standardized product, customization of product. Which means, what is customization of product stands for? The product can be modified as per the interest of the customer, which means you are doing customization. Standardized product stands for the same product has been offered for everyone. You can't change the product as per the needs of a customer. This stands for standardization and customization. Next term. Every market consists of two types of customers: price sensitive customers and price insensitive customers. Price sensitive customers. Someone's dream is to buy an iPhone waiting for the discount. Now, let's say iPhone 14 has come. Now he is thinking iPhone 10 might come in low price. They always want to buy the product at a discount. These customers are called as price sensitive customers. On the other hand, we have price insensitive customers. If their intention is to buy the product, they will buy irrespective of price. Every market consists of price sensitive customers and insensitive. All the markets, such two customers will be there. And all the companies, some companies will go for customization of a product, some companies standardization of a product. Depending on this, we can understand the three strategies. First, cost leadership. Any company which follow cost leadership, what they do? First thing, they will manufacture in cost leadership, the first thing that they do is that a standard product. A standard product. Nothing but standardization of product. They will not go for customization. They will not change the product from customer to customer as per the taste and preferences of a customer. Rather, they will offer a standard product. That too, low per unit cost. Low per unit cost, which is nothing but their cost is very less. Standardized product, low per unit cost for price sensitive customers. For price sensitive customers. Now this is what cost leadership companies do. A standardized product, low per unit cost for price sensitive customers. If these three things have been done by any company, which means that they are following, cost will be less, a standard product. Hence it is a standard product, cost is less. Mass production. If you go for customization, you have to change the product from customer to customer. Mass production is not possible, then the cost will be high. That's why here they can go for mass production, standard product, and ultimately cost will be less. Hence cost is less, target customers are price sensitive. Differentiation. Here what companies try to do is that they will satisfy unique needs of a customer. Unique needs of the customer. Now if they want to satisfy the unique needs of a customer, they can't offer a standard product. Customization, every customer is having some unique needs, and to satisfy their unique needs they need to keep on make changes in the products. Hence they are making changes in product. They can't sell it for low price. The price will increase. Hence the price has been increased. This is targeted for price insensitive. Price insensitive customers. Because the price will be high. As you are making customizations in the product. Now these two strategies will be for broader market. Broader markets. What is this broader market? Anyone can buy the product. There is no limitation. For everyone they sell the product. Sir, what is a big deal in there? Every company sell product for everyone. No. There are some companies, even if you have money, they won't sell you the product. Only for certain type of customers they will sell the product. Recently, Shah Rukh Khan have purchased Rolls Royce worth of 4 crores. Have you heard about this? Rolls Royce he purchased. I forgot the model. It cost more than 4 crores. In the entire world, there are only 4 cars. One is having with Shah Rukh Khan now. Now you say, I have 4 crores. Let me go and buy that car. They will not sell you that. They will sell those cars only those who have having social status. It is not about money here. It's about social status that you have. For them only they will sell the product. Now this is not for everyone. That's where I am saying cost leadership differentiation. They will offer product for everyone. Their target is broader market. If you have money, you go and buy. Mercedes-Benz, you go and buy. Not all the products. Mercedes-Benz, there are certain models. Again, that model will only be sold to specific people. Everyone will not buy that. Rolls-Royce, you can't buy. Only for certain models of Rolls-Royce. Limited edition cars will be there. They can only be sold to those people, which means the target market is very narrow. But here, cost leadership and differentiation, the target is broader market. Now, opposite to this, something is related to focus. Now, why I said broader market, you'll understand when we come to know about focus. Now, what will happen in focus? The key term, satisfying the needs of, small group of customers. In focus strategy, what the company is doing here, their products are not for everyone. They are trying to satisfy the needs of a small group of customers in the market. Hence we say small group of customer. The target market will become narrow. Narrow markets. They sell the product for narrow markets. Again, focus strategy is of two types. So, understood the meaning of focus? Focus stands for identifying the needs of small group of customers. The product is not for everyone. They are selling the product only for the limited people. That's why narrow market. Rolls-Royce limited edition cars, Mercedes-Benz limited edition cars. Narrow market, not for everyone. Now, focus strategy is of two types. That is, yes, focused cost leadership. Focused cost leadership, and then focused differentiation. Focused differentiation. So, once again, focus is identifying the needs of small group of customers in the market. Again, focus is divided into two types, focused cost leadership and focused differentiation. Now, what is focused differentiation? Key term is satisfying the unique needs for narrow markets. Because differentiation has been clubbed with focus. Then what will happen? Company have to satisfy the unique needs. But for whom? Classic example of Rolls-Royce that I have said just now. The product is highly customized. Cost is very high. Price insensitive. But the target market is very narrow. So, focused cost leadership stands for satisfying the unique needs for narrow markets. Before COVID, a Chinese company have said that they will launch a hotel in space where 6 guests can be accommodated for 1 week. And that for 1 week, every guest have to pay 21 crores. Now think of it. Will that company be focusing on a broader market? Small group of customers, unique needs. Particularly, if anyone's taste and preferences are so distinctively different that he want to stay in space, zero gravity. For that, they need to take 6 months training. You are not staying in the normal hotel, hotel in space. You will be in the air. For that, you need to be trained. Paying 21 crores for 1 week. Pre-COVID, one company offered this. Now tell me, is this strategies for everyone? Narrow. Focused differentiation. Unique needs are satisfied. That too for small group of customers. Opposite. Focused cost leadership. Developing a low cost product for narrow markets. You have to understand this. A low cost product has been developed by the company, but the target market is very narrow. I may not give you the real example, but I will give you an imaginative example. If a company do that, then it will come into this. Patanjali has created an Ayurvedic low cost Ayurvedic product to cure a rare cancer. Now you look at the requirement. Rare cancer, narrow market. Low cost Ayurvedic product, sensitive buyers. Got the point? A low cost product for narrow market is focused cost leadership. A unique product for narrow market is focused differentiation. That's it. Whatever you study in the material is about things that I have explained you now. But for that, you have to understand the meanings first. Once again, what happens in cost leadership? A standardized product, low per unit cost for price sensitive buyers. Differentiation, satisfying the unique needs for price insensitive buyers. Both cost leadership and differentiation focus on broader market. What is focus stands for? Identifying the needs of small group of customers in the market. That becomes narrow markets. Whereas focused is of two types: focused cost leadership and focused differentiation. Focused differentiation, unique needs for narrow market. Focused cost leadership, low cost product for narrow market. Rest of the things when you read, I tell you easily you can go through with the content, because for everything elaborately explained. Cost leadership, meaning, advantages, disadvantages, how it can be achieved. I will take you through some key terms. A standardized product, low per unit cost, for whom? Price sensitive customers. Differentiation, unique products and services, consumers who are relatively price insensitive. What focus says? Satisfying the needs of small group of customers. If any question comes to write about Michael Porter generic strategies, then you write all these three and you can draw this diagram. Diagram conveys the same. Competitive scope, broader market, narrow market. What are the two ways of achieving competitive advantage? In the first chapter I have said, second chapter. There are two ways of gaining competitive advantage. Being a low cost producer, being unique. Look at here. Competitive advantage can be gained by two ways: low cost and differentiated products. The four strategies have come here, which is nothing but broader market, low cost is cost leadership. Broader market, differentiated is differentiation. Narrow market, low cost is cost leadership. Yes, focus cost leadership. Narrow market, differentiation is, that's it. Now about every strategy, again separately content has been given. Now as you have understood the concept, when you read you can easily go through with all these things. The same thing will come here, like broader mass market is aimed, low price will be made for the product as compared with the competitors. The basic objective is of the firm is to underprice the competitors so that their market share can be gained. Moreover, if cost leadership strategy have to be successful, the market should consist of more price sensitive buyers. Cost leadership will give you success only when market is having more price sensitive buyers. And there are no many ways to achieve product differentiation. And buyers also do not care between brands. Buyer is least bother about brand. What buyer wants? A product with low price. Then cost leadership is a perfect strategy to implement. And then from all these and one more thing, for all the four strategies that I have said, only one common disadvantage is there. In the long run, competitors will copy. No matter whatever the strategy that you follow, cost leadership, differentiation and focus, in the long run, competitor will definitely copy that strategy. That's the point says. I can show you that as a disadvantage. As you can see, for cost leadership, in the long run, competitors may copy. Like for the rest of the strategies also, the same point will be given. So this is about the strategy. Same differentiation, same content will be given, satisfying the unique needs, and customers will pay a premium price for the product. Hence, they will expect better services in differentiation. Disadvantages, the same thing. Uniqueness is difficult to sustain because in the long run, competitor will copy it. That's it. I'm not going with Michael Porter's 5 forces model in this. Not that much needed. There are 5 forces are there. Bargaining power of suppliers, bargaining power of customers, threat of new entrants, threat of substitutes. Because you know about substitute product, you know about new entrants. We'll do one thing. After the break, I will just tell you what is the purpose of the topic. Okay, instead of ignoring it, I will tell you why Michael Porter have created the 5 forces. But I will not go through with the reading. I'll tell you the purpose of the topic. Then if you read, you may get most of the concepts. So we are going to have a 15 minutes break now. The danger zone has been passed. Post lunch at a stretch 2-hour session. I was little worried about that particular session. Went well. Now we don't need to worry about the rest of the 2 sessions that we have. I'm quite sure they will be done comfortably now. Now don't say that, sir, my time is after 4 o'clock. between 4 to 6 is the time where I sleep. Now don't say that, then the rest of the 2 sessions will be difficult. Clear for now? So all active, proactive, nice. Either of the things are good, either proactive or reactive, but don't be like no active. Either it's good, either proactive or reactive. Okay, so in this chapter there is a concept called Porter's 5 forces model of competitive analysis. This concept is not related to business level strategies. First thing, the right place for this concept would have been analysis, because this topic is related to competitive analysis. Look at the heading, says Michael Porter have created this for the purpose of analyzing competitors. You know that when competitors need to be studied, there are so many factors that you have to study about your competitors. Who are they? Products and services, strengths, weaknesses, putting all information together. It's a very hectic task and practically not feasible to study all the competitors to get a conclusion. For that, what Michael Porter did is that he said, don't worry to study about all the competitors. Rather, he said, I will provide 5 forces. If any company wants to know competitive intensity of a particular industry, they don't need to study about each and every competitor. It is enough to study 5 forces. When any company studies these 5 forces, ultimately they could come to know about competitive intensity. That's why the topic is called as 5 forces of industry that have been identified by Michael Porter. In other words, we can call it as Porter's 5 forces model of competitive analysis. Even that way also we can understand. Now, what are the 5 forces? As you can see, introduction, what it says? It is a powerful and widely used tool for systematically diagnose what? Principal competitive pressures in the market. To understand the competitive pressures of the market, instead of studying about all the competitors, Michael Porter have stated 5 forces. When any company studies these 5 forces, ultimately they can come to know about their competitors. And the 5 forces are, first one, threat of new entrants, bargaining power of buyers, then bargaining power of suppliers, rivalry among existing firm, threat of 5 forces. All these 5 forces will help the company to understand competitive pressures. New company, whenever new company enters into the market, isn't it a threat for the existing firms? Then what existing firms have to do? Restrict the new companies not to enter into market. This concept is called as creating entry barriers. New entrants are powerful source of competition because they add new technology. They will come up with new features. They will come with new capabilities. That's why new entrants are called as a powerful source of competition. Now, how to restrict this powerful source of competition? By creating some entry barriers. List of entry barriers have been given here. Increase capital requirement. When you increase your capital, new company will not enter. So much money is needed to enter into the industry. Next one, economies of scale. Reduce the price by increasing the production. Economies of scale is nothing but by increasing volume of production, price can be reduced. Automatically you are restricting new player to enter into the market. Product differentiation, satisfy unique needs of a customer. For a new company, it is very difficult to satisfy that unique needs. Created entry barrier. Switching cost. Let's say you are using one product now. Now you want to shift to a new product. When you wish to shift to a new product, will you expect the new product price to be low? Then generally what is the tendency? You are using a product. You want to buy a new product. Will you expect that new product price should be lesser than the product that you are using now? Yes. That is called switching cost. Customers are reluctant to switch to a new product if the switching price is high. Tremendously used by Jio. in order to attract the other telecom services to Jio, they kept switching cost as 0 strategy. Initially Jio was given for free, everybody used. After that slowly they have recharged also. Switching cost. Persuading the target customers of other brand to our brand. You are grabbing all the customers of other brands to your brand. Automatically new player will not come into the market. Switching cost. Look at, when switching costs are high, buyers are reluctant to change. When switching cost is low, everyone will change. Brand identity. Create a brand identity. No other competitor can compete your brand identity. Then new player will not come. Apple did this. Access to distribution channel. Coke did this. Coke and Pepsi, both guys did. You are manufacturing new cool drink in India. Reliance guy is doing again. I forgot the name of his cola brand that is launching. Long back it was there. Again they are launching a cola brand. Now if that brand has launched, is there any Kirana shop is vacant to sell the cool drink? Tell me. Either you will get a Coke guy or you will get a Pepsi. Now what these two guys did, covered all the distribution channel. If anyone starts a new retail store, definitely he will go to approach Coke and take the Coke refrigerator and sell all the Coke products. Or else Pepsi. Now what these two companies did, they have occupied all the... Now where is the space for new guy? Now new guy will not come. Look at this, unavailability of distribution channel. Next, possibility of aggressive. Existing companies are aggressively fighting with one another. New guy will be scared. Already existing players are aggressively fighting with the price. If I enter into the market, I can't fight with the price. Then he will not enter. Now what all these are? All these are ways to create entry barriers. When you create entry barriers, which threat you can protect from? New entrants. Done. Bargaining power of buyers. Usually group of buyers will form as groups, cartels, and they will pressurize on the manufacturer to reduce the price. This happens only in industrial products where the buyers have to be bulk buyers. Bulk in industrial product, when you purchase the product, you are a bulk buyer. Now you are pressurizing the manufacturer to reduce the price. That's how bargaining power of buyer. Same thing happens for bargaining power of supplier. Supplier can only exhibit bargaining power under two conditions, not every time. When there is scarcity of raw material, when the supplier is monopoly in the market. In these two conditions, he will show a lot of bargaining power. Then rivalry among existing firm. Quite obvious. Higher the rivalry, greater the threat. Next one is threat of substitute, or what type of competition. In the very beginning, second chapter I said, indirect source of competition. Now, all these things are directly you are not studying about your competitor. But when you study these 5 forces, ultimately a company can know the competitive pressures in the market. That is what Michael Porter says. Instead of studying about competitors directly, 5 forces you can study. So that ultimately you can come to know about your competitors. After knowing the 5 forces, what is the conclusion you have to draw? You have to check the pressure from these 5 forces. Whether the force is fierce, very aggressive, strong, moderate to normal, or weak. 5 forces, these parameters. Threat of new entrants, fierce. So many new players are coming in market. Threat of new entrants is very strong. Threat of new entrant is very normal. Threat of new entrant is very... When a threat of new entrant will be weak, when you create barriers. Threat of substitute, is it fierce, strong, normal, or weak? Like that, the 5 forces can be studied from these 4 dimensions, and accordingly strategic decisions can be taken. Don't draw anything. This thing is not needed to draw. Sometimes exclusively a question may come. What are the ways to create entry barriers? Then write only about threat of new entrants and these entry barriers. Let's say the entire question has been asked for 5 marks. This much content is not needed. Provide headings, 1 or 2 line explanation is enough. I said every question has been asked for 5 marks. Be smart enough to judge how much content need to be produced. Now you can't write all this content for 5 marks. Write the headings properly, and write 1 or 2 lines for every content. Will be more than enough. So we are done with business level strategies. Corporate level is completed and business level completed. Now the next we have functional level strategies. Who will come at functional level? What is the scope of operations to that particular functional area? So what is the learning objective of this chapter? To study the strategies that are prepared for each and every functional area. How many functional areas we are going to cover? Marketing. Yes. Finance. Then we have production, R&D, logistics and SCM, supply chain management. Then we have HRM, human resource management. All these are the functional areas that we have. Now we are going to understand about each and every functional area and what kind of strategies that are prepared. The first one that we have is marketing. There is no other thing. For corporate level strategies, we have Gluck and George. Business level strategies, we have Michael Porter. No such thing is for this. These are just strategies for functional areas. Every functional area is different in its functions. We will only study what kind of functions have been performed in those areas. And particularly about marketing, everything is not discussed. I will only explain 3 concepts in marketing. That's it. I will not explain techniques. Okay, it will be huge concept to understand about techniques. So I'll skip with that. I will explain definition of marketing, marketing mix, and connecting with customers. These 3 will be enough. Techniques, there are 13 techniques are there. By the time we deal with the 13 techniques, we can complete finance and production. That's why. Okay, it's all because of time factor, nothing much than that. So let's start with marketing. Marketing is a very interesting area for business. Marketing strategy. The first thing that we have to know about marketing is definition of marketing stated by Philip Kotler. Philip Kotler is generally considered as father of marketing. He have given a definition for marketing. Let's start with that. He says, marketing is a social and managerial process by which individuals and groups obtain what they need and want through creating, offering and exchanging of product value with that of others. This is the definition stated by Philip Kotler for marketing. This has been stated by Philip Kotler, who is considered as father of marketing. What is he trying to say in this definition? First, he says that marketing is a social and managerial process, because it can happen socially and it can happen managerially. Why he says socially? Because even a person also do marketing of himself. In techniques we have person marketing, because it's a social process. People also do marketing of themselves. Celebrities will do this, politicians will do this, film stars will do this. They will promote themselves. That's about social marketing. Now what will happen with this? By which individuals and groups obtain what they need and want. Through marketing our wants are satisfied. How? Company do marketing, awareness is created, will go and buy the product, our need is satisfied. Now how this will happen? Through creating. Company will create a product, company will offer the product, and what we do? How we exchange the product? You go to shop, give a white paper and ask a shop guy to give a product. Tell him that, look, money is also a piece of paper. I am also giving the same piece of paper with the same measurements. Take this paper and give me product. Then he will give you a tight slap. Because you have to give something which is having value. So gratefully, Philip Kotler wrote this definition. The last term even applicable for barter system also. What happens in barter system? Goods are exchanged for goods. Give a good which is having value and take the good which is having value. That is what marketing is. Social and managerial process. Helping to achieve needs. That happens through creating, offering and exchanging. The exchange should happen value with that of others. This is what the definition for marketing stated by Philip Kotler. Understood with the definition? Done. Next in marketing that we have to understand is connecting with customers. Through marketing, how a company can connect with customers. For this, what the company have to do? A 3-step process is there. Because most of the cases companies will do marketing in order to establish connectivity with their customers. For that, they have to follow 3-step process. First one is market segmentation. Market segmentation. Then market targeting. And third one is market positioning. These 3 steps. Why these 3 steps? To connect with the customer. What is market segmentation? Stands for dividing up the total market into segments. If any company is manufacturing a soap, first they need to divide the market into segments. Soap for men, soap for women, soap for kids. Divide. Then targeting, select a segment. Soap for kids. After selecting, manufacture the product and position the product in the market. Sell like manufacturing a soap for kid and selling the soap in the market. Stands for positioning. Segmentation stands for dividing the total market into segments. Targeting stands for choosing the best segment. Positioning stands for serving the chosen segment better than the competitor. These 3 steps will help the company to connect with the done. Understood the 3 points? Next, major concept of marketing that we have is marketing mix. What does marketing mix consist of? It consists of some variables. All these variables are under the control of a company. Marketing mix consists of some variables. We are going to discuss 7 variables. That's why these 7 variables are called as 7 piece of marketing mix. Okay. These 7 variables will be under the control of the company, which means some elements. All these 7 elements, if company successfully implements, then the marketing program will be successful. Now, what are the 7 elements? Again, the 7 elements are divided into 2 parts. First, we have 4 piece of marketing mix. 4 piece of marketing mix. After that, expanded 3 piece of marketing mix. Okay. Now, what are the 4 P's? Simple but an effective concept. Product, price, place and promotion. Meanings are so simple. Product stands for, now you can understand why 4 P's we have said. Everything starts with a P. These are called as 4 P's of marketing mix. Product stands for goods and services manufactured by the firm. Will the company sell the product for free? We need to pay some. Price stands for amount paid to obtain the product. Okay, product means goods and services manufactured by the firm. Price stands for amount paid to obtain the product. Place, where the product is available for the customer, in which place you are offering the product to the customer. Promotion, persuading the target customer towards the product. Persuading means attracting. Like when a movie has been made, they will do promotional activities. Why the promotional activity? To attract the customers. Clear? Once again, product stands for products and services manufactured by the firm. Price stands for amount paid to obtain the product. Place stands for where the product is available. Promotion stands for targeting or persuading the target customer towards the product. In order to persuade the target customer towards the product, there are 4 ways of promotional activities are there. They are nothing but, yes, personal selling. Next we have advertising. After this, publicity, and then sales promotion. What are these 4 are promotional activities? Personal selling, door to door. Right? Long back it used to happen. Oldest form of creating awareness happens with oral communication. A person comes and orally explains you about the merits of a product and he will convince you to buy the product. One good thing about personal selling, starts with mutual interaction, ends with a sale. He convinces you to buy, ultimately sale will happen. But it is not a cost effective means of reaching more number of customers, because you are spending money but not reaching more customers. That's what. Advertising, you will spend money but reach more number of customers. You can add creativity in advertisement. There are different media that you can use in advertisement. Print media, broadcast media, digital media. By using any of these 3 media, advertising can be done. For personal selling and advertising, company spends money. Without spending any money, if you do promotion, that comes into publicity. Skillfully promoting the product in a media with negligible cost. You are not spending any money, but you are promoting your product, like how our Guru RGV do. When he makes a movie, he don't need to spend money for promotion. Poor Rajamouli will spend lot of money for promotion. Now, our Guru Ram Gopal Verma, only title is enough to create promotion. No special money need to be involved. Announce the title. News channel will call him. He scold few. Few will scold him. Promotion over. With a negligible cost, if any company try to promote its product, it's called as publicity. Sales promotion. Anything which has been done exclusively to boost the sales. There the answer lies. Sales promotion. Any promotional activity to increase the sales. Discounts, offers, cashbacks, 1+1, kiosk model, exhibition. All these are for the purpose of increasing sales. Now what are these 4 are? This 4 will come into promotion. We are done with 4 P's. What are the 4 P's? Product, price, place, promotion. What are the 4 ways of promotion? Personal selling, advertising, publicity, and understand the key terms. Which type of promotion will happen with negligible cost? Which happens through oral communication? Done. So we have expanded 3 P's of marketing mix. They are people, yes, physical, evidence, and then process. These are the 3 P's. Overall 7 P's we have. Expanded. First 4 P's were there. Additionally 3 more P's have been added. People. All human elements who are actively participating in marketing are people, including employees of the company. Without people you can't do marketing. Physical evidence. Market and environmental factors will act as physical evidence. Process. Marketing happens as a set of activities. Procedures. The procedures that has been followed in marketing is considered as process. People means all human elements. Physical evidence is market and environmental factors will act as physical evidence. Process means a procedure followed to run marketing. That's it. All these 7 variables will be under the control of a company. That's why they are called as controllable variables. If all these variables have been effectively implemented, then marketing program of the company will be a successful one. This is enough about marketing. Like marketing techniques, you better have a look at the techniques. Around 13 techniques might be there. As you can see, the definition of marketing has been given here, stated by Philip Kotler. And then 4 P's have been given here. After that, expanded 3 P's have been given here. And then promotional method, personal selling, advertising, publicity and sales promotion. You can highlight the key term as per the terms that I have stated. And then we have some techniques. Different techniques for different purposes. I am not going through with the techniques as of now. Right? Let's go with the next one. Finance strategy formation. From here, all the functional strategies are very simple to understand. Finance. What is finance is responsible for? Look at the term. Acquiring sources of funds, developing financial statements and budgets, management and usage of funds, and evaluating worth of business. You know, all these are functions of finance. But we are not studying all the functions. We will study only one function. What is that? Evaluating the worth of business. Rest of the functions we are not going to focus on. Not only that, what a finance guy will do? Raising capital. How the capital can be raised? Debt and equity. This. Next, to lease or buy fixed assets. And to determine the dividend payout ratio. And to extend the time of accounts receivable. And whatever the accounts are there, establishing certain percent of discount and determining what should be the cash in hand. These are some of the job that finance guy have to do, but you better know the rest of financial activities. And after that, this thing is not needed. A practical question, sometimes it will come. You being a finance manager, how you are going to get the funds without disturbing the general activities of business? It's a practical question. For that, what you have to do is that first you have to convey the capital structure of a company. The capital structure of a company consists of 2 things. What are they? Debt and equity. Is it good to procure the entire capital through equity? No, ownership will dilute. That's why appropriate amount of debt and equity need to be maintained. This explanation you have to write. And along with that, what are the ways to get the funds? First, create a capital structure. Your capital structure should consist of 2 things. What are they? And then you should have some procurement of capital and working capital borrowings. You need to maintain some reserves and surplus as source of funds. Then the manager need to maintain good relationship with banks and financial institutions. Then you provide explanation why debt and equity has to be there. This point talks about it is not better to go with the equity. If ordinary stock is issued, the ownership will dilute. That's why there should be appropriate amount of debt and equity. And after this, you have to write about evaluating the worth of a business. In order to evaluate the worth of a business, 3 simple methods are there. Evaluation of worth of business. 3 methods. What is the first one? Net worth or stockholders equity. Because all these points as a finance student you know. That's why just giving you a quick briefing up. Net worth. Simple way. What is net worth is? Total assets minus outstanding liability. Next one is not a calculative one, imaginative one. In order to evaluate the worth of a business, the next method is not calculative, imaginative. Look at the point why we are saying imaginative. Future benefits to owners through, you can't decide how much net profits a business will get in the future. Imagination. Now how the imagination can be drawn? These benefits are considered to be much greater than the amounts of profits. There is a thumb rule for this. What is the thumb rule? Business worth is equal to 5 times for the current annual profits, which means for the future profits, you are increasing your net worth for 5 times. Imaginative one, thumb rule. It is not necessary that your net worth will be increased for 5 times every time. But on an imaginative note, you will get a value. Next, what is the third one? Market determined business worth. In that first one is comparative price method, which means depending upon the selling price of a similar company, you are comparing your company with the other company. Whatever the selling price of that company will eventually become as selling price of your company. Look at the explanation. The firm's worth may be based on the selling price of a similar company. What is the next method that we have? P ratio. You know the formula for P ratio, MPS by EPS. Then we have outstanding shares. Look at the formula for outstanding shares. Multiplying the number of shares outstanding by the market price per share and add a premium. Now these three methods will come into market determined net worth. So in order to evaluate the net worth, three methods. Business worth can be evaluated by three methods. Net worth, then future benefits to owners through net profits, market determined. Market determined net worth is into three. Comparative price method, P ratio, outstanding shares. Finance is over. Nothing much to understand about finance. Next one is production. I will give an outline for production strategy to simply understand this concept. Production strategy. Actually, the term that I am going to write now will be in the form of points. Paragraph. I will try to divide that into points. All the activities that happens in a production department are majorly categorized under two heads. Some activities are called as production system, and some activities are discussed under operations planning and control. Operations planning and control. So all the activities that have been done by production department are categorized under two heads. Some activities are into production system, some are into operations planning and control. The activities that happens in production system are long range in nature. They are long term activities. Operations planning and control activities are day to day in nature, day to day operations. Okay, let's check the activities that happens under production system. The activities that happens in production system are defining plant capacity, location and layout. Plant capacity, location and layout. You know the meaning of these three terms? Plant capacity, location, layout. Can these three things be changed regularly? You can't change it. It's long term. Once fixed, you have to fix. You can't change your plant on regular basis. A production guy need to define plant capacity, location and layout. Next, product or service design. Product or service design. Now this thing will also be not changed very regularly. This is not something day to day activity, long term. Product or service design. Next, work system. Work system, how the work should takes place. In a factory, production happens. In production, systematically one after other activities takes place. Work system, it cannot be changed regularly. The what we call assembly line, the assembly line will not be changed. Work system. Next, degree of automation. Degree of automation. When it comes to degree of automation, it can be manual, semi-automated or fully automated. How your production should be? It has to be fully automated, semi-automated or manual. Long-term activity. Next one, degree of vertical integration. Degree of vertical integration. Just before we have discussed about vertical integration. To what extent you can go for vertical integration, either backwards or forwards. All these activities are long range in nature and these activities will come into production system. Now there are some other activities that comes into production strategy that are operations planning and control, that are day to day in nature. They are production planning. Regularly it has to be done. Production planning. If production happened regularly, there should be material supply. Material supply. This also relate to day to day. And then you should take care of cost and quality. Cost and quality of the material. And then maintenance. Maintenance. Maintenance of what? Plant and equipment. Plant and equipment. What happens if regularly plant and equipment is not maintained? Machinery become worn out. If all of a sudden machinery gets stuck, particularly if it is a 24/7 operating firm, huge loss will happen. Now all these activities are day to day in nature. That's our production strategy. The same thing has been conveyed in the form of points in production strategy. Look, all the activities are divided into two heads. One is production system. What happens in production system? List of activities are here. Capacity, location, layout, product or service design, work system, degree of automation, extent of vertical integration will come into it. These generally, all these decisions are long term in nature. Then operations planning and control. These are concerned with production planning, material supply, inventory, cost and quality, maintenance of plant and equipment. These are with respect to day-to-day operations that have to be done by keeping long-term objectives. Done. If you can remember, in production strategy, two activities are divided into two parts. One is production system, operations planning and control. Activities of production system are related to long range. Operations and planning activities are day-to-day operations. Production strategy is completed. Marketing is over, finance completed, and then production is over. Then the next one that we have is, we'll discuss R&D, then we'll come back to logistics and SCM. R&D, research and development. First, what do R&D people do in the company? Research. Certain points you have to remember here. The points goes like this. First thing, R&D people are responsible for development of a new product. Second point, modification of the existing product. Third one, adjusting the process as per the availability of raw materials. Fourth one, modifying the product as per the taste and preferences of the customer. Okay, first one is development of a new product, modifying the existing product, adjusting the process as per the availability of raw material, and making modifications in the product as per the interest and taste and preferences of the customers. These are major tasks that R&D people have to do in the company. Look at the key term. These people are responsible for developing the new product and improving the old product. Next, they will perform tasks such as transferring complex technologies and adjusting processes to local raw materials, and moreover altering products to the taste and specifications of the customers. These 2 points will explain about meaning of R&D. So once again, what do R&D people do? Let's say 4 activities. Development of a new product, modify or improving the existing product, adjusting the process as per local raw materials, altering the products as per taste and specifications. Meaning of R&D. After this, R&D people need to follow certain policies. Stands for R&D policies. What are these R&D policies? First one, R&D people are responsible for product or process improvement. R&D people do 2 types of researches. Stress basic research or stress basic research. R&D team have conducted brainstorming sessions and came with a new innovative product that market haven't seen so far. This is called as stress basic research. Applied research, someone have did research and they are simply copying it. If any company do stress basic research, they are R&D leaders. If they are going for applied research, they will be R&D. Now, who are R&D leaders? Any company first time introduces the technology into the market. Now they are called as R&D leaders. Can we say Apple is R&D leader? So many times they have introduced new technologies to the market. On the other hand, we have Xiaomi, R&D follower. He never invent anything. When someone is invented, they will simply copy it for low price. Now this is called stress basic research or applied research, or to be a leader or follower in R&D. Now R&D process, how it can be? They can develop robotics or manual type process. How much money to spend on R&D? High, average, low. Depends on financial capability of a company. That is also R&D policy. Next, perform R&D within the firm or outsource R&D. Two options. Now when to perform in-house, when to outsource, depends on condition, market condition. I will tell you the concept. But two options are there with the company. Either perform R&D within the firm or to outsource R&D to the other firms. And in the company's R&D department, two types of researchers can be used. University researchers or university researchers, the guy who have completed his highest education, like research scholar. Private sector researcher doesn't have research scholarship, but he has experience. R&D policies. Now there are three approaches for R&D. Just now two approaches I have explained. R&D leader. Who is R&D leader? The one who introduces the technology first time to the market is called as R&D leader. Like R&D follower is nothing but innovative imitator of a successful product. Okay, leader means to be the first firm to market new technology. Follower is nothing but innovative imitator of a successful product. Low cost producer. Generally what happens is that when a product becomes successful, most of the people expect the price to come down. There is a successful product which is high at cost. Now what most of the people thinks, if the same kind of product available for low cost, they show interest to buy. Here low cost producers will come. What these people will do? Mass producing the product for low price. The products which have recently introduced and got succeeded. Look at the down. Mass producing the products similar to but less expensive than the product recently introduced. Why they will do this? Second point says, as the new product is accepted by the customer, price becomes increasingly important in the buying decision. That's why what these companies do, increase the volume of production, reduce per unit cost. Such strategy is called as low cost producer. There are three R&D approaches: R&D leader, R&D follower, low cost producer. So meaning of R&D, R&D policies, R&D approaches. Just before I said in-house R&D and outsourcing of R&D, we have some decisions here. When to go for in-house, when to go for outsourcing. This depends on two conditions. Technical changes, market growth. Technical changes are slow, market growth is moderate. Then the strategic choice is in-house R&D. Technical changes are fast, market growth is moderate. Then also you can go for in-house R&D is not warranted, sorry. You can go for outsourcing. It is not suggested to go for aggressive in-house R&D. Don't spend more money on in-house R&D. Less money you can spend on in-house R&D. Technological changes are slow, market is very fast. Then outsourcing is best. Not enough time for in-house R&D. Obtain R&D from outside. Next situation is both are fast. Don't have in-house R&D, don't invest money also in R&D. Because technology is changing so fastly. You might have launched a new technology very quickly, it become outdated. So obtain R&D expert from a well-established firm from the market. That's about R&D. Meaning of R&D, R&D policies, R&D approaches, R&D decisions. R&D is over. The next functional area that we have is logistics and SCM. What is logistics stands for? Transportation. There are some big companies for which even logistics is also a major functional area. For the companies which will deal with multiple products, logistics deals with transportation. We can say Effective logistics strategy will help the company to gain competitive advantage. Because when logistics is good, faster delivery. When faster delivery happen, customer satisfaction. If customer satisfaction is high, competitive advantage. For this, the key term would be the second point. The objective of logistics is to ensure that right materials are available at a right place, right time, of the right quality and at the right cost. This is what logistics meant for. If transportation is good, the right materials will be available at a right place, right time, right quality and right cost. And if this happens effectively, so many advantages company can gain. Look at this. If logistics is good, cost will be. You don't need to maintain huge inventory. In time raw material has come. In time finished goods went out of the market. Now this will help you to reduce the. If you are maintaining minimum inventory, you will be in profits. You are not supposed to maintain huge inventory of raw material stock and finished goods stocks. So effective logistics will help to reduce inventory. Effective logistics will improve delivery time. If delivery time is improved, customer is. If customer is satisfied, company can gain. In time raw material comes, production will happen smoothly. Smooth production, advantages. So what is a major key term that you have to keep in your mind for logistics? Right materials are available at right place, right time, right cost of a right quality. Logistics manager need to keep all these issues in mind while preparing logistics strategy. Let's understand the issues. First point, logistics manager need to think of what source of raw material and components are available for what? For production, right? Transportation. Why a logistics guy will think of production? Isn't it? It will happen because from morning it is happening. Sir, we are already thinking after 8 o'clock you will be saying, who am I? Where am I now? I think it will happen after 8 o'clock. You are listening to SM, Strategic Management. We are in which chapter? What is the title of the chapter? What is the time now? You are perfect. Okay, a logistics guy need to think of what components are available to transport. Because a particular factory may have so many goods to transport. Logistics guy need to check how many goods are available to transport. Next, for that company, how many? There are some factories which will have multiple manufacturing locations. And in those multiple manufacturing locations, will they be manufacturing different products? No? Yes. What products are being made at each location? For all the product, same mode of transportation is okay. That's why mode of transportation. If it is a perishable good, speedy mode of transportation, logistics guy need to check with this. Then nature of what kind of distribution facilities are used, because only logistics will not enough to satisfy the customer. Along with the logistics, what need to be effective? Distribution channel. Because through logistics, company will never take the product directly to customer. Through logistics, company will take the product to distributor. Now it is distributor's responsibility to give it to customers. That's why logistics manager need to check with the efficiency of. Then material handling equipment. What material you are transporting, what equipment you are using, check with that. If it is a heavy machinery, you need a crane to pick it and keep it in the vehicle. Equipment. If it is a flammable, you need a closed container. If it is a perishable good, you need related equipment to transport it. Logistics guy need to take care of all these things. Next one, inventory. In logistics, check with your inventory. What amount of raw material is needed, what amount of finished good is ready to transport, and whether to have the own vehicles or to hire the vehicles. All these decisions need to be taken care by whom? Yes. Meaning of logistics, issues of logistics, advantages of logistics. Along with the logistics, there is a one more concept called SCM, stands for supply chain management. What is SCM stands for? It creates, like simple point, all the activities from point of origin to point of consumption is supply chain. That's it. All the activities that happens from point of origin to point of consumption. Now, can we say logistics is a part of supply chain? Yes, because broader, like supply chain is a very broader concept. From point of origin to point of consumption, all the activities that happens will come into supply chain. That's where the point says it offers linkage between suppliers, manufacturers and customers. It includes all the activities from point of origin to point of consumption. Now, if any company have to successfully implement supply chain management, they have to follow some steps. These steps are nothing but first they have to go for product development. This is step 1. It came as heading, but actually it is step 1. In SCM, step 1 is product development. They have to decide what kind of product that they need to manufacture. In order to develop the product, what they need? Resources. Then they have to go for procurement. After they got the resources, they have to go for manufacturing. While manufacturing, they have to follow a technique called JIT. JIT stands for minimum inventory. Yeah, just in time stands for minimum inventory. Successful implementation of supply chain management. When you do production, maintain minimum inventory. That is have to be done. Next, after the production happens, physical distribution. If needed, go for outsourcing of activities. Some activities you perform, some activities give for outsourcing. Sometimes even traditionally performed activities can also be given for outsourcing. There is no restrictions. Only these activities have to be outsourced. This should not. Every activity can be given for outsourcing. There are some companies, they will give 80% of their activities for outsourcing. We have that in organization structures. Network structure. In network structure, what will happen? Large amount of the work is given for outsourcing. That's what it says. Then provide better customer services. Finally, your performance will be improved. That's it. Logistics and SCM. SCM stands for all the activities that happen from point of origin to. Good. Then the last functional area that we have is HR. What do HR people do? Two concepts are there in HR. In that, the first concept is there are some practices that have been done by HR that will have strong influence on employee competencies, which means there are some practices that HR department need to follow, and these practices will have strong influence over the employee. What are the practices that HR guy have to do? So many are there, only 4 has been given for us. In that, the first one is recruitment, and recruitment stands for attracting the talent pool. Selection stands for choosing the best from the talent pool. Understood what I have said? A company has given a newspaper advertisement on so and so date, interview happens. This is recruitment. So many people attended. Now among them, what company do? Selection, choosing the best. HR's first responsibility is to go for recruitment and selection. Look at the term says here, identify, attract and select. Identifying and attracting will come into recruitment, and selection is selecting. An employee got selected. After you select the employee, you should provide them training. Is nothing but imparting the skills so that they can improve their skills. After training also, you have to provide appraisal of, carefully understand this point, appraisal of performance stands for identifying performance deficiencies among employees. Even after giving training, a particular employee is not able to do his job effectively. Then what you should do? Again, give him coaching and training. This stands for appraisal of performance. Look at this point, what the explanation says. The performance appraisal is to identify any performance deficiencies from the employee. Then if you identify what you have to do, it can be solved through counseling, coaching and training. So first recruitment and selection, then training, then appraisal of performance. An employee will not effectively work if he is not properly compensated. Compensation is nothing but the firm can usually increase the competency of its workforce by paying good pay benefit packages. If employee has to work for you for a longer period of time, you have to offer better package than your competitors. This will help you to retain the most capable employees. This is about some of the practices that HRs have to do in order to influence the competencies. After this, there is one more topic we have. This topic stands for roles of strategic manager. The concept is human resource manager will play some strategic roles. Strategic roles of HR manager in the company. What are the strategic roles? HR will provide purposeful. In the organization, HR deals with people. HR will lead the people and the organization towards a common direction. HR will build core competency also in the company. What are core competencies? Unique strengths, same topic. Unique strengths that cannot be shared by. For any company, can their employees be unique strength? Yes. That company is having skilled employees like no other company in the market. So, yeah, we can say Apple. Microsoft is also. Microsoft is having skilled employees in the world. In India, TCS is having skilled employees. Which means for these companies, employees are acting as a core competency. Even HR will help to create. Can you tell me what are the two ways of gaining competitive advantage? And being, if these two things have to be done, do you need manpower? To develop the product for low cost and to create uniqueness, do you need manpower? Yes, that's why for these two things to achieve, company need highly committed and competent workforce. Now, who will bring this workforce into the company? And HR will facilitate change also. Whenever change happens, HR will try to adopt that particular change. Workforce diversity. Big companies will have so many types of employees. Like workforce diversity can be male and female, young and old, educated and uneducated, skilled and professional. Is it okay to deal in the same way with all these people? Different people need to be dealt in different ways. HR's biggest challenge. That is what it says. Management of diversified workforce is a great challenge for HR. Because young and old will be there, educated, uneducated, skilled and unskilled. Dealing with all of them is a major challenge. And maintaining a good environment among them is also a big challenge. Maintaining diversified workforce. Then what HR have to do? Empowerment of human resources. Empowerment means, yes, letting the others to realize their own potentials. Like you have potentiality, but you are not recognizing it. Someone helped you to recognize that potentiality, which means they are empowering you. HRs empower whom? Employees. That's called as empowerment. Look at the meaning empowerment. Authorizing every member of a society to take their own destiny and realize their full potential. Now HR is empowering whom? Employees. So that employee can recognize his own potential and work for his best. And finally, HR should develop ethics and culture. HRs need to maintain a cohesive environment in the organization. These are roles. These are the roles that HR need to play in the organization. With this, HR two concepts. Some of the competencies and roles that HR need to play. These are a quick sum up of all the functional strategies and what is happening in those functional areas. So, corporate level, business level, functional level completed. Actually, in our process, next we have implementation and control. But before we go with the implementation and control, we have a chapter. There, three concepts are there. After the break, I'll let you know why these concepts are. Last two chapters are left to understand. In the process, we have discussed analysis, and then planning and formation have also been completed. The next thing is implementation and control. That is anyways there in the 8th chapter, implementation and control. But prior to that, we have 7th chapter, which deals with three concepts. Actually, this chapter is titled as Organization and Strategic Leadership. In this chapter, there are three concepts we are going to discuss. In that I will explain two concepts, one we are not going to deal with. In that one also, only one or two structures I will explain. The three concepts are, first one, organization structures, then corporate culture and leadership. Three topics. This chapter have only three topics: organization structures, corporate culture and leadership. Why these three topics have been discussed in this chapter? Because these three things will help for effective strategic implementation. Organization structure support for strategic implementation, culture support for strategic implementation, leadership will support for implementation. That's why these three topics are discussed in this chapter. After this, we have implementation and control content will come. In this, the first one that we have is different types of organization structures. We have list of organization structures: functional, divisional, SBU, matrix, network, hourglass. These are different types of organization structures. Why are we discussing about organization structure? Because whenever there is a change in the strategy, organization structures have to change. On that case, a statement will come like, no, strategy follows structure or structure follows strategy. Can you tell me? Yes, because whenever there is a change in the strategy, structures have to change. So strategy comes first. Then whenever there is a change in the strategy, automatically, in that we have to understand all different types of organization structures like functional, divisional, SBU, matrix, network, hourglass. What happens in functional structure? Only two levels will be there in the functional structure: corporate level and functional level. Only two levels will be discussed in the functional structure. Let's say if you check with the functional structure, in functional structure there are only two levels. One we have corporate level, under them functional level. You know about corporate level, CEO, top executives will come over there, and in the functional level, functional heads. Only two levels will be there in the functional structure. Rather, company have changed their strategy. They have established divisions. Then they have to go for divisional structure. Previously, they have only one business, functional structure. Now they have different divisions. Hence, strategy changed, structure have to change. Divisional structure will come. In divisional structure, we can call it as M-form structure or multi-divisional structure. Here we will be having three levels: top level, middle level and lower level. As you can see here, levels have not been given here. As you can see, this is top level, chief executive. Then we have business level, divisional manager, and then functional level. These three levels. I will not talk about this particular level. You will get confused at this point of time. Simply, this is corporate level, this is business level, and this is functional level. In divisional structure, we will be having these three levels because business have established multiple divisions, division A and division B. For division A, you will have general manager, division A, general manager. Do you remember at business level who will have general managers? They will responsible for that particular business unit, and again that unit will have different types of functional areas. This is called divisional structure. Instead of divisions, now business have SBUs. It has become so big, it is having multiple industries. Then they have to go for SBU structure. In SBU structure, three levels will be there: top level, second level and third level. In top level, we will have head of the organization. In second level, we will have SBU heads. Under SBU heads, divisional heads will come. Look, as the business is changing the strategy, structures are changing. In functional level, there are only two levels: corporate level and functional level. But the business have changed the strategy and established divisions. Then another level have added. Now they have entered into multiple industries. Then SBU structure will come. This is what functional, divisional, SBU. In functional, divisional, SBU structures, one subordinate will have one superior. In three, functional, divisional and SBU, let's say in SBU structure, the divisional head will be reporting to SBU head. This SBU head will be reporting to top. One subordinate will have one superior. Why I am telling you this? Because the next structure that we have, matrix structure. You know what happens in matrix structure? One subordinate will have two superiors, which means vertical flow of authority and horizontal flow of authority. You are working in a company which deals with matrix structure, which means you are working as a finance executive in one unit. Your company deals with multiple projects. Now you are working as a finance executive here. You are reporting to two managers. One is you are reporting to your project manager. Then you should report to your functional manager. Actually, vice president finance, let's say functional manager finance, just to understand. Then as an executive, you are reporting to two managers. One subordinate will have two superiors, vertical flow of authority and horizontal flow of authority. That's why entire matrix has been built here. There is an employee who is working in sales. He is sales executive. He is also reporting to two managers. He is in project 2, report to project manager. Hence, he works in the sales area. He will be reporting to the vice president sales, like functional head. The conclusion is, in matrix structure, one subordinate will have two superiors. It's a combination of vertical and horizontal flow of authority. So as you can see here, does employee have two superiors? Vertically reporting to functional manager, horizontally reporting to project manager. Got the clarity? This is called as matrix structure. So functional, divisional, SBU, matrix. Key term for matrix structure, one subordinate will have two superiors. Then we have network structure. Key terms. Network structure stands for large amount of the work will be given for outsourcing. If any company which follow network structure, 80% of the work is given for outsourcing. That's why any company which follow network structure, we don't need to draw any structure. One of the guy in the exam have drawn this spider's web and expecting good marks. Don't do that. These organizations are called as virtual organizations. Virtual, imaginary. Because they don't need to have a factory, they don't need to have a building, and they don't need to have employees also, because large amount of the work is given for, as you can see, virtual elimination of in-house business functions. This companies does not perform any in-house business functions. Lot of the activities are outsourced. Then they don't need to have employees also, those who are working for them. So they will be having a series of business units that are connected to one another. Look at this point. Instead of having salaried employees, they may hire the people for specific projects, which means company majorly depends on outsourcing. So that particular structure is called as network. Key term, network structure. What happened? Large amount of the work has been given for done. That's about network structure. Then we have like Nike and Reebok will do this. Then we have hourglass structure. If you can remember, when we discuss the hierarchy of the organization, this is how we discuss top level, middle level and lower level. Why we discuss in this format? Because of number of people who stays in that level. You have an idea of this? Top level, less people will be there. Middle and lower level people, the number of employees will increase. Now what hourglass structure do is, they won't make any changes in top level and lower level. Rather, they will shrink the middle level. Hence, this structure will come. So what is happening in hourglass structure? The middle level management has become narrowed. That's why it looks, you know about hourglass, sand glass. The top and bottom will be wider, middle will be very narrow. That's what hourglass structure. Top level, middle level people will not be changed. Whose scope is reduced? Middle level management scope is reduced. So the key term for hourglass structure, narrow middle level management. Sir, if middle level management scope is reduced, who should do their work? Replace their work with technology. And along with that, establish direct connection between lower to top. Three things. Narrow middle management, replace their work with technology, establish direct connection between lower to top. As you can see, Hourglass structure consists of 3 layers with a constricted middle level. This has a short and narrow middle management level. Then what will happen? Information technology is connecting top and bottom level, taking away many tasks performed by middle level managers. So the key term for hourglass structure, narrow middle management, replacing their work with technology, establishing direct connection between lower to top. These are list of organization structures: functional, divisional, SBU, matrix, network, hourglass. So matrix, 1 subordinate, 2 superiors. Network, most of the work has been given for outsourcing. Hourglass, middle level management is narrow. That's it. This is one topic. This topic helps us to know whenever there is a change in the strategy, structures have to change. There is a one more topic which is related to strategic implementation, stands for corporate culture. What is culture? The thing that we don't have. Okay. After culture, I'll talk about leadership. First, we need to understand meaning of culture. Let us corporate culture. Look at the definition what corporate culture says. The very first point very clearly explains corporate culture. Corporate culture refers to a company's values, beliefs, business philosophy, principles, traditions, work climate, ways of operating and internal work environment. All put together we call it as a corporate culture, because every company will have their own values. Every company will have their own business philosophies, traditions and work climate. That's where we can say every company will have their own cultures. Culture is a one thing which differentiates from one company to other company. Every company will have their internal way of doing work. That is where we call it as a culture. That is a point says every corporate has a culture that will have a powerful influence on the behavior of managers, because every company will have their own internal way of doing work. We are connecting culture to strategy. I will connect that, how to connect culture with strategic implementation. An organization has their own way of doing the things. This own way of doing the things is called as a corporate culture. Now, how are we saying this particular company is having a good culture? For that, we have to know where does corporate culture comes from. Corporate culture comes from what management speaks and what management do. Is management is doing what they say, then it is a good culture. Management is saying something and doing something, not a good culture. Policies of a company will define where the culture comes from. How the company deal with all the stakeholders, that defines culture. Their employees, all these points I've said. Rather simply we can say how company deals with stakeholders, that defines culture. Traditions that maintained by the organization. The supervisory practices, superior subordinate relationship also defines culture, because superiors need to take care of their subordinates. They have to give good work, get the work done by them effectively. That also defines culture. Employee attitude and behavior, what kind of attitude employee is having, defines culture in the company. And next, peer pressure. Peers means the one who are working along with you at the same level, peers. Peer pressure, if there is a high peer pressure, defines culture. Some of the organizations will have high amount of politics. Some people will escape the work and the other people will become victims of the work because of politics. Higher the politics, lower the culture. Next, chemistry and vibration. Don't misunderstand those two terms. They sounds like negative terms. We will try to change those terms. Now you can't say that, sir, when I am passing through HR department, good vibrations are coming. Is it a good culture now? No. Let's say chemistry, togetherness among the employees. Not vibrations, motivation, work motivation. If there is a good culture, which means there is a good togetherness among the employees and good work motivation. If these two things exist, good culture. These are all the points. Where does culture come from? What management say and what management do? Policies of a company, how company deals with stakeholders, what traditions that they follow, supervisory practices, attitude of employee, peer pressures, politics, motivation and togetherness. All these things will define corporate culture. This is what meaning of corporate culture. Where does corporate culture comes from? After this, we have a statement to understand. And the statement says, corporate culture, is it an LA or obstacle for better strategic execution? This is a statement that we have. Corporate culture, LA, supporting, obstacle, obstructing for better strategic execution. Answer is, corporate culture neither an LA nor an obstacle for better strategic execution. It depends on what kind of environment maintained in the company. When there is a perfect fit, when there is a perfect fit between culture and strategy, when there is a perfect fit between culture and strategy, then corporate culture will act as a LA for better strategic execution. When there is, let's say, what is the term that we can use here? Yeah, conflict or negligible fit. When there is a conflict or no negligible fit, when there is a conflict between, same point, culture and strategy, which means culture is saying something, strategy is saying something, then the same culture will act as an obstacle. Now it depends on top management. Every time what top management have to do, maintain proper fit between culture and strategy. When there is a proper fit between these two, culture will act as LA. When there is a mismatch, yeah, right term would be mismatch, I said. When there is a mismatch between culture and strategy, then the same corporate culture will act as an obstacle. That's why corporate culture neither an LA nor an obstacle. It depends on maintaining proper fit. That's a statement. As you can see here, explanation says it is either an important contributor or an obstacle. It depends on maintaining proper fit. The term says, if there is a compatibility between culture and strategy, then culture will become LA. When there is a conflict between culture and strategy, then it will become as a hurdle for successful implementation of strategy. That's why when the statement comes LA or obstacle, you have to say neither an LA nor an obstacle. That's about corporate culture. Meaning of corporate culture. Where does it come from? LA or obstacle. Then these general points explain how culture promotes better strategic execution. And then yes, we have a concept called changing a problem culture. Which culture need to be considered as a problem culture? The culture which is not supporting for better strategic execution. Now what to do with that culture? Change it and replace the culture with a good culture. That is what says changing a problem culture. Key term, changing a problem culture stands for replacing unhealthy culture with a healthy culture. Now which culture is unhealthy? Which has fever? Which culture is unhealthy? Which is not supporting for better strategic execution. Now don't confuse this point. In a particular organization, R&D department doesn't have good policy. It's an unhealthy culture. Because of R&D department's flaw policies, company is not achieving goals. What top management decide is that there is a policy flaw in R&D, let us change the policy, which means they are trying to change the culture because policy is a part of culture. In another company, there is a huge organization politics. Some employees have been getting suffered because of that politics, bad culture. Company identified it, unhealthy culture. Now what they did, they have changed this culture and they are trying to maintain good environment between superior and subordinate. So unhealthy culture has been replaced with healthy culture. Look, the topic itself is giving answer, changing a problem culture. There is a culture which is creating a problem that need to be changed. Rather writing it generally, you have to write in a technical way. What is the technical meaning of changing a problem culture? Replacing an unhealthy culture with a, which means any cultural obstacles are there, they need to be removed. In that place, new cultures need to be introduced. Look at the second term. Root out certain unwanted cultural obstacles and introduce new ones. This is stands for changing a problem culture. Two key terms. Changing problem culture stands for first one, replacing unhealthy culture with a healthy culture. Root out unwanted cultural obstacles and implement new one. It stands for changing a problem culture. Now it doesn't happen overnight. You can't change the culture. Culture is something deep seated values in human minds. You can't that easily change the culture. Take lot of time. If any of your grandparents are so orthodox, you go to them and tell them stop believing God, you will have a big print on the either sides of your cheeks. Straight away you will have no other discussion at all. It is next to impossible for them to bring this change, because change is something deep seated value in the minds. You can't that easily change. In a particular organization, some employees are following a culture for such a long time. All of a sudden you are saying I am changing this culture. Overnight change will not be happen. It will take some time unless you force them to do so. You say that if you don't change, I will remove. That's why there are some steps in the process of changing a problem. Particularly if it is an unhealthy culture, you have to change it quickly. And even there also you need to follow some steps. First, identify the area, which culture is good, which culture is not good. Diagnose the areas, which cultures are supportive, which are not supportive. Once you identify the area, talk to them about the problems and tell them how to change, and revise the policies also, and make changes in incentive systems. Change incentive, then quickly they will change. If you tell them, if you work in the changed environment, I will give you high salary, quickly they will change. Incentive system need to be changed. Let's say if any employee have quickly changed, then what you have to do? Visibly praise and recognize the employees. This will motivate other employees also. And seventh point is that the long story short, if any manager is closely associated with the old culture and he is not able to change, remove that manager, replace him with another manager who is ready to adopt to the new change. That's the point says. Replace the key executives who are strongly associated with the old culture, and recruit new employees who are ready to work in the new culture. Next, communicate the need of cultural change to all the employees. Sometimes to bring the change, you can take the help of union leaders. If you follow this process, quickly you can see the new culture. So, corporate culture meaning, where does it come from? And then LA or obstacle, changing a problem culture and steps to implement cultural changes. That's about corporate culture. After this, there is one more concept which will support for better strategic execution. That is nothing but leadership. Who will act as leaders in the company? Top level people will act as leaders. Without the support of top level, can the company implement strategies effectively? No. Like corporate level support is much needed to implement the strategies. That's why we are going to discuss leadership. Understand the learning objective. These three topics we are studying for the purpose of understanding. These three topics will help for better strategic execution. Organization structures will do that, culture will do, and leaders also will help for better strategic execution. In leadership, three things we have to know. Roles of leader for better strategic execution, responsibilities of leader for better strategic execution, two leadership approaches. Clear? Let's understand the roles first. A leader will play so many roles so that strategy can effectively be implemented. And the topic is strategic managers have 5 leadership roles to play in pushing for good strategic execution. 5 roles of strategic leader for effective strategic implementation. The roles says like this. First role, a leader, where does leader stays in the hierarchy? Yes, Staying at top, leader has to closely monitor what is happening. Along with that, he need to identify the progress of a company. He should solve issues and he should eliminate obstacles that come in the path of good execution. This is what leader have to do, staying at top level. Staying at top, monitor the progress, solve the issues. If any obstacle because of which execution is not happening properly, remove that obstacle. This is the first role. Second role, promoting a culture of ASPID DCOPS. ASPID DCOPS stands for team spirit. You might be thinking, sir, from where these ASPID DCOPS have come from? Henry Fayol has given 14 principles of management. From those 14 principles, one of the principle is ASPID DCOPS, stands for promoting team spirit. Okay, this term has taken from Henry Fayol's 14 principles of management. The meaning, it is not English language, usually adopted from the other language. ASPID DCOPS stands for team spirit. Now, what leader has to do to improve a team spirit so that effectively strategies can be implemented? Next strategic role, keeping the firm responsive to changing conditions. What happens if a business does not change to the changing conditions? It cannot survive. Leader's role is to change the company as per changing condition. Next one, leader need to follow ethical leadership practices. History have witnessed. If a leader himself is unethical, the companies have doomed. Happened or not? So many examples are there. Once there are number one companies. Only because of unethical practices of the leaders, the companies have vanished from the market. Starting from Satyam to Sahara. All these companies we can talk. They have ruled. They are very big companies. But unethical practices by leaders have led the companies to close. That's why what is the role of a leader? Follow ethical leadership practices. Next, take corrective actions so that strategic execution can be improved over a period of time. Wherever needed, corrective actions need to be taken. 5 simple roles. Once again, 5 roles of leader for better strategic execution. Staying at top, closely monitor the progress. Next one, team spirit need to be built. And then keep the firm responsive to changing conditions. And follow ethical practices. And finally, take corrective. Not only roles. For better strategic execution, leader has to play some. These responsibilities are not technical, simple. Taking decisions, formulating policies, ensuring effective communications, and managing human capital means employees. How many employees are needed for the company need to be decided by top level. Then managing change and creating strong corporate culture and working for high performance of the company. All these things are referred to as responsibilities of a leader for better strategic execution. Roles and responsibilities. Then we have 2 leadership styles. Leadership style doesn't mean that what leadership wear, how leaders walk, how leader talk, not the Rajnikant style. Here style means the way how leader do the work. Depending upon how the leader do the work, there are 2 types of approaches are there. They are nothing but, yes, transformational leadership style and transactional leadership style. Let me give you the explanation first. Transformational leaders, charismatic leaders. You know about the word called charisma, not the name of a person. Let's say an elegance in a personality. Transformational leaders are charismatic leaders, highly motivated. They bring lot of enthusiasm in their followers. Like Abdul Kalam is a charismatic leader. Steve Jobs is a charismatic leader. Abraham Lincoln is a charismatic leader. They have elegance in their personality. Got the point? So these are called as charismatic leaders. They bring a lot of enthusiasm among the followers. They will set strong goals to their followers. They will always push their followers to achieve their visions. This kind of leaders are needed for the company when the company is in the beginning stage or when they are the end of their life cycle. In these 2 stages, they need these leaders. Let's say company has just now started, they need transformational leaders. Or else company is about to close, they need transformational leaders. Opposite to this is transactional, authoritative leaders. They follow procedures. They want the work to be done. They will strictly follow carrot and stick approach. If you do the work, they will reward. If you don't do the work, they will punish. No motivation, no empathy, nothing. Do the work, you will stay in the company. Perform or perish. That's it. Now, transformational leaders are needed in the beginning or ending days. Transactional leaders are needed in the growth and maturity stages. 4 stages are there: introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. Introduction and decline, transactional. Growth and transformational. Growth and maturity, transactional. Look at the key terms. Transformational leaders, they use as charisma and enthusiasm. Under what conditions this leadership style is needed? In the turbulent environment, in the beginning days of an industry, or at the end of their life cycle. They provide strong dream vision to their followers, and they will always motivate the followers to bring dramatic changes. They always believe in high performance. Whereas transactional leaders, they more focus on designing system and controlling the organization activities, authoritative. Everything should happen under control. That is how they work. Under what conditions it is suitable? Appropriate in settled environment, in growing or matured industries. They will only use the formalized approach to motivation. Look at their approachment. Reward or penalties for achievement or non-achievement. If you do the work, you will be rewarded, or else you will be punished. These are 2 leadership styles. So we are done with leadership also. We are actually done with the topic. There is a small topic called entrepreneur and intrapreneur. And I'm hoping you know about that concept. Entrepreneur means the one who starts the company. Intrapreneur, employee of the company who have reached to the top level. Microsoft is started by Bill Gates. He is entrepreneur. Now it is run by, he is intrapreneur. Google is started by, from everything we use it, but you don't know who started it. Started by Larry Page. Larry Page is the one who founded Google. He is an entrepreneur. Now it is run by, he is intrapreneur. Got the logic now? The one who starts is entrepreneur. The one who is running it now is intrapreneur. Both think creatively. Both will have good responsibilities. Done with the chapter. Major 3 concepts: organization structure, culture, and leadership. Now we'll be moving for our last chapter, which talks about implementation and control. Strategic implementation and control. In this one topic, I'm skipping the first topic, which is of formation and implementation. And then I will focus on 4 topics: change, control, BPR, benchmarking. These are the 4 topics that we are going to understand from this chapter. So first one is with respect to strategic change. No, that's what I'm saying. Formation and implementation, I'm skipping. Formational implementation, efficiency and effectiveness, not need. I'm not explaining about it because it deals with efficiency and effectiveness, and formation and implementation both have to be good. I can know that there are no much of technicalities involved in that particular concept. Rather, we will deal with the concept of strategic change first, and then control. After that, BPR and benchmarking. So let's understand with the concept of strategic change. Is change is needed for the business? When? Whenever there is a change in the environmental factors. Good. What happens if business does not change? That is also known. Now the problem is, change is not that easy to implement in a business. Because you can't bring change as a surprise to the members of a company. Many cases we have seen, change might be good, but the way that the change have brought is not good, because of which result was not effective. What comes in your mind when I say this? Very good. Demonetization, considerably right example. All of a sudden 8 o'clock, Man Ki Baat says that money is of not valid. From then, whenever our PM says Man Ki Baat, we need to be a bit worried. Man Ki Baat, lockdown. Man Ki Baat, demonetization. Man Ki Baat, lockdown extinction. Whenever he say man ki baat, we need to be a bit worried. 8 o'clock, that too. All the things he announced 8 o'clock, he did that. Now, change might be good, but the way that the change have brought is not good. In the organizations, you can't do this. Change cannot be a surprise to the members of organization. All of a sudden, if you ask your employees to change, rejection will come. They will say that we are not ready to accept the change. That's why there is a systematic way to bring change. That is the concept says. Two things we are going to understand in strategic change. Steps to initiate strategic change, Kurt-Lewin change process. Okay, two concepts. Steps to change, Kurt-Lewin change process. First topic is to understand about steps to initiate strategic change. 3 simple, easy to understand steps. In this first company, what they have to do? Recognize the need for change. When the company wants to implement change, first they need to recognize why they want to change. This can be done by studying environmental factors. When companies study internal and external environmental factors, they recognize why they have to change. Look at this. Diagnose the areas which cultures are supportive, which are not supportive. And then how the need can be recognized? By doing environmental scanning, internal and external. Then gap can be identified. What environmental factors are demanding, what company is doing. Recognize the need. Once the need is recognized, you need to create a shared vision to manage the change. Actually, in SM, there is a concept called shared vision and vision shared. Remember this? What is shared vision? Employees have wholeheartedly accepted the vision and they are trying to fulfill the vision wholeheartedly. It stands for shared vision. Once again, shared vision stands for when the employees have accepted the vision, fulfilling the vision wholeheartedly, shared vision. Vision shared. Only because of the pressure from top management, they are trying to fulfill the vision. It stands for vision shared. Which one is best to have? That's it. Here, shared vision is created regarding change. When you create shared vision, automatically all employees will accept the change. That's why senior managers need to constantly and consistently communicate the need of change to all the employees. First, recognize the need, then create shared vision. Once you create a shared vision, all employees are ready to accept the vision. Once they are ready to accept the vision, institutionalize the change. Nothing but bring the change that you want to bring. That is why it is called as action stage. Once you are implementing change, ensure that firm does not slip back into the old ways again. Usually, for a full-fledged change to happen, it will take some time. Overnight change will not happen. These are the 3 steps to implement change. First one, need recognized. How the need can be recognized? By studying environmental factors. Then create a shared vision. Among whom? Employees. Then finally bring the change. 3 steps to initiate change. Then there is a guy called Kurt-Lewin. He have stated a good process for change. That is what we call it as a Kurt-Lewin change process. Change process stated by Kurt-Lewin. He stated 3 steps to implement change. He also believes that change cannot be surprise to the members of the organization. That's why systematically change need to be brought. And the 3 steps that he have stated for the change process is unfreezing the situation, change to new situation, refreezing. Unfreezing, change to new situation, refreezing. Yes, I think in our classes we might have discussed this. Ice cube theory will help to understand this quickly. Let's say if you have been given with an ice cube and asked to change the ice cube color into red. The best way to change that is first unfreeze it, add color to it, then refreeze. Perfect way to change. Now you say, sir, I will paint it. It will gone. Rest of the things that you do are temporary. You unfreeze the cube, add the color, again refreeze. Permanent change. Same principle Kurt-Lewin says. Not about melting ice cube. Let's see how unfreezing happens in a business. As per Kurt-Lewin, unfreezing stands for breaking down old attitudes, behaviors, policies, procedures in the company so that company can start with a clean slate. If you have to start something new, existing need to be removed. Simple funda of life also. If new has to come, remove the old one. Don't do for all the things. So that is what unfreezing says. Like old policies, policies, procedures, strategies followed by the company, they need to be removed. Look at the term. Unfreezing process is breaking down old attitudes, behaviors, customs, traditions so that company can start with a clean slate. This can be done by communicating to all the employees that we are changing. Whatever previously we are following, we are removing it. Once you unfreeze the situation, then change to new situation. Once the unfreezing process has been completed, behavior patterns need to be changed. Here, while changing to new situation, H.C. Kellman in Kurt-Lewin change process, H.C. Kellman says that 3 methods. By following these 3 methods, company can change to new situation. In that, the first method is compliance. Compliance stands for strict enforcing reward or punishment strategy for good or bad behavior. If you are changing, I will reward you. If you are not changing, I will punish. Then all the employees will change. Compliance. Next one is identification. Here what you have to do, you have to say that if you work in this changed environment, you will become like your role model. Look, identify themselves with some role models whose behavior they would like to adopt. You are saying that to all the employees, if they work in this changed environment, they will become like their role model. That's called identification. Nothing but it's a shared vision. And the next that we have is identification. How this will happen? By changing the thought process of the employees and giving them some freedom to adopt to new behavior. This one is a very strict one, compliance. If you change, I will reward. If you don't change, I will punish. This stands for changing to new situation. First, unfreeze, remove everything. Then change to new situation by 3 ways. Once the entire organization has been changed, then what has to be done? Refreezing. Refreezing has to be done when new becomes as a normal way of life. Done with strategic change. 2 concepts. Steps to initiate change, Kurt-Lewin change process. What are the 3 steps to initiate change? Recognize the need for change, create a shared vision, institutionalize the change. Kurt-Lewin have stated 3-step process. Unfreezing, change to new situation, refreezing. While change to new situation, H.C. Kellman have stated 3 things. Compliance, identification and internalization. Remember, compliance, carrot and stick. And then identification, role models. Internalization, changing thought process. These are the key terms to remember Kurt-Lewin change process. So this is about strategic change. Next one that we have is, even though the concept has been given as strategic control, I want all of you to remember this concept as organizational controls. Organizational controls. There are 3 types of organizational controls are there. They are nothing but operational control. Operational control, management control and strategic control. This is the concept. The concept is organizational controls. There are 3 types of organizational controls are there. Operational, management and strategic. Operational control is with respect to day-to-day operations. Production control, cost control, budgetary control, inventory control, all these are day-to-day operations. Management control is with respect to achievement of goals, and strategic control deals with 2 things. First, operational control is all about day-to-day operations. Management control is with respect to achievement of goals. Then what is strategic control is all about? Because why I said organizational control is nothing but, you see here, this is what types of organizational controls. Here 3 types of organizational controls are there. Operational, management, strategy. Now operational controls deals with what? Individual tasks and transactions. If you look at the example, you will understand stock, production, quality, cost, budgetary. These are day-to-day operations. Whereas management controls deals with what? Goals, either short-term or long-term goals. But strategic controls deals with two questions. Carefully understand. Strategic controls deals with two questions. Question number one, the strategy is being implemented as planned. Because you have planned the strategy in one way, it has been implemented in the other way. It will not serve the purpose. Strategic control will check whether all the plans that has been formed, are they implemented as planned or not. Next we have second question. The results produced by the strategy are those of intended means expected. After implementing the strategy, the results that you are getting are something different than expected. Then also the goal is not achieved. Now dealing with these two questions is related to strategic controls. So strategic controls deals with two questions. Strategies have been implemented as planned. Results produced are those of expected or not. Not only this, there are four types of strategic controls are there. The concept is types of strategic controls. Four types. First one is premise control. Premise stands for assumptions. Most of the cases, strategies have been prepared depending upon certain assumptions. Over a period of time, these assumptions will change. What a strategic manager have to do? Validate the assumptions, whether this assumption will happen or not. That can be done by studying environmental factors. Look at the term. A strategy may be formed on the basis of certain assumptions. Over a period of time, these assumptions may change. Now, what a manager have to do? Validate the accuracy of the assumptions. How to validate the accuracy of assumptions? By studying environmental factors. Got the point about premise control? Once again, premise control stands for when strategies have been prepared depending upon, over a period of time, these assumptions may change. Manager need to check the accuracy of these assumptions by studying environment. Next, strategic survey lines. Strategic survey lines is generally unfocused. Why it is unfocused? Because it simply depend upon general monitoring of information, like from where information has been get, reading financial newspapers, business magazines, meeting, conferences. Like this, from these areas, some information have been got. That is why we are calling this as unfocused. Special alert control. Special alert control has been assigned under two cases. When any natural disasters happen, when any unexpected events takes place. Natural disasters like tsunami, earthquakes, tornadoes, these things. Unexpected events, terror attack, they will never send you invitation. Unexpected event, your strategy will be disturbed. Special alert control is needed. So that's about. Special alert control is needed under two conditions. One is unexpected events and natural disasters. Then the fourth one that we have is implementation control. This is nothing but converting the plans into actions. While you are implementing the strategy, you need to follow implementation control. Implementation control will be in the two forms. One is monitoring strategic thirst. Next one is milestone review. Simple to understand, don't get confused. Monitoring strategic thirst stands for, as a manager, you should check whether the overall strategy is processing as desired, which means whatever the strategy that you are implementing is going as your plan or not. Next, milestone review is nothing but resource allocation. To implement strategy, do we need to allocate some resources? Whether that resource allocation has happened properly or not. That's it. Organizational control. We have three types. Organizational control is having three types. Operational, management, strategic. Day-to-day operational is operational. About goals is strategic control deals with two questions. Strategies have been implemented as planned. Results are achieved as desired or not. Four types of strategic controls. Premise control, strategic survey lines, special alert control, and when strategies are prepared depending upon assumptions, premise control. Unfocused, survey lines. Unexpected events, special alert. While implementing, implementation control. That's about strategic controls. Actually, we have audit. I'm skipping audit. I'll go with BPR. As the time that we have, it's better to go with BPR and benchmarking. These two concepts we'll try to cover. In BPR also, there are so many concepts I have given in BPR, but you focus only on the concepts that I am telling you, even for the examination also. Don't skip the audit. Audit you should prepare. Because of time factor, I'm not dealing with the audit. And even formation and implementation also don't skip. In a preparation, you go ahead. But in BPR, while you are preparing, you can skip the concepts that I am skipping. Which means you focus only on the concepts that I am educating in BPR. So what does BPR stands for? Generally, the concept itself is giving you the answer. There is a process which is followed by a company which has become outdated. That's why what company is doing? Re-engineering, changing the process. The key term, business process re-engineering, stands for radical redesign of workflows and processes. Radical means drastic. In a huge way, change the process. 15 to 20 years back, if you have to deposit money in a bank, process is different. Now the process is different. What banks did? Re-engineered their process. Re-engineering is different from automation, understand. In EAS, you have learned about automation. There, human element is removed and technology is introduced. Here, the steps in the process itself have changed. Previously, go to bank, stand in line, fill pay-in slip, wait for your turn, then deposit money, take the counter folio. This many steps are there. All the steps have removed. You don't need to even go to bank. Go to any of the deposit machine. Put the money, deposit and come out. Look how many steps have removed in this. This is called re-engineering. That is what we say. BPR stands for radical redesign of workflows and processes. So look at the key term. Question number 20, which talks about meaning of BPR. BPR refers to analysis and redesign of workflows and processes. What happens in BPR? Total deconstruction and rethinking of a business process. Whatever the process that has been followed now, totally deconstruct it. And again, rethink of a new process. Re-engineering. Completely collapse the existing process and come with a new process. That is what re-engineering stands for. In re-engineering, what else company will do? Dramatically improve performance in terms of time, cost, quality and responsiveness. Why do companies go for re-engineering? Time have to be saved, cost have to be saved, quick response have to happen. For that reason, they are changing the process. That's what BPR is all about. Simple terms. Fourth point, giving up old practices, adopting new practices. Previous thing that you are following as a process, remove it. In that place, come with a new one. This is what meaning of BPR. Clear? The key term, BPR stands for radical redesign of the workflows and processes. Totally deconstruct the existing process. In that place, come with a new process. This is what BPR means. So in BPR, meaning of BPR we have discussed. Next one, objectives of BPR we have to understand. The next concept is to know about objectives of BPR. Look at these three objectives. The three objectives of BPR says, first one, eliminate redundant, non-value adding steps, activities and transactions. Redundant means repetitive, unwanted. Remove repetitive transactions, unwanted transactions, non-value adding steps. Previously, if in a bank, if you have to do KYC, you have to go to bank. You know about KYC. Now they have removed it. Why should ask a customer to come to the bank? Non-value adding step, remove, do online KYC. This is called BPR. Any step which is having no value, remove it. In that place, use technology and come with a new step. That's what. And dramatically reduce the number of stages in work. You are not supposed to have so many stages in a process. Remove the stages which are not necessary. That's what BPR means. And speeding up workflow by using IT. You can't go for BPR without IT. So these are objectives of BPR. So definition of BPR, objectives of BPR. Next one is rationale of BPR. That concept you should discuss. Where we have that rationale of BPR. Yes, here we have rational of BPR, which means reasons. Rational stands for what are the reasons that company go for BPR. What is the first reason? Whenever there is a change in the new technologies, when they have been introduced, it will force the existing business to change their process. So the reason why do companies will go for BPR is whenever there is a new technology comes in the market. Second one, whenever competition, because when a new competitor comes in the market, will he come with a new process? Then your existing process have become outdated. Then re-engineer your process. That's what. And finally, demanding. Customer is expecting better products and services from you. They are not happy with your old process. Then there is no other option than to go for re-engineering. There are three reasons why to go for re-engineering. Whenever new technology comes, whenever competition increases, whenever customer expects new process from you. So, meaning of BPR, objectives of BPR, rationale of BPR. Next one is steps to implement BPR. Now, you can't implement BPR overnight. There are some, yes, steps in the implementation of BPR. Let us understand the steps. First step, determine. Objective means not targets. Sir, in the third chapter you said objectives as targets. Here objective means end result. End result. Even ES also plenty of times you come across with objectives. There it does not mean targets. There it means end results. There it is end results. But here in SM process, objectives are targets. Here end result. If you are implementing BPR, there might be a goal in your mind to achieve. First determine that goal. Why you want to go for BPR? What desired end result that you want to achieve by implementing BPR? Step 1. Look at the term. Objectives are nothing but desired end results. The company wants to achieve by implementing BPR. So step 1 in BPR is to determine objective. Step 2, identify customer and determine their, because your customer is not satisfied with the existing process. Then study your customer. Identify their needs. That's what. Customer need to be identified. The purpose of redesign of business process is provide value to customer. Then first study your customer. Is your customer is expecting new process from you or not? After that, after identifying the customer, study the existing process. When you don't have clarity about your existing process, you can't re-engineer the new process. That's why first study existing process. Existing process should be carefully analyzed. After this, you should go for formulating a redesign process plan. This is the real crux of BPR, because whatever the information that you have gathered from the previous steps, by considering that information, you are trying to redesign a new process. After redesigning, you have to go for implementation. While you are implementing BPR, look at this interesting point. It is the joint responsibility of the designers and management to implement the new process. What does this stands for? State Bank of India have re-engineered their business process, introduced mobile banking. They are not independently doing that. They have associated with YONO. That's why it is called as YONO SBI. Now it is the responsibility of two people, designers and the management. The one who designed the BPR and the management of the company, both have to work together. Indian government have re-engineered the process of applying passport. Previously, lengthy process. Go to special team will used to be there. IB team used to be there, intelligence bureau. Go to them, give the application, they will come for verification, lengthy process. Now you have passport seva kendras, like regional passport offices, RPOs are there. You know, all the technical support that is needed for process re-engineering come from TCS. If you go to any passport office, there is a separate cabin where a TCS employee will be sitting and doing all the process. Now, when the central government have re-engineered the process, two people are working together there. The designers, TCS and government. Any BPR, two things will happen. It is a joint responsibility of the designers and management. Clear with the steps? First one, objective need to be defined. Know your customers. Study the existing process. Redesign a new process. Implement it. Over. So how many concepts? Meaning of BPR, objectives of BPR, rationale of BPR, steps to implement BPR. One more topic is there. Role of IT in BPR. Here we have the role of IT in BPR. Can the business process re-engineering is possible without IT? Any type of re-engineering that you take, IT plays a crucial role. That is what the term says. Fourth point, I will directly take you to understand this. A re-engineered business process characterized by IT, which means a company has re-engineered a process with the help of IT. This will help to increase the speed, accuracy, adaptability and integration of data. And moreover, customer needs and expectations can be satisfied very quickly only when you use IT in BPR. One more point. With the help of tools of information technology, organization can modify their business processes to make them automatic, simpler, time saving. With this, what will happen? Efficiency, effectiveness and innovation will come. That is why, thus, IT provides value in three distinct areas. What are they? Efficiency, effectiveness, innovation. Efficiency will come in the way of productivity. Effectiveness will come by way of better management. Innovation will come by way of improved products and services. These three things happens when IT has been used in BPR. Role of IT in BPR. These concepts are enough. Rest of the concepts you don't need to seriously consider in BPR. So how many topics I have covered? Meaning of BPR, objectives, rationale, steps, role of IT. Enough, these 5 concepts. Don't waste your time by going through rest of the concepts of BPR. Only these 5 you focus on. So BPR is over. Now you might be thinking, sir, is BPR related to implementation or formation of strategies? No. Actually, BPR and benchmarking are not related to implementation. These two are some of the tools and techniques or methodologies adopted by the company to get efficiency, effectiveness and customer satisfaction. BPR is a technique where you are re-engineering your process, same as benchmarking also. These are not related to implementation part. These are some methodologies and techniques adopted by the company to improve their efficiency and effectiveness. Now you think, if BPR is properly implemented, can the company gain competitive advantage? Yes. If BPR is properly implemented, they will improve efficiency and effectiveness, better customer satisfaction. Same thing even for benchmarking also. Now we are done with BPR. There is another technique that can be adopted by the company, that is of benchmarking. So let us understand that as a last concept for today. Benchmarking. So sometimes you might be hearing this even generally also. What a benchmarking performance. What is this benchmarking? Let's say, who is called as God of cricket? Because he has set a standard. I am taking sports as reference. In athletics, there is a guy called Usain Bolt. 100 and 200 meter running. What he do? Every time he breaks his own record. Whenever we talk about athletics in running, we always give Usain Bolt as a standard. He has set that standard. Others are following that standard. This is called benchmarking. Benchmarking means whenever anyone set a highest standard, not lowest. Sir, every time I am the one who is consistently coming last in the class. This is not benchmarking. No one did it, sir. I am breaking my own record. Every time I am the one who come last. No, this is not benchmarking. Benchmarking is something when you set a highest standard. This highest standard against which things can be compared, against which things can be measured. When you set a highest standards, others will compare to you. Like you tell me, when compared with the Usain Bolt, how fast you have run, which means you are comparing with the highest. You will never compare with the lowest at any point of time. For your personal satisfaction, you can do. Like in your home, let's say if you have failed, you will never say that you have failed. You will say, this time so many people have failed. Logic. You are not saying that you have failed. Neither you are saying that the people, those who have passed, Now you are focusing on those who have failed. This is not benchmarking. Benchmarking is something when you set a highest standard and you are comparing yourself with the highest standard. In any of the area you can do so. Now there is a company like which is manufacturing air conditions. Now this company said that no one in the industry have did so far. If you come with any complaint, we will resolve this complaint in 5 hours. 5 hours is benchmarking. Now for their competitors, if they have to set benchmarking, they have to do in less than 5 hours. This is what highest standard. And benchmarking can be set in any of the area. Providing customer services, innovation. There are some companies who have set benchmarking in innovation. Whenever any innovation has been taught, we will refer to that particular company. That's how we know some of the companies. There are some companies who have set benchmarking in every industry. There will be some companies. Whenever best performance have to be checked, they will be compared with that particular person. This is called benchmarking, setting a highest standard. Look at the terms. Dictionary defines benchmarking as a standard or a point of reference against which things may be compared and by which something can be measured and judged. Because someone have set the highest standard, you are comparing your performance with others. Benchmarking is a process of identifying and learning from best industry practices. Someone have set a highest standard. From that highest standard you are learning. This stands for benchmarking. Now tell me, can the benchmarking help the company to gain competitive advantage? Because you are setting something highest standard like no others have did. Look at the fourth point. It is an approach of setting goals, measuring productivity based on best industry practices. It is a process of continuous improvement in search of. If you have set a highest standard like no others have set in the industry, which means you have gained competitive advantage. In benchmarking, what companies have to do? First, you compare your performance with the others. When you compare your performance, you will identify the gap. An air conditions manufacturer is saying that I will do it in 5 hours. You are doing in 20 hours. Now you are comparing your performance with the benchmark guy. Now you identify a lot of gap. Now what you have to do? Take some steps to fill the gap. That is the steps. First one, compare different aspects with the one who have set benchmark. Once you compare what you identify, gaps. Now what you have to do? Find out some good methods to reduce the gap. And these methods need to be properly implemented. So 4 things that will happen in benchmarking. Compare your performance with others. Identify gaps. Find out the methods to fill the gaps. Implement those methods. Understood meaning of benchmarking? Setting a highest standard in the best industry practices. Can we achieve benchmarking overnight? Some steps need to be followed. So the next concept we have. Now look at this. Benchmarking can be set in different areas. Manufacturing cost, product development, distribution. In India, HUL have set benchmark in distribution. In FMCG. In India, Coke have set benchmark in beverages, like that. Customer services, product, plant utilization, HR. TCS have set benchmark in HR, like that. Next, the steps that are involved in benchmarking. Step 1, identify the. When you can identify the need when you compare your performance with the others. Once you identify the need, don't quickly jump to implement benchmark. Identify the opportunities there for you or not. To achieve that benchmark, you need resources. To achieve that benchmarking, you need manpower and machinery. Check whether you have that or not. That is what? Identifying the need for benchmark. And then clearly understand the existing business process. Now, how you can understand your existing business process? Collect data by using different methods like interviewing your employees, site visits, filling questionnaires. With this, you will understand everything about your existing business process. You can't achieve benchmarking in all the processes. It's a stupidity. Companies will study all the business process. Among those business processes, they will identify any one process to implement benchmarking. That's why identify best process. So within the framework, best process need to be identified. That can be in like existing the organization or outside of the organization. Once you identify the process, now what you have to do? Compare own process and performance with that of others. Others here means, who are others? Look at the term. Compare own performance with that of others. Once you compare, what you can do? Identify the gaps. One more thing, when you are comparing, one thing that you have to be done is that make such comparisons meaningful and credible. You are comparing, fine. Make your comparison meaningful. In your entire life, you did running, never. Like, you have never went to a ground to do running. On any particular day, you have started running. First day, you ran for 200 meters. Now you are checking what is my time and Usain Bolt time. What kind of comparison is that? Just now you have started a company and you are checking with the industry leader. And you say, my standard is highest, that's why I am doing that. Stupidity. Just now you have started, still long way to go, then compare. Look at this point. Analyze the performance, understand the gap to make such comparisons meaningful and credible. That's what you have to do in the process of benchmarking. Yes, you have compared yourself, identify the performance gaps, then what you have to do? Prepare a report and implement the steps to close the performance gap. So prepare a report, come with the steps, what steps can be followed to fill the gap. And the last step is to go for, while implementing and filling that gap, you have to continuously check, evaluate the results of benchmarking. Whatever the purpose that you have set the benchmarking for, are you achieving it or not? Now, is benchmarking is a one-time process? You have set benchmarking, your competitor is not going to silent. Again, he will try to set another benchmark. That's why look at the term. Review, evaluate, reset the benchmark periodically whenever conditions are changing. So setting of benchmarking is not a one-time process. It's a periodical process. These are the steps to implement benchmarking. So meaning of benchmarking and 4 basic steps that are involved, and then elaborate steps to implement benchmarking. So this is about BPR and benchmarking. We are done with the content. Clear with this chapter also? Nice. So finally things have come to an end. Any quick doubts if you have? I know all of you are exhausted, could be sensed. Not exhausted? Still active? I bet when you sleep today, you will be thinking about strategic management process. For such a long time, in entire day, you are dealing with one concept. Even when you sleep, analysis, planning, formation, implementation may come. So, any quick doubts if you have? Focus on your presentation in the exam. As this is theory, focus on how you are presenting the paper. Case study is a compulsory question. If you have any doubt about case study, don't start it in the beginning. First question is compulsory case study. When you have any doubt, if you are not sure about it, don't start it in the beginning. First go with the questions which you are strong and comfortable with. Then, no, don't say sir, all the questions are. But any one question that you might be strong and confident, yes, I can read this perfectly, I can write this perfectly. Start with those questions. And systematically plan your paper. Time management is must. Strictly 1.5 hour and 1.5 hour for EAS and SM. Very strictly. You have to manage with the time management. Because part A is EAS, part B is SM. Now you are happily writing part A. 2 hours are over. Then you may not do justification for part B. Time management. In the revision exams itself, focus on your time management. In the stipulated time, whether you are writing it or not. One big problem that you have for most of you, sir, I can understand when I read, I can remember, but I can't write. Biggest problem for most of you. This is because of lacking of practice. When you are reading, keep a rough notes with you. Keep on writing down the key terms roughly. When you are reading, have a paper with you. That's it. You have read a question which consists of 4 headings. Quickly write the 4 headings without looking at it. Some key terms, write the key terms. Let's say you are studying SM process, 5 steps, write the 5 steps. The more you write, the more you remember. No other choice. Have to do extra efforts. Otherwise, if you have this problem that I can't write, I remember, I study, I understand and I remember, but I can't write. This lacks the writing practice. So carefully plan these 2 papers, A and SM, AS and SM. Never have big goals. Be realistic. Don't leave a chapter for choice. Leave the content of the chapter for choice. This I always says. Don't leave the entire chapter for choice. Categorically, whatever the analysis is there, some of the content you can leave for choice in a chapter. But for the entire chapter, don't leave for choice. It's a big risk that you do either in ES or SM. Focus on presentation. It is not needed that you are attempting for 100%. Even if you attempt for 80%, be strong and confident about it. And don't overgeneralize the content. Make sure it has to be 60-40 content has to be there. For that, you have to do more practice. This is it for your rapid revision. Hope the purpose got fulfilled. And I'm expecting that whatever the concepts that are needed for you to be revised, it has been happened. And I appreciate all your efforts also for 8 hours being active, because your response will motivate me to give my best. If let's say if you are feeling sleepy, you are taking naps, if your body language indicates we are tired and exhausted, we are done. But you are not like that. Most of you have maintained the same level of interest from morning to now. That is appreciable. So hope you will maintain the same interest and you will until you hit your exams and get the good results. So don't waste your time. Use it productively. No distractions. Only your efforts will give you the good results. That's it. I wish you all luck for all your future endeavors. I wish you all the best for all your examinations. Do take care of yourself. Thank you.